What's up? Welcome. Good morning. Hello. Hi. How you doing? I'm Ryan Panagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Ben Morse.
And I'm Lorraine Sink, a.k.a. Lorraine Sink.
You did it.
Yeah, we're
Guys,
here.
you're watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016. 2016. I know what year it is. We're having a grand old time. This is the beginning.
We're just kicking off, and we're brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions.
Yes.
Yeah, made by Kabam.
Made by Kabam. You can look at our beautiful shirts
Look at our
all
lovely
day.
T-shirts. We're going to be having people on from Kabam throughout the weekend, so definitely check that out. But you can get Marvel Contest of Champions for free. It's a free-to-play game. Go to your iTunes store or Google Play.
Yeah, and then play it.
Or you can go to play Marvel or playcontestofchampions.com. Also, yeah, all those places.
All the
News.
things.
What?
Breaking news.
We have such a big show for you guys, though.
Guys, we have more guests than we've ever had before.
Yeah, it's going to be what we like to call in the
Loaded.
business crazy bananas.
Yeah.
Should we give them a little highlight of what's coming?
Yeah, so we're about to go live for 7 straight hours today.
Yeah.
What do we got?
All right. Today we have from Mr. Neighbor's House, a new show. We have Jesse Falcon and Jason Mantzoukas. We have some Daredevil art process with Joe Pimentel. We're going to have folks from Kabam, as Ben mentioned earlier. We have the guys from Comic Book Men,
Yep.
Kevin Smith.
Kevin
You
Smith
might know
and
that
his
guy. We have from the new film, Legends of the Hidden Temple, we have the guy behind that film.
A film?
No.
A film.
Is that really? That's a film now?
That's it's going to be a film.
Oh, wow.
I remember the game show that the youngsters played when we were youngsters.
As do I, when we were youngsters.
Way
Yeah.
back in the day. Oh, and then we have writer David Walker
Oh, I
from
love David
Nighthawk and Power Man and Iron
Fist.
Fist.
Upcoming
Yeah.
Occupy Avengers.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah. And we have the guys from Impractical Jokers here
Oh, man.
making
They better
trouble.
not play any pranks on me. I'll say that right now. Jason.
All
Watch
the
out.
Jasons out there were like, me?
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 That was, just give them a moment.
Then we're going to have folks here from Mondo. We're going to have cast members from the new show Stand Against Evil. We're going to have Jim Zub, writer of Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts.
What was it?
Thunderbolts.
I said your pronunciation's better. We have folks from Funko and their awesome toys coming through. We have David Yost, the Blue Ranger
What?
from Mighty
The
Morphin Power
original
Rangers.
Blue Ranger?
I think so. Yeah.
I didn't read the schedule before I came out here. I'm very excited
I
about
like-
all these guests.
It brings wonderment to the show. That's what you bring, Ben.
Finally, something.
We have the cast of Ash versus the Evil Dead. Ooh. We have from Marvel Games Bill Roseman.
Bill Roseman, I can't wait to talk to him. I got some hard questions for
And
him.
he'll be coming from the games panel, so he should have some cool things to tell us out of that panel.
Yes.
Ryan's
which I will
host-
be hosting.
Ryan's hosting that panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marvel Games and the Digital House of Ideas. Why don't you come inside and talk?
And now is a good time to mention that if you're on marvel.com/NYCC2016, or if you're on our YouTube page, jump over there. You can sign up for our live blogs and follow all of our panels all weekend long.
That's true.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Then later we'll have comedian John Glazer. We'll have the band Starset talking about some cool stuff. We have folks from Tick and Sneaky Pete, and then
Like
we're gonna
the tick, the
the show, the
TV
live
show?
action
I didn't know
show.
we had that.
yeah. We booked all
Great
kinds of stuff.
I'm jealous of you guys who get to watch this.
Yeah, and I'm jealous of you who doesn't have to stand here
Yeah.
Aw.
next to Ben, who I
Aw.
adore.
We all love Ben.
There are like pads to put your feet on back here, and I'm just in between the two of them. So my feet are just totally uncomfortable.
Perfect.
It's terrible.
We
A
nailed it.
little behind the curtain for you guys out there. Little process work.
Some behind the scenes. Then we're gonna have artists from Power Man and Iron Fist, Stanford
Stanford Green.
Green, and then we'll have folks from Loot Crate.
Oh, I love Loot Crate.
Loot Crate, and then we'll have artist Giuseppe Camuncoli, and then we're going to show some of the Breaking Into Comics panel, which is going to happen today, and then we're going to have Good Night Comic-Con.
I can't wait to say goodnight to you guys tonight.
7 hours, Ben. Just
7
a little ways
hours.
away.
It's an epic marathon of a
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, and remember, you guys can tweet us using
Yeah.
hashtag
Oh, yeah.
Marvel NYCC. We can pull up those tweets on one of these tweeter machines right over here. We're also going to be putting tweets, social posts, Instagrams, all the things on our hub page. So if you want to check out marvel.com/NYCC 2016, you can see social posts going up, stuff from Marvel. There'll be news, there'll be announcements. Hey, will there be news this weekend?
Oh, there's going to be so much news this weekend. Not today. But, oh, actually, no.
You
Yeah,
never
at
know. There
at
could
the
be things.
There
games
might be.
panel.
Yeah.
You'll be breaking news.
There could
You'll
be
always
other
all
things.
sorts of stuff.
You
But
never
yeah,
know.
we'll have news, and we will keep you guys posted on the news. You can read the news stories at the site that Ryan just gave the address for, all sorts of stuff. And of course, our elite social team will be keeping you up to the minute with what's going on.
That was Adri Cowan, social media expert. Oh, and you guys, do you like our new set dressing? We have a new and improved infinity wheel. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
I
They-
can't wait to spin it.
They call me Vanna Ryan, and I'm going to spin it.
It's got good clicks.
This is the all new, all different Infinity Wheel.
Yep.
Superhero charades.
Ooh,
Charades, that would be fun.
charades. Are we actually going to play it right now?
Do you want to?
we can.
Let's
We
do
got,
it.
we got like 7 minutes, according to Harry on his tablet.
Harry on his Etch-a-Sketch over
5
there.
minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. All right. Superhero charades.
Well, you can just act them out for us, Ryan, and we'll guess. Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
It's too easy.
Yeah, it was way easy.
It's too easy.
Falcon.
Oh, that was good.
I would have also accepted Vulture.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I was gonna go for
Now, wouldn't
Namor because
Vulture
you looked
be-
like you were
Vulture-
swimming.
Vulture would be more like this.
Is he constipated?
Oh my God! Somebody make a GIF right now.
Oh,
Go make
Probably
a GIF.
also constipated.
He's old, constipated, one of the two.
Yeah.
Old
So
people
that's
are
the
Is
kind
that
of joy
canon?
we're going to bring to
Old
you.
people
all
are
weekend.
generally constipated, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Oh, also, this is something fun, you guys, to check out. Over at rundisney.com/Avengers Half Marathon, you can get a special deal if you want to sign up. If you use the code Marvel15, you get $15 off of the Doctor Strange 10K run. And if you use Marvel25, you get $25 off the Avengers Superheroes Half Marathon and the Infinity Gauntlet Challenge. Ryan's the expert because he's actually done those.
I've done them, and I'm doing them. I'm going to be running in Anaheim, doing the Infinity Gauntlet Challenge, which is a 10K on Saturday and a half marathon on Sunday. And it sounds like it's just going to destroy you, but you can do it. I've done it 3 times already.
Brag.
You can totally, well, you know, it's insane.
You know what? If I got up and went for one run, I would definitely brag about it. So.
It's fun, though. It's a lot of fun. We bring out characters. They're on the course. You run through Disneyland and Disney California Adventure.
There are people cheering you on in costumes.
Totally. They're like, I
Aw,
think,
sounds
you know, there was one point where we ran through this weird area in Anaheim, and then we came out, and there were like 50 cosplayers.
Yeah,
and
that's
there were people in really
that's
like
Cosplay
cool.
City in Anaheim.
Yeah,
Cosplay
Yeah,
City.
where all the cosplayers live. Judy Stevens is the mayor.
that would be great.
Sorry,
But yeah, those are super fun. So check out rundisney.com. And what was the code again?
You can use Marvel 15 to get 15 off of the Doctor Strange 10K and Marvel 25 to get 25 off the other 2 races.
Yes. Tweets coming in. First one
All
from the
right.
Wolfman. The Wolfman.
Oh, the Wolfman.
Yeah. He says, that new wheel looks cool as hell.
It is. Laura Cameraman made that so pretty for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of our new video drones.
Is she a drone? Or I
they're all
think of her
they're
as
all
more of a
drones to
worker
me.
bee.
Captain Marvel News tweeted to us, Hello, Mighty Marvel Squad. Let's
Hi.
go.
Let's go.
Let's
Captain Marvel
go.
News has been counting down for us to go. They want some big Captain Marvel news, and they might get it.
Or they might not. Let's
they-
not set unfair expectations.
But you have to watch all
Yeah.
weekend to see if you do or don't get it.
At least
It's-
7 hours a day.
Yeah.
Guys, in a sec, we're going to have a great spot coming up for the Real Husbands of Hollywood,
Hollywood?
on BET. And if you are at the convention, I believe you can go to the Marvel booth, pick up a special lithograph.
That's what we believe we've been told.
That's what I've been told, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
But we're going to have that coming up in
Yeah.
a sec. We're going to have the Marvel booth tour that I believe Lorraine conducted.
Yeah.
Make
if
a
you haven't got-
cameo or two.
So if you haven't gotten enough of these two yokels, don't worry. They're going to be coming at you extremely aggressively.
And then after that, I think we have that Daredevil artist process with Joe Pimentel, who has this really awesome, like, wooden sort of mask that he's painting. It's all Daredevil. It's about 3 feet. It's made of wood. He's a muralist, which I just learned
It's a
is
word.
a word.
It's a word, everyone. Muralist. It's a word.
You
Had
put that on your
confirmed.
taxes? Like, what's your occupation?
Muralist.
Yep.
Yeah. Mhm.
Had that confirmed by Spider-Gwen writer Jason Latour, who also works on our video team.
Inside jokes. It's good. We got
It's
him.
not an inside joke. That's his name.
It's
It's
just
an outside joke.
it's just a confusing conundrum for everyone in the
Yeah.
office.
We got cool stuff on the table. You're going to
Yeah,
see
let's
if you
look
watch
at it.
us
Oh,
throughout
yes.
the show. Lots of stuff come and go. We've got stuff under the table that we're going to show off and really get into a little bit later. This is one of the amazing. You have a wedding ring on. Be careful.
Sorry.
One of the amazing Captain America 75th anniversary shields from Hasbro. This Marvel Legends, I think it's like a masterpiece shield. Whatever it is, it's amazing.
It's
really,
for
really
it's
cool.
for a real life-size person, though. You can't put it on Marvel Legend.
No.
Okay.
Don't.
That's a
That would
disaster.
be like
Like
this is a
that
Marvel
size.
legend.
That's a Marvel Legend. That's a Marvel Legend shield.
Yeah, not right scale.
Incongruous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you guys want to interact with us, please send us your tweets and hashtag MarvelNYCC. We'll take your comments and questions right here on the air. And as we mentioned before, if you're just tuning in, you can head over to the Marvel.com hub page, which is marvel.com/NYCC 2016 to follow along with live blogs, articles, photos, and that kind of thing.
All
Yeah.
sorts of stuff. Good. Well said, Lorraine.
Shout out to Micah, the Mikey Lamb. He asks about Jason Mantzoukas coming on again. And
Yeah.
Yes. Hey,
Yeah.
Nong Man. I don't know. No one else is a Comedy Bang Bang fan. Hey, Nong Man. The never mind.
All right, great. Nailed
It's
it.
a great joke if you get it.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Jason Mantzoukas is ridiculously
I
funny.
thought you were about
So
to say
funny.
Jason Mantzoukas tweeted us, but he doesn't have Twitter.
He will not have Twitter.
He does not have Twitter.
And joining us is also Jesse Falcon,
Yes,
Yeah.
Jesse
Who
Falcon.
who is one of our Marvel
One of the
compatriots.
and very handsome.
Very
handsome.
dashing.
Oh my gosh.
Has a new haircut.
What?
Looks
Oh
great.
yeah, he does.
I haven't seen him.
It's
Yeah,
very short now.
short.
So
Well,
for
it's
those
down.
of you who don't know, Jesse Falcon basically created the Marvel Legends line of toys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
He's been at Marvel for like 25 years or 20 years or something. It's incredible.
Also, if you listen to or watch Marvel Superheroes What The, Jesse is the bulk of the voices on that show.
Also, the bulk of the voices in our toys.
Yeah.
Like, if I know he's the voice for some of the Rocket Raccoon toys.
Yep, Spider-Man as well.
Yep.
Wolverine.
He's the guy who, when guys get cast as Spider-Man, they go to Jesse to find out how to talk. He told me that one time.
Really?
He's the Spider-Man whisperer.
Yeah, exactly. The Spider Whisperer.
Well, we're going to have him coming up very soon on the show. We're going to have those clips coming up soon. So keep sending us your tweets and your questions. You can start sending us questions for
let's
Jason
bang 'em.
Mantzoukas and Jesse Falcon now, since he'll be coming up soon after this also.
Totally.
Cool.
I think it's time we show an awesome little bit of a spot and get into some of that fun stuff.
Yeah, I think so. Let's
So,
kick
yeah.
this bad boy off.
Check out some
Okay.
cool stuff from Real Housewives, Real Husbands of
Husband.
Hollywood from BET. And then we'll come back a little bit later after that.
Marvel Live, brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions. We'll see you on the other side of this awesome break.
Now that's what I call a productive meeting. See, we all get together, we can easily get to the Move Real Husbands at 9 p.m.
I still don't think we should have missed the hoodie awards.
Look around, tell me what you see right now.
I see 5 guys desperately looking for approval.
I see an aging boy band.
I see Black Lives Matter.
Really getting sick of you and this revolutionary stuff. Now what I see are men. If we stick together, guys, we can do anything.
Oh, elevator stop.
Together, my ass. Push me out the bed, I'll come back for you. Help!
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
Boys, get me up to that bed!
Marvelites. I am here at New York Comic Con 2016 at the Marvel booth. Right behind me is the stage where we're going to have our awesome costume contests and photo ops. And just over this way, we're going to have all of our cool creator signings. And you'll notice there on the podiums, there's some Marvel Now art, which just launched last week, and it's going to be continuing through the new year with tons of awesome new titles. We're also going to have a very special hip-hop variant signing, including the artists that were featured on the Black Panther variant covers. Do you like my marvelous freebies? Over here at the Marvel booth, you can get cool freebies like posters, cap shields, comics, and more. And if you have a little bit of money that you want to get rid of, you can always hit the Marvel merch booth, which is right behind me. Tons of cool t-shirts, sweatshirts, notebooks, and exclusive pins, but you gotta be here to get it. If you want to get the full superhero look, you can head over here to the Philips Norelco One Blade Transformation Station, where a professional will shave you to look like a real superhero. And when you're all done and spiffied up, you can become a Marvel hero inside a Marvel piece of art using this awesome green screen photo. And if you want all of the VIP access of Tony Stark, then you gotta get a Marvel MasterCard. You can sign up here or at marvel.com/MasterCard, and you get all kinds of cool special Marvel rewards. If you're here today, you could get a Scotty Young Daredevil pin, or you can get all kinds of other cool things like advanced screening tickets for our films. Check it out at marvel.com/MasterCard. If you've got a little fight left in you, head over here to Marvel Contest of Champions, where you can play along. You can play as Ghost Rider or against Ghost Rider, and if you survive for 3 minutes, you get a special collectible coin that you can trade in over at the token machine, maybe win a crystal or a chance to spin a prize wheel. All right here at the Marvel booth at New York Comic Con 2016. Let's go check out what's happening at Live. And of course, this is brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. Welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink.
I am Blake Garrison. We are joined by Jason Mantzoukas, Jesse Falcon. How you guys doing today?
Pretty terrific.
Yeah.
So-
Happy Comic-Con.
So you're a part of the Marvel family. We've had you around.
Thank you, sir.
For years.
Yes, sir.
But you're here for another thing now.
Yes, it's very fun. So we talked about this real quickly at SDCC during the podcast, but Jason and I and another very good friend of ours, Brian Husky, do a show and have done shows for a long time. And after one show in LA, this is all improv comedy, we kind of spitballed an idea, and it is now manifested into a proper show that will be on the God Box.
And the guy.
Which everybody has in their house, the
Yes,
God Box.
everyone has a God Box.
Also known as Adult Swim on, on your television set.
Well, it's funny because everybody watching those.
A lot of people right now are like, God Box, God Box. Is that like a Roku box? What is it? Do you have a God Box?
But everyone knows you from a smattering of things. You are like the secret, improviser who knows everybody.
Yeah,
Right.
I secretly improvise.
Well, that's the thing. Like all of us in comedy, like we've all been, especially those of us who came up through the Upright Citizens Brigade Theater, are all working comedians and stuff. Falcon's been there the whole time, but has been doing this as like it's Falcon is one of the most successful comedic hobbyists in the world. He's been on multiple TV shows, has his own TV show now in development, and he is a full-time employee at this company.
yeah, and have been for over 20 years.
Oh, so for people who don't know Mr. Neighbor's House, they haven't seen the live show. Is that the show that you developed at UCB?
No, we developed Mr. Neighbor's House. It was an idea that grew out of. We didn't do it as a stage show. It was an idea that we had after an improv show. For basically, it essentially grew out of our friend Brian Husky, who is like one of the funniest people in the whole world.
So funny on Veep and
Exactly. We were like, it would be great to have a show where Husky gets to be Maximum Husky, which is
Maximum Husky.
which has manifested itself in a show in which he just for 22 minutes uninterrupted gets into screaming fights with puppets and loses.
Well, what's it like having Adult Swim for this? Because they pretty much let you do basically whatever you want.
Great.
Well,
They've
the other
been
component-
fantastic partners
Yeah,
in terms of creativity, and they just really kind of give us free reign.
I was going to say the other person we haven't mentioned in all this is Rob Corddry, who, if we had not brought this to him, this would not have happened. But Rob and Jason and Brian have all worked together on Children's Hospital, and Jason's written several episodes for that. I believe Brian's written for it.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So it was a great fit because the content was perfect for Adult Swim. And Rob already had a great relationship with that network, so it was insane how fast it happened when it happened. So.
Oh yeah, and when you're trying to pitch a show in which there's like one character and then like he's just surrounded by puppets, and the entire show might just be taking place inside his mind. Like there's not a lot of places other than Adult Swim that are gonna be like, yeah, we'll put that on the air.
Yeah.
Wait, so Jesse, you do like every voice. We were talking about this earlier on Marvel Live before you got here. You do like every voice in the Marvel universe for us, like for toys, for animation. Are you gonna be giving us some puppet voices in the near future?
No, it's funny because
He didn't do any voices.
No,
What?
we did this twice. We first built this as a 15-minute show, and then we built it as a 30-minute show. So we actually shot the 15-minute show, and I got to. Is Penagos in here? Yeah. I got to. I have to show this to you. I got to be a kaiju in the first one. I got to be the scarf monster. They
Just see
took
Ryan's
a gully
face.
suit. They took a gully suit and they just put old scarves into it. I looked like the smog monster.
Amazing.
It was just all scarves. It was like
It was great.
It was so much fun.
While we're on that topic, do your Captain America.
Well, which one? Because the one from is pretty dumb. He's pretty dumb in Captain America. He's like, oh, everyone, the 30s are still happening, right?
Do your Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
It would be great if they were all the same. Oh, the 30s are still happening, right?
Well, let's mention too. You're a huge comics fan as
I
well. What are you reading now?
What am I reading now? I'm reading Marvel-wise. I'm reading most things. I love that Vision book. I think it's fantastic.
great, yeah.
Although it's wrapping up now, which I'm very sad about. I'm trying to think what else. The Karnak book is great. All of the Civil War stuff. Oh, I love the Power Man and Iron Fist book. I
Yes.
think is fantastic.
We have Sanford Green and David Walker coming by today.
Ooh, great.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I think that book is really great, really funny, just really good storytelling, and like gorgeous.
Oh, gorgeous, yeah. Amazing. We have some questions coming in.
Uh-oh.
Wolfman wants to know.
Wolfman?
Yes, Wolfman.
Oh, man.
We said it 3 times.
Wolfman.
Will he appear? I don't know.
Good old Wolfman.
What does Jason think Nong Man's powers would be in a comic?
Oh, boy. That's a Comedy Bang Bang reference. Hey, Nong Man. I have no idea. I don't know if Hey Nong Man would actually be a person. Oh, I'm gonna have to really
more
think
like
about that.
Hey Nong Man is more like chi, like the power of like
it's
the
almost-
force.
Exactly. I like that.
You just summon Hey
It's
Nong Man in order to
exactly.
become a better version
You
of
have to
yourself.
channel the Hey Nong Man force or something like that. I'm
so
not
there's,
sure.
is there like an entire secret society up in the
That's a good
Himalayas
question.
somewhere?
That's a good question.
Like practicing Hey Nong Man.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm curious about it. Wolfman, I'll get back to you.
Okay, we'll do some research and we'll look into
Wolfman.
it. And you guys can, of course, send us questions and comments and hashtag MarvelNYCC. So, as far as the reality of the show goes, are these puppets that are just living their normal life
These
and
are
they're
real
like
puppets.
off
They
time?
all auditioned for the part.
Oh, they did?
came in.
That's great.
You know,
We had a casting couch.
Yep,
Oh
yep.
boy.
Pretty
Poor
awesome.
puppets.
Which was a puppet.
It's pretty awesome.
Oh, the couch was a puppet
The couch was
also,
also
like
a
Cherry.
puppet.
I get it.
Yep. Sorry, what were you going to ask about the puppets?
So,
I'll derail this 100%.
so the reality in which you guys live, is it like after hours hanging out with puppets in their normal day-to-day life?
No, this
or is it
is
like
like-
on their show?
No, yeah, the setup of the show is essentially kind of, it works like a Mr. Rogers, Captain Kangaroo, almost like the visual aesthetic is almost like a kids show, a traditional kids show.
Not for kids.
But it is 100% not for kids.
In fact,
perfect.
what was the learning experience for me is, Adult Swim's made shows that are, that look like kid shows, but they are not kid shows. Wonder Shows and comes. I don't think that they did that, but
That was MTV.
yeah. But there are very strict rules because Adult Swim lives on Cartoon Network, and Cartoon Network makes programming for children. So they had very hard and fast rules about like if children could appear in this and what. Like what they could be around. Do you remember that?
Sure, yeah.
It was just that was
So
fascinating. to me.
don't ruin anyone's childhood with this. Is
Yeah.
the general
Yes.
rule.
Which is our, intended goal all the time, creatively.
Is there
ruin kids' childhoods.
Is there anything you couldn't get onto the show that you had to cut out?
Not really. Especially once we once we made everything, there was a period where like part of the show would have had more humans in it, interacting with Brian. But once we got it down to just Brian and puppets for the most part, everything became possible, because it really is just Brian can say, because some of the puppets are just like a handbag on a string. So like you can say almost anything to a handbag on a string. There are almost no limits at that point. So no, I don't think they ever came back to us and said you can't do that or that's too much or anything. No, it was all.
Yeah, in fact, Nick Kroll plays a burlap sack with button eyes that wears
the
a cowboy
role
hat.
he was born to
Yes,
play, I'm sure.
Exactly. And he's now retiring.
Yeah.
That's it. He's like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I've now played an animated burlap sack.
Photo Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of Adult Swim, like how crazy is the show compared to like Too Many Cooks or like?
Not that crazy.
What about the Heart She Holler?
More in that zone. It's like it's not as absurd in terms of just like sometimes like I feel like Too Many Cooks or there's just like the game is so insane.
Yeah.
This is like almost if you were to have the sound off, you might think like, oh, cool, Brian Husky is doing some weird kids show or something. Like it looks like a real show. It really is only as you watch it that you're like, wait a minute, this is super messed up.
We have
That's kind of a good description of you, Jesse.
Oh yeah. It looks pretty normal. Super messed up.
we have a couple of questions and comments coming in. AJ says, can't even handle the Marvel NYCC excitement that you guys are now on talking about Adult Swim. And also, Wim would like to know, how's your Comic-Con going so far, and which Marvel movie or TV show are you guys most looking forward to?
Ooh, Doctor Strange. I cannot wait for. I just
I'm
keep
pretty
seeing
psyched for Doctor Strange.
little bits and pieces of it, and there was a GIF online of him like summoning like the Mandelas and like sparks flying off of them.
Did he summon Nelson Mandela?
He did.
Nailed it. Right, guys? Right?
Yeah,
Right.
good one, man. I'm very excited for that movie.
Yeah, I'm excited for that movie. I'm excited for Guardians 2.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's a long ways away, but
Coming up in May, it'll be up before you know it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Do you guys get to go do any fun panels or anything while you're here? Do you have a panel for your show?
No, we don't have a panel for our show. I'm doing a panel later for Walking Dead, like just some random stuff. Yeah.
And speaking of that too, like you're busy doing so many things. Anything else you want to talk about besides how did this get made? You know.
Oh yeah, well yeah, my podcast How Did This Get Made? Obviously, is a great movies podcast. We talk about bad movies that have gone awry. There are some superhero movies that have made the cut. You would be shocked to find. So I think people would really enjoy that. I don't know. Everything else, I mean, I show up here and there on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah, that's about it.
How about you, Jesse?
I will not show up on Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
We don't know that yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Your very successful comedy career could just bring that about. I feel like you could manifest that.
I would just say that, if you enjoy Marvel, go out and buy some of their beautiful Hardlines consumer products.
Oh, boy.
Really
Oh,
high
boy.
quality, tensile steel, beautiful.
Okay, Jesse, then what is your favorite toy that's coming out? Because you're Mr. Toys.
Well, I am selfishly a huge Marvel Legends nerd, which you guys have some on the table here. This is something that Jason's seen me be involved with since 1998.
I think so.
That this line is still going and it's flourishing right now is incredible. I mean, literally anything with a Marvel logo on it is we try to make the best thing that we can. So go buy it. Go
Do you
buy
think
it.
you could take this and just in this space run and jump through the window with it, like Cap style?
Do I think I can?
I would like you to see that. I would like to see you do that.
That would be the last thing you would see me do.
By the way, worth it.
Well, we're gonna give that a try. Where can people check out the show? You don't have a date yet, or do you?
It's going to be on this winter on Adult Swim. It's called Mr. Neighbor's House, and I'm sure you'll know when it's coming.
And Jesse, can you wrap us up with your Star-Lord impression?
Hey everybody, it's me, Star-Lord. Star-Lord? Come on, guys.
You guys stick around
Star-Lord?
right here on Marvel Live. We'll have more New York Comic Con coming up very, very soon. So stick around here.
Woo!
welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Kabam and Marvel Contest of Champions. Speaking of which, we have them on right now. We have Gabe Frazera, Cuz Perry from Kabam, Marvel Contest of Champions. Gentlemen, welcome to New York.
Thank you.
First time here?
No, we're just
Y'all
kidding.
been with us for, what is it, second or third year?
Third year.
Third year,
yeah.
going for the record.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty great.
So you guys have a booth here at New York Comic Con for anyone who's heading in, and I know that we've got a lot of cool stuff we want to show off
Sure.
before we get to
Yeah.
the games. This
The
is all the
swag.
cool swag you can get here at New York Comic Con. If you want to check it out through Marvel Contest of Champions. No, feel
Listen to
that.
that.
It's good.
Yeah.
High quality.
Decal on the back, so
What
you
do-
get a tote.
Yep. Tote bag.
And it's got Velcro. You
Velcro.
don't see
Velcro
totes with
technology.
Velcro.
No.
Good.
Water bottle.
Ooh.
You can fill 500 milliliters with that.
Yes. Any liquid, really.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
just
With the
Gasoline.
caliper.
Gasoline.
With the caliper.
Bourbon.
Yeah.
This is a power block.
It's a
This
power
is
block,
a
yeah.
Contest of Champions power
You
block.
can charge,
on
so you
your
can
team?
play hours at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm going to take this. That's mine. Thank you.
Yep. We've got
That's the cable.
the
So you
cord
can
that
actually
goes with
use
the
it.
power
Yeah,
block.
yeah, yeah.
Yes,
A
like
postcard. Greetings from Battleground. We were talking about these guys have really sold out. That's
Yeah,
what we were talking
yeah.
about earlier.
Then we got
We met
vacations.
Cuz, he rides around on his skateboard. He's all
Yeah.
damn the man, but look at what happened.
Yeah.
Now you are the man.
We sold out.
there's
that's
somebody
for sure.
pushing him all the time now.
Yeah.
Temporary tattoos, magnets.
Oh, that's a magnet.
Yeah, that's a magnet.
Oh,
So
And we got,
not worthy for the shield though.
That's a real vibranium.
you got a
It
guillotine
is
tattoo.
vibranium.
You
Tattoo,
show off your
Yeah.
tattoo, Gabe?
guillotine.
Can I put this on your neck?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to lather them up first.
We'll just leave it there for a while.
That'll work.
This should work. How much longer do I have?
No, we're good. We're good. We got 10 more minutes.
Okay, I'm going to keep doing the interview like this.
It's a little
There's a
token
little
there.
coin, yeah. With the
Come by the
with
booth and you can
effigy.
use those to spin. Try to get a little bobble or two.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean like
A
one
bubble
of these?
like this.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
Little
You got a
ISO 8.
crystal.
Very nice. What?
Okay.
The shield.
And-
Vibranium works.
We got plenty more. So what are these?
It's like screen.
Yeah, screen wipes.
Yeah.
Bigger
Just
this
to
year
wipe your
because
You
screen.
guys thought of everything.
Yeah.
we have bigger screens
complete
now. Phones are
experience.
getting bigger.
Yeah.
My Hulk one from the first year, 3 years ago, fell off. So we need new ones.
So we need new ones.
Just for me.
What's it like seeing the game translate into new technology? Because, I mean, as technology moves along, so too does Marvel Contest of Champions.
Well, if you actually look at what the characters are doing in the animations and the effects, speaking of which, Ghost Rider, we couldn't have done that 2 years ago when we
No,
started.
no, yeah.
No
yeah,
way.
yeah. We didn't have flame technology or
Or
chain.
chains and
Or what-
flames.
yeah.
It's sick.
Did you bring in a professional pyro to really help you figure out the flames for this game?
Our effects
Yes.
artist likes to play around with
Yeah, they like to
fire.
play
Yeah,
fire.
yeah.
We had like a bunch of fire characters in a row. We had Phoenix, Ghost Rider, and there's another one coming,
Oh yeah, which one? Come on, tell us.
Dr. Voodoo.
What?
Oh, yeah.
He likes playing
that-
with fire.
Is that breaking news?
Yes, kinda.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I love Dr.
I think
Voodoo.
somebody leaked it because it was on my screen,
Oh, okay.
and somebody took a picture.
If you see it on the screen, it's okay to talk about
Yeah,
it.
it's
And,
okay.
Someone
and
took a picture of your screen?
It was Kelly.
we should be looking at her. But if you come by the booth and you can see probably if you look hard closely 4 or 5 new characters that we haven't announced.
Yeah, we
Just
put
look
every
around.
character in there. We have
Look
about
down
80
low.
characters now.
Look down low. There's a hint.
What's the cadence like? You guys put out a new character like every 2 weeks. How far in advance have you planned the new characters?
We just finished the plan for the whole year of 2017, so we know what
Oh,
we're
yeah?
gonna do. Plus, we're already going ahead and writing the outline for 2018, 19, because
God.
Contest of Champions, we want a complete story.
Yeah.
So we know how it ends. If one day the game
Really?
nobody wants to play anymore, we want to finish the story in a really epic way. So, but we know what's gonna happen next year.
But you can extend it a long time, right?
We could, yeah,
All right, good,
yeah, yeah.
good.
We have it to 2020 right now.
All right.
planned.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
just till
No
2020.
big deal. Just 2020.
3 years of story planned out.
Racing the MCU. We got to plan with them. Figure
That's
it out.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
That's exciting.
Let's talk about Guillotine for a sec. Guillotine was the first, it's on my neck right now, the first original character that you guys came up with, debuted in the comics. Tell me about the process of creating Guillotine.
That was really interesting because Al Ewing, the writer of the comic, one of the best writers that Marvel has now, and he had this idea for this character, and it was just a blurb, right? And then Bill and those guys at Marvel Games say, hey, why don't we create a character that is like both in the game and in the comic side at the same time? That's never been done. So that same night, I went home and I was like, oh, I started sketching. And then I sent it to those guys, and then the ball started rolling. And then Paco Medina came in and tweaked the design and made the final form that you see here. And then we took that design to the game, because in the game we need to add more details and figure out the materials. So the process was very organic like that. But when we saw her in the comic, we're like crazy. Like that's something that I always dreamed about, to have something in the
his baby was born.
I know that was a huge deal for you.
Yeah, and it's up to us left after that. The comic took her in one direction, but we want to tell more stories about that character because it seemed to hit a nerve. A lot of people come to us.
Why do people love that character so much? I mean, you said there are people cosplaying. There are people
badass French lady, or is she French or
French Algerian?
French Algerian.
Yeah.
With a giant sword and a cool suit of armor. I mean, how do you
pretty
not
much
love
slam
it?
dunk?
Yeah,
Possessed sword. Possessor looking for souls. Come on now.
I mean, it's pretty great. Before we continue, you guys, hashtag Marvel NYCC. If you have any questions, comments, a couple came in. Rocket Raccoonatic says cosmic greetings to the champions, folks. Excited about that. Orkan Orbe says loves Contest of Champions. Super happy that Ghost Rider is joining the contest. Really hopes that Wasp will join as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I can only imagine the number of requests for characters you guys get per day from social media, the website. It's got to be huge, right?
It is. We have like a top 10 that is consistent that people always want, and we have some.
Who you'll never give to them.
Never.
That's why
we'll
it
hold
stays
them.
the same.
We have to keep the cadence too. Like if we release like all the blockbusters in 1 year, like what's for next year, right? So we like to pepper the odd choices. The risks that sometimes people are like, why would you pick that character? Because it will play well in the game. It would be nice. Like
who was a risk?
For example, I love Karnak.
Yeah.
And I love the Karnak, the Warren Ellis run. But people are like, what is this strangely hobo-looking guy that you want in the game? And I had to fight a little bit because a lot of people didn't know him, and he's not as flashy. But I said, this guy's badass. Trust me, if we can make him move.
Gabe's method of convincing people, he just goes home, draws it, brings it into work. And we're like, oh yeah, for sure, sick. Who's that?
It helps.
It's foolproof.
And now Karnak is like everybody loved. It was a huge success in the game. So we like to alternate the surefire hits that we know people want with the stuff that we want to bring and the odd choices.
I would love to see a machinima series called Everyone Loves Karnak, and it's done all through Contest of Champion.
That'd be great.
I mean, I'm just saying. Winstead Mojo asks, how many characters do you have now in Contest? They really enjoy the game.
Well,
are you going to say 90? What are you going to say?
No, because I always count the ones that we finished, but we didn't release yet. But like,
you guys are about 75, right?
About that. I think 78 is the official number. Yeah. And there's a few that's non-playable.
Got confirmation.
And what
Callie, you should just come on camera.
What did we launch with? What was it, like 20, give or take?
I said 50, but
it wasn't. It's because we read 50 ready?
Yeah, we had 50 ready, but it's about 25
Release
or
something.
What fans could play out the game.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Bill Wilson wants to see some Thunderbolts in Contest of Champions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. What else?
I want to see Nova.
Nova is consistently in the top 20.
Yeah, I know. What's going on, man?
But like, there's some questions like which Nova that people want.
Because Ghost Rider, obviously.
See?
Next.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, so we're like, he's coming. He's coming. I can say that he's coming because everybody loves Nova.
Breaking news, Nova and Dr. Voodoo.
You better tell Luke. You guys are going to interview Luke, our producer. You're going to need to talk to him.
Let's see what's going on there.
It didn't
you
work.
need water.
You need to lather
I
him
need
up.
to spit on him.
Well, I got some ink poisoning. That definitely
Congratulations.
works.
No, this is healthy. This is good stuff.
Now, guys, of the stuff we went through here, people can come to New York Comic Con. They can pick up some of the stuff for free. Some stuff they have to enter into a contest of champions in order to get. What's the free goodies and what's in the contest?
Well, we have one of these, like the wheel of prizes. We have one of those down there. So if you
did you pay us royalties for that?
We stole it. And we took it down there.
Enough.
So if you go up against one of the bosses, if you go up against Ghost Rider and survive, you get a token, and then you can go and try and take a spin, then get a spin at the wheel.
Very cool.
So there's a lot of different ways. Show us your champions. You get a chance to get one of those crystals, and then maybe get a chance to spin at the wheel.
Nice.
Come. What I do recommend, we have really great prizes. Come early. It's a long line, and those prizes can go. The big ones, they go early. So
What are
come
the
early.
big prizes?
A tablet.
A kid just was like, in the very first spin,
Yeah.
tick, 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 almost got it, and he was like, oh, the whole
But-
day would have been done for us. But
Well, you know, for our players, some people say, I don't want the tablet because one of them is a 5-star crystal for 5-star hero.
yeah.
And they want that because they think
Really?
it's more valuable
what's
than
more
a
valuable
tablet.
to them?
That's
yeah.
commitment to the game.
Yeah.
That's some hardcore fandom right there. I know I ask you guys this every year, but who right now, because you guys, besides developing the game, you also are fans of the game. Who do you play as right now? You mentioned Karnak, but who else do you add to your team?
I love Guillotine. She has amazing reach with the sword.
big sword.
Venom Pool is pretty cool.
Venom, where did Venom Pool come from the comics, or was that an original idea? On your
I
part?
found out after the fact that there was
It's out.
already like an alternate version, but I
But
didn't.
yours
I didn't
looks
know.
different though.
Yeah,
Like, yours is-
ours was a monster created by Deadpool when he took over the contest for
Yeah.
a day. So it's bulkier and it's like a Frankenstein between him and so.
It's awesome.
Just
one
put
of
them in
the
a
coolest
blender
characters.
and see what you get.
Yeah,
That was his idea.
I want to see toys of that. I want to see, maybe the next
too.
movie.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay.
I would
Great.
like
yeah, okay. Hey,
Make
get
it
the
all
cinema
happen.
to do
When
it.
you say yes, I just assume that you're making stuff happen.
Not quite yet.
Because who do you play as when you? when you-
Banff. Totally Banff. Nightcrawler's good. I like
Nice.
that. I pulled that when I was super stoked to pull a good pull on him, so that's it.
Well, we thank you guys, of course, for sponsoring our live stream. We're going to have more Kabam people on all weekend, so you guys keep your questions coming for them. How can people play the game?
Download for free on the iTunes Store or the Google Play.
Beautiful.
Google Play,
Gabe,
you
you're
got
perfect,
it in
man.
there. Sick.
I think also go to playcontestofchampions.com to check it out. Guys, stay tuned. Much more coming from New York Comic Con. I think we're going to have some Iron Fist artist stuff coming up real soon. That's going to be some cool videos. And then we'll be back. More guests, more fun. It's New York Comic Con. 4 more days of this. Get ready. Hold on to your butts.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse. We're brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions. And Blake, who have you brought with you today?
The legendary comic book men. How you guys doing today?
Hey, we're fucking. We're awesome.
We're awesome.
I knew. I forgot where I was.
That was quick.
I'm gonna rein it in. Parents,
right.
let your kids stay where they are. It's gonna be clean. I promise. We're so good. Why are we good? Look behind us, dude. There's a New York Comic Con that's happening right now. You got to understand, we used to come to the Comic Con. There was no Comic Con. We come up to a comic book show in New York. We go to the Church Con. They call it a con, but it was really just a show. The basement of St. Paul's, is that the name of the church? On 59th, I think it is. And you could buy comic books while Mass was going on. Or the Penta Hotel. Fred Greenberg used to have a show, a couple ballrooms, nothing but comics, no guests or anything like that, meaning no Q&As. So to have a Comic-Con, like something where you grew up reading about the San Diego Comic-Con, the other side of the country, never thinking you'd get there or anything like that. To have one here in what is inarguably the city that maintains the pulse of the United States, if not the world, is a breathtaking thing of joy. Look out behind you and see all the people. I've been coming into Javits, seeing the line of people cosplay wrapped around. People filled with joy to come worship the things that mean the most to them, that maybe aren't real, but are more real in their heads and hearts than some of their blood relatives.
Kevin, I know you're busy doing a lot of things. Can you host for us now?
Yeah, seriously. Let me interview these guys. No, totally. You do your job.
So let's talk comic book man. You always have some great surprises with guests and whatnot. Is there anything you can talk about in the future?
Tom Cavanaugh comes on this year.
Oh, nice.
Yes, right.
Very cool.
Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman, for those of us who used to watch the show. Who else?
Elvira.
Elvira, the boys
man.
do a blood drive with Elvira.
Katrina Law from Arrow.
And who else came in?
Ralph Macchio.
Ralph Macchio, the Karate Kid.
Not the Marvel editor.
No, it's not to be. Well, I mean, we tried.
If you got both,
it's easier to get Karate Kid than to get the Marvel Ralph Macchio. I tell you.
If you got the Marvel editor and the Karate Kid on the same episode, boom.
Well, you never see them together, and that's why.
That's true.
Walt also reminded us that Marky Mark is on the show. I think he means Marky Ramone.
Yeah, we're not eating any Wahlburgers this season. Maybe next season.
Is there anybody? I mean, you guys are obviously nerds like all of us. Is there anybody you still have on your bucket list that you want to meet at a con or on the show or anything?
Oh yeah. Lee Majors. I mean,
Lee Majors will be on our show later today.
I would expect that you would have met Lee.
I met him at San Diego. He was amazing.
Fonzie.
Henry Winkler. Really?
Yeah.
I think we could probably get him. You know who knows him? Grunberg, the guy, Greg Grunberg, the guy I do Geeking Out with. I think that could happen.
We could have used him the last 3 years as Winkler turned us down.
Really? Every time he's like, no.
He's like, who are you?
Wow.
That's right. He doesn't keep his TV on until midnight. It's okay. He goes to bed early.
You know, it doesn't matter, man. Dude's a legend for Happy Days, also a legend for Arrested Development. So he's got.
And he produced MacGyver.
Did he really?
Yep.
He must be fucking rich, right? You cursed again. Sorry. He must be insanely rich, right? Sorry, my bad.
Hey guys,
I got very excited about how wealthy this total stranger might be, but.
Those of you guys watching at home, which I guess would be everybody, you can use the hashtag MarvelNYCC to send us tweets, ask questions to these guys. We've already got one from @MichaelWS, wants to know, hey, to all the comic book men, which Marvel characters can you relate to the most?
Oh, wow.
Relate to? I mean, why are you putting that in my face like that? Which one? Peter Parker, absolutely, because I was a dorky kid, and, I love to read, and I like school, so I was kind
Peter
of
Parker a dorky adult, too?
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he was, so he never grew out of it, Brian.
Anyone else?
I mean, honestly, I don't think I would have said this prior to the Marvel movie depictions of the character, but I'm not just saying it because the shield's in front of us, but I've been really enjoying Chris Evans' work with the character, and not just Chris Evans' work, but let's give credit where credit's due. The Russo's brothers' work with the Captain America character. This was a character when you always thought hey man, Captain America could be cool in the movies, and they tried a few times and it wasn't that cool and stuff until Marvel Studios got their hands on it, and they've turned him into a character that's as viable as their distinguished competition's masthead character, Superman. We know everything what Superman stands for because we've seen movies about him, many cartoons growing up and stuff. Captain America now, there's a whole new generation of kids who maybe didn't grow up on comics but know this character through the movies, and honestly, their depiction of the character in the movies is probably my favorite depiction of Cap to date. Chris Evans makes him a living, breathing character to admire and actually like want to mold yourself against. Be like, oh, when I was younger, he always occurred to me as the Marvel Boy Scout version of like Superman.
Yeah.
Now he's much more interesting, and that has everything to do with the hands of the creators that he's gone through. It's not to say that in this past, in his long storied history, he wasn't as interesting to me, but I love what the Russo brothers are doing with that character. It makes me want to go like, okay, of all the Marvel characters, Captain America's the one I wish that I was most like, but I know I'm not. At all.
I mean, I've been searching one for years, and then Marvel came out with a totally awesome Hulk. So I think maybe maybe I have a little Amadeus Cho in me, maybe a little bit.
Maybe they'll cast you as.
Not likely. I think they're looking for a teenage boy. You know, I know.
Dude.
Yeah, you think
You
so?
could ask for a teenage girl.
Thank you.
No comment. These comic books.
No comment. Ever since I learned about the terrible Tinkerer this year, I just like to drop his name at any opportunity. So yeah, it would be him.
It's alliterative, man. It's fun to say. Terrible Tinkerer.
Speaking on that, though, is there anything you're reading now, Marvel-wise, that you're really digging?
What was the last thing that I read Marvel-wise that I really enjoyed? I mean, naturally, like everybody else, when they did the Captain America is a Hydra agent for a minute thing, I jumped back in because I was like, what? But it was an insanely well-written book, regardless, even though I didn't quite, go for the hook. I went for the hook, but I'm like, there's no way this is real. And of course, it wasn't. So I think that was the last one I read, and still holds high quality. But lately, like most people in the world, I've probably been knee-deep in Marvel TV. I just spent 12, 13 hours of my life, devoted it to Luke Cage, and did not miss a single hour of the time. Every second was spent in an enjoyable way, man. Like, that was so well done.
You just want your buddy Joe Q to see this.
I want my buddy Joe Q to direct one of those shows. Like, Joe Quesada directed my Daredevil run. It's not even my Daredevil run. The book that I wrote, Quesada was hands down the director. If you look at, like, the first script that I wrote for issue 1, it was barely. It was maybe 4 paragraphs about what was going to happen in the issue. So we did that one in a true Marvel method way, where he took these 4 paragraphs and broke it into panels and pages and stuff, and then I came in afterwards and wrote all the dialogue. So by the time we got to the second script, I was like, oh, okay, I'm just going to write, because Joe's instruction was like, if you don't write it, I'm not going to be able to draw it. You got to tell me what's in your head and heart. So I overwrote issue 2. Like, just page. I think it was a 22-page comic, and I think I turned in a 100-page script for it.
Oh, yeah.
And there were pages that had like panel 14 on one page, and Joe's like, dude, I know you like writing the words, but there's no place to put a picture on 14 panels where they're having nothing but long conversations. So he was like, let me nuance this. And so rather than do what I wrote, he would kind of take the spirit of what I wrote and then lay it out in a much better way. That's what a director does, takes the words on page, turns them into something better, or good directors do that. I don't do that. But with him, he was able to take it and actually direct the hell out of that book, Daredevil. So years later, people still talk about that story. It has everything to do with him and his breathtaking visuals. That man knows how to direct. Like, give him one of those shows. Not even a whole show, just give him an episode of Daredevil, give him an episode of Iron Fist, give him a Defenders. Like, he's a storyteller. Anyone can direct, dude. You don't have to necessarily be trained. You don't have to go to film school. You just have to have a passion for storytelling. And of all the people I've met in this world, Quesada has an absolute passion for storytelling. I know he can present himself visually, so why not let him do it in another medium? It's fun to watch. Think about it. He draws 2-dimensional flat shit on a page that's so fucking...
That's 4.
That is so exciting that it pops off and you forget that it's 2-dimensional, man. So anybody that could do that with a flat image, think of what they could do with the moving image. I hope to God they let Quesada direct soon.
That's awesome. And anything else you guys? You mentioned Totally Awesome Hulk. Anything else you guys are into?
You want us to follow that?
Yeah.
Are you insane? I'm really looking forward to in the infamous Iron Man. I think that's going to be so cool. It's Dr. Doom as Iron Man. He's taking up the mantle of Iron Man.
So they're doing a Doc Ock as Spider-Man type thing, but it's Iron Man, but with Doc Doom.
Dr. Doom, yep.
And nobody knows that it's Doc Doom inside?
No, everyone knows.
Everyone knows.
Yeah, and he's trying to redeem himself. So
he's trying to be a good guy now?
Yeah.
And they're bringing the clone back in Spider-Man, right?
Are they really?
Yes. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the story, the Jackal's coming back, and I'm really excited for that. I cannot wait for that.
This is a man who's selling comics, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
That's how you do it. You just tell people Jackal's back. Jackal's back.
I was gonna say, if you don't know how much you guys are loved, you should see all the people that have crowded over here to see you guys.
All taking pictures of my terrible flabby ass.
Actually, it's my terrible flabby ass.
Hey, block me out, please.
All right, guys, as we're wrapping up here, where can people watch the show? Where can people find you online? Where do you want people to check you out?
Comic Book Man returns October 23rd.
Yes.
It's usually his job to say that. Sorry, I stole his
That's
job.
all right. October 23rd, we're back.
October 23rd, Comic Book Man returns. You can always find us Twitter. You're at Tell 'em
Steve Dave.
You are at
Ming Chen 37.
I'm at Michael Zapsik.
I'm that Kevin Smith. Walter doesn't do social media, but there is a secret stash account like Jay and Silent Bob's stash. But listen, you want the best of these people? Listen, aside from watching the show, listen to their podcast. Tell them Steve Dave. It's amazing. How many years you been doing it now?
6. Right?
Up to episode what? You just passed a milestone.
300.
300. Oh,
Very cool.
it's breathtaking.
The show is fantastic, guys.
Yep.
Keep making
Watch
it. We
it,
love
listen
watching
to it. Very cool.
Make
And
mine Marvel.
guys, we're going to be back with Legends of the Hidden Temple in just about a few minutes. Okay. We're Marvel Live here at Marvel.
Everything
here at New York
Marvelous
Comic
here at
Con.
NYCC.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. My name is Ben Morse. I'm with my good buddy Blake Garris, and he has brought a special guest with him.
I'm kind of geeking out right now.
He is
Mr.
kinda
Kirk
geeking out.
Fogg,
All right.
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
All right, thank you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too.
Nice to see you, sir. I like the button. The button's a nice.
Thank you. Isn't this the coolest thing?
That's very
It's
cool.
probably the only thing that I have from the show.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's it. You're seeing it right here.
You don't have like Olmec in your.
This is what they
house?
gave me for doing the show. That's it.
So we
but
talk-
it's worth like $500,000. Okay.
Okay. So we talked earlier about this. Like, what's it like the resurgence of the show? I mean, the splat's been wonderful with things like that. What's that like for you?
Well, it's God, things are so weird. You know, things have always happened to me like that. They've kind of come out of nowhere. And I think I was actually home, like complaining or something one night. I said, I don't know, maybe just nothing. I don't know, maybe nothing's going to happen anymore. And then all of a sudden, just like, I think I always have to give up and surrender. I have to
That's the way to
surrender
do
for
it.
something to happen.
That's
So
what Blake and I have been doing for years.
Yep.
Exactly. So you have been doing that for years. Yes. What have you been doing at home, actually?
Nothing.
All right. He has been nothing. All right. Let's hear it for the black. I don't know what the blacks are. Okay. Okay. Hey. So anyway, no, it's been great. So once they came and contacted me for this, I was completely blown away, and it made sense. So at first I thought, oh God, they're not going to do something really super cheesy, are they? And then I realized that they had everybody involved was like so into it. Everybody was like micromanaging like exactly how it was going to be. So I said, oh, they really want to do the real deal. But I thought, how strange. Nobody thought it was going to be a movie, right?
Yeah.
Whoever thought? There was never
Right.
been a game
That's
show
crazy.
that's been made into a movie.
Yeah.
Right? There was Jumanji that was a movie that was
That was
made
a
into a
movie at
game, a
first,
board game.
movie about a board game.
Right. So this is kind of like that. but-
Kind of touching on that. Do you have a favorite team?
Everybody always asks that. I'm always saying, I really like them all. I really do like them all. But I literally like the Silver Snakes. And the Silver Snakes, I don't know why I like them. I guess they're just kind of, they're kind of nitty gritty. They always used to come out of the green room after lunch with like pizza stains on their shirts, and their hair was always askew. And they always had kind of this vacant look in their eyes. And I go, I like these guys.
Those are your guys.
Yeah, let's put 3 minutes on the clock and get them in there. So.
Is it cool to see? I mean, we can see the con floor from here. I've seen a couple people dressed in Legends of the Hidden Temple costumes.
Right.
Is that still kind of cool to see?
No, it's really cool. To be honest with you, I used to see it a lot online, especially during their college days. So there'd be a lot of those moments. They'd be at a college party or something like that. I don't know if it was a drinking game or something, but they all had their helmets on and their shirts. And I said, so it was kind of a natural when I saw them. I go, oh, those guys. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And
but they should bring it back with those characters now. Not characters, but those people at that age, and put them through the temple, and then have a paramedic standing by.
So, what are you showing at the convention at New York Comic Con this year?
So, we're showing the new trailer of the movie. It's mind blowing. I mean, it really is. This looks like this is a really. It's very, very well. It's just very intense. And I don't know if you saw the release of the last trailer.
Yeah, I saw one of the trailers.
Yeah, but this is really good.
He watched it 800 times.
Oh, he did. Yeah, it's
Unfortunately,
very
that's
very
true.
excited. So that's one of the main things we're doing. We're also doing a panel. So we have the whole cast here for the panel.
Is what's harder, hosting or acting?
And they're both super challenging because they're both completely different things. So, like for the movie, I had to actually, even though I'm playing Kirk Fogg in the movie, I actually had to go, okay, yeah, but this is Kirk Fogg. I am a trained actor. I actually grew up. I trained out here in New York. So you actually had to do the work. So I had to figure out how to incorporate myself as this character for this movie at that particular time under these circumstances. And in a game show, you just have to figure out how to get through this whole thing. And when we shot this game show, it was unbelievably tough. It was so complicated. Even the producers didn't even know what they had. So everybody was out in Orlando scrambling to figure out how to put this thing up on the feet. And I kept saying, yeah, but how do you want me to do this part? I don't know. We're trying to get this door operating over here. And I was like, all right. And I'd see D over there, like, studying his lines. I go, D, what do you think about this? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out my voice. So it was like that.
Like you said, this is really history making. Game show turning into a movie. It's unprecedented. How do you prepare for something like that, knowing that you're the first to really do this?
Well, lucky me. That's that I have to say. Well, I'm ready. I've been ready all my life for this, you know? So, no, it's been a lot of fun. Everybody, I like to have fun. So, and everybody from Nickelodeon is like super into it. And so if everybody's super into it, I'm super into it. And it feels like a natural. It really does. So it's not a big deal. It feels like I'm hosting again. It's really, and I mean this sincerely, it's great to see all the kids grow up to be, you guys got all grown up, you know?
Old.
Yeah. Did you have a beard when you were 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you were not, you haven't changed that much.
He came out the womb with that sucker.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it really is to see everybody grown up, and I've been noticing it over the course of the years when everybody's gotten older, they've been able to reach out and sort of contact me and get me to do stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, my fraternity actually contacted me. I did a whole show, recreation of the show in front of 600 brothers in Phoenix.
Oh,
That's
man.
awesome.
Yeah.
I know the things that live on now because of YouTube are kind of some of the bad moments. I don't want to like put you on the spot.
No,
but is
put
there
me
a
on the spot.
moment
Put me
that
on the
you
spot.
remember that was just like just a terrible contestant or something like that?
And I don't mean this to kiss up to the contestants, but really we didn't have any bad contestants. I mean, we had troubled contestants, but we didn't have any bad ones. We had a girl who unfortunately threw up in the pit of despair.
Oh.
But that was but that was appropriate.
Yeah.
That was super appropriate. Come on, it
Yikes.
was the pit of despair. So we stopped. We were very kind. I walked away. I let the producers go in there, and then it took us about a half hour to you know, been to IKEA, the ball pit?
Yeah.
Well, it's the IKEA ball pit, so they had to individually clean all the balls up.
Oh, man.
And then that took the most time. And then they had to reset the clock, and then they, you know, we started her off, and then she didn't win, but
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I can't imagine she would.
Yeah, but
Or you
she lives
disadvantage
in,
like
you
that.
know, indelibly into my mind. So there you go. But what else did I? Anything else happened great? No. Oh, one guy dropped the silver monkey out of the temple, so we had to stop the show for that too. That was that was horrifying because then they pulled back, then you could see the whole set, and it didn't look right.
Conversely, what are some of the moments you remember that were just like inspirational, or I can't believe that happened, this is so cool?
God, I remember this one girl. She seemed like and I usually try to guess who was going to make it through, which I was never right because it was an odd group that would seemingly win, which was great. And I think that's why the show was such a big hit because everybody had a chance, you know. But this one girl, she went in and she came out and she started crying, and then I started crying, and then it was real, I'm like, oh my God, this is is this okay? I kept saying, is this okay? I'm crying. Is that okay? And then we went out, bye bye, and then that was it.
Did you see when it started?
She got it all.
That's good.
Yeah, there you
go. When it started re-airing on Games and Sports, did you see a resurgence? Were people recognizing you again and stuff
Yeah, because I got recognized early on because I didn't have kids at the time, but my brother and sister had kids, and every time I'd go to any sort of event, then all the kids would freak out. I went to an all-star baseball game one time, and all the kids freaked out. So then I bought them all ice cream, and then I was once in my brother's bounce house birthday party in his backyard, and all of a sudden I was bouncing in the bounce house, and all of a sudden these kids were looking at me, and they all started going, I don't know, this is weird. Who is this? Hey, nice to see you. Nice
Wait, was this your brother's bounce house party?
Yes.
Like an adult bounce house?
No, it was for his kid.
Oh,
Yes.
Come on, Blake.
Come
That'd
on.
be cool.
That's embarrassing.
How many times did you actually run the course yourself?
I ran it every season.
Yeah.
And they never wanted to do it because everybody's always running out of time, you know,
Right,
right?
right.
And I said, no, we're putting 3 minutes on the clock, and I'm running through this because I have to know that I can make it through this.
Right.
It's the hardest thing you've ever done.
Really?
It is. Really, you want to taste blood at the end of it. No, really. So now add that. They didn't put any temple guards in there. So.
So tell us about, we got a minute left. Tell us
Right.
more about the film.
So it's great because this movie is it's a narrative. So it has the show, it had a story going through the whole show, which was natural for this movie, and I think maybe that's why they picked it. So it was a natural thing to make this into a movie. So it's got all the same iconic Easter eggs of the show. So all the animals are portrayed, all the rooms are portrayed, the temple guards, I'm in there, the voice of Olmec, we're all in there, and I think it's just at another new level, and like I said, they went for it, and they tried to cross every T and dot every I with it. So I think all the people from the game show or like the game show, and all the kids are going to look at it as this new thing, and that's something completely unique. Like they thought in the 90s, wow, this is what is this? And that's what I think they're going to feel like when they watch that.
So awesome.
Great.
I can't wait.
Well played.
Yes.
Where can people find you online?
You can find me at Kirk Fogg, and also what else I want to say? Oh God, the movies. Did you say the movie is going to premiere on the weekend of Thanksgiving?
Oh, very
Is that
cool.
the most awesome time?
Perfect.
Thanksgiving weekend.
Well, Kirk, thank you so much. This was an honor.
Guys, we're going to be
Really
back
appreciate
with a Hasbro booth tour coming at you right on the other side of this break, and then we'll see you again here from Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016.
They got it all!
Blake with Marvel.com here, and we're with our good buddies Dwight and Ryan from Hasbro. Tell us about all the new things you have that you're showing off at New York Comic Con this year.
Cool, yeah. We brought down a small sampling of some new Marvel Legends 6-inch scaled figures. We have, a couple of new Spider characters, right?
Yeah, we're wrapping up the reveals we did starting at Comic-Con back in July, so Spider-Man and X-Men. Got a couple of figures for those.
Yep. So I think it's also the first time we've actually shown the entirety of our Doctor Strange wave for the film, which is just coming out, I think, a little bit over a month from now, which is awesome. We're super excited about. And then we also have our legendary gear, our Iron Man helmet, our cap shield, and our 12-inch Legends Cap, Iron Man, and Spider-Man as well.
And we got to say, like, we revealed the Cap shield at San Diego. Like, that's a legit, like, I could see the real Captain America holding that thing up. It's been a while in the process of making this. Can you kind of go through the steps of that?
Yeah, it was something that we kicked off a little bit over about a year and a half ago, I guess. And we were just, we were actually a little jealous by some of our partners on the Star Wars side. They had those gorgeous lightsabers, right? And we're like, well, if they can do these beautiful lightsabers, Marvel has some of the most iconic weaponry in all of pop culture. So we're like, all right, where's our cap shield? Where's our Iron Man helmet? And lo and behold, a year later of pitching and swindling and selling the stuff, we got some amazing items that everyone can get a hold of.
And I want to ask too, like, Ryan, you know about this, but one of the things that's great about you guys at Hasbro is the fan interaction. Talk about how you kind of get fans to like be a part of the process.
Yeah, so back at Comic-Con we had the items out for the first time and people were really trying it out. Hope to see some this week walking the Javits Center. We talked to them at the shows. Everyone really liked holding the shields, and we even did a poll online asking them what kind of premium role play items they'd like to see in the future. So we look forward to keep making them if people like them.
And anything else you want to talk about?
When we talk about
teaser-wise?
Okay.
Mystery reveals.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, we talked about we showed off the rest of Spider-Man, which is a really, really gorgeous Sandman with all sorts of gross, drippy sand parts that are interchangeable that you can mix and match to customize your own Build-A-Figure. We also unveiled Shocker to round out that wave. Our first classic Shocker. We are showing I don't know if it's the last two or two more of our X-Wave, which is Old Man Logan. And Shatterstar, first ever Shatterstar action figure. And then we have two sneak peeks that we're not talking about where they're going just yet, but we have Death's Head 2. We skipped over one because we went right to number 2, and we have Adam Warlock.
What?
So a couple of cool, weird oddities that are yet to be discussed about where they're going to land.
Well, obviously you're probably seeing this on screen, all the pictures of the toy. Is there anywhere fans can check out like actual photos of these, or when they can theoretically like buy these?
Spider-Man is January.
Spider-Man is first out
Yep.
in 2017, and then X-Men will be early spring.
That's awesome. And
Yeah.
then fans can go on Hasbro News' Twitter, find all the information. Anywhere else they can go to check everything out.
Yeah, and all of the press images are usually released right after this event, so those will be on all the fan sites as well as
And the Hasbro Pulse as well, which is the fan-specific Hasbro site where we do a lot of Legends reveals there, so check that out.
Well, thanks so much, guys. It's always a pleasure. Stay tuned for more New York Comic Con.
Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse. That's Ryan Panagos, aka Agent M, and we've got with us the great David Walker. David, welcome to the show.
The great?
The
Wow,
great, man.
that's like...
You're killing it on Power Man and Iron Fist, on Nighthawk. We're digging all the stuff you're doing. You were just showing us the BET promotional comic that you wrote.
Yeah, which I just saw, like
for the first
for
time.
the first time, yeah.
If we'd had the cameras rolling, we could have made history.
Yeah, but no, well, it's history because, like, I'm looking at it like, look at, wow, see, this is all new to me. Yeah. This is pretty amazing. Yeah, this was, it was just one of those crazy gigs that happens when you're working at Marvel. Like I tell people, working.
How did you get approached on it?
It's like everything with Marvel. Like it's almost like a Black Ops CIA sort of thing where they send you an email and they go, hey, we got this thing we want you to work on, but we can't really tell you about it, and the deadline is tomorrow. Can you do it? And you're thinking,
well, I want to find out what it is.
Yeah, so then you say yes, and it's like rolling the dice or whatever. But you know, it was interesting. It was Darren, I'm gonna totally blank on his last name. Sanchez emailed me and said, hey, do you want to give this a shot? And I was like, yeah, you know, let's see like how it turns out. And it was kind of fun. It was like a lot of characters in a little amount of space, and so I looked at it as an interesting challenge. And like Kevin Hart, I'm a fan of his, and he's got like 33 million followers on Twitter. So I was like, even if two of them start following me, that'll be two more than whoever is following me now.
Net gain.
So yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So before we get into some of the stuff you've been working on, we talked about Power Man and Iron Fist, Nighthawk. You're also working on the upcoming Occupy Avengers.
Yes.
Which is a very interesting book to me. We just ran an interview with you recently, but I wanted to know if you couldn't tell us a little bit about what it's about, where this book is coming from, because it's a great premise. I'm really excited to see what you're going to do with it.
Yeah, it spins directly out of Civil War II. You know, I'm assuming most people are up to date with Civil War II, and they know.
If you're not, cover your ears.
Yeah, cover your ears. Spoiler coming. Clint Barton has killed Bruce Banner,
huge moment,
a.k.a. the Hulk. Yeah. And so this picks up right after that, and Clint is sort of in this sort of existential crisis mode. He's traveling the country, trying to figure out who he is, what he's all about, and in the process sort of forms his own team of Avengers, but they're not really Avengers. They're just like a bunch of people driving around in a van. And
that is the perfect Avengers team.
And the key is that none of the members of the team have superpowers. So they're just like Clint as Hawkeye. He's a skilled marksman, skilled with the bow and arrow, but it's not like he can fly or anything like that. And their adventures are sort of harkening back to, there's an old show from the 60s called Have Gun Will Travel. And in the 80s, there was the A-Team,
I'm familiar with the A-Team.
Yes.
Big fan, big fan.
Familiar with their work. Yep.
See, you guys have aged yourselves right there, because I'm like, I'm more Have Gun Will Travel, but it's all about them sort of righting the wrongs that the Avengers. The Avengers aren't going to go to Des Moines, Iowa, or actually Tungsten, Iowa, which is the manure capital of Iowa, and right the wrongs that are going on there. But Occupy Avengers do. And so that's what it's about. And it's an eclectic team. So far, we've only revealed two members, Clint Barton and Red Wolf. Yeah. And there's some other members that are coming up. And they don't all like Clint. So one of the interesting things is that one of the members is always trying to kill Clint.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah.
That old wacky one.
Yeah.
Is it all new? Are there any new characters, or is all characters that we know that we're going to see in this book?
They are, well, okay, let's put it this way. There are characters that only the most hardcore Marvel fans are going to know.
And that's
what... I reached deep down into the bag of tricks, and when I pulled it out and I sent my ideal lineup, even Tom, who knows everybody...
Tom Brevoort, Senior Vice President,
like, his response was, who is this?
Oh, my God.
And so I was like, yes.
If you can get Brevoort to do that, you win.
So, and then they drive around in a van, which... We're going to learn some interesting stuff about the van. So that's kind of a new character.
That's cool.
Yes. But I don't want to spoil anything.
No, it's just like the Silver Surfer's board is a character, so is the van.
Yes, exactly.
So is Hawkeye's van.
Hawkeye's Van.
Makes all the sense in the world.
The Van's name is Fantastic.
Of course it
Yes,
is.
so.
That's great. I love that, you know, you're talking about pulling out these obscure characters, going super deep. You've been doing that with Power of Man and Iron Fist. You even pulled a little bit with Nighthawk. It's awesome. I mean, is that just because you've been reading comics for your whole
For
life?
a really long time, and you just sort of sit around and you go, oh, hey, I wonder what's going on with so and so, and then you look through the wiki pages and you're like, yeah, that's okay, but let's, you know, what would happen if they were also a narcoleptic? And so you throw that in there, and so I've just been having a lot of fun. A lot of it is just going back to my childhood and looking at characters that were so weird and off the wall and going, let's just do something fun and interesting. And there's, I think a lot of people come to Marvel and they're like, oh, I'm going to create something new. I'm like, you don't need to create anything new if you don't want to, because there's some really, like, you know, Squirrel Girl right there. Like, who would have thought? But now everybody loves Squirrel Girl, and you know, she is adorable. So yeah.
Who was your favorite pull for the Civil War II storyline in Power Man and Iron Fist?
Oh, really, it's a guy. It's Gamecock.
Yes.
And you know, it was kind of a struggle to get him in because I think at some point he was dead, but that's just a mere technicality.
Yeah, whatever.
And I wanted to take a character that was super obscure and start to build him up. And he's going to do some really interesting stuff in the Civil War II tie-in, and then we're going to see him in the next story arc right after Civil War II. So
lots of Gamecock to look forward to.
Yes. But all of them, I mean, I'm having a field day with everybody. Mangler Daniels. I think Mangler Daniels only had 2 appearances ever in the Marvel universe.
You're now probably the preeminent Mangler Daniel writers of comic history.
Well, I did give him a first name.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's the fun thing is when you start giving characters their first names because they're only known by their evil, their bad guy name. So yeah.
One of my favorites from the series is Senor Magico.
Oh yes.
Oh, Senor Magico is the best.
Just a delight.
Oh yeah, Senor Magico he's back in Civil War II,
right.
And he won't be in the Harlem Burns storyline too much. But there's another storyline that's coming up it's going to be heavy Senor Magico until the readers, I say, like petition that he gets his own series, and then
I
I'm
say,
ready.
are you ready for Hollywood to come calling?
Oh yeah,
Senor Magico is box office gold, man.
I think he could at least get his own Netflix series.
Absolutely.
I think that would be awesome. Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, he's so much fun.
He
So
is.
cool.
It's getting into his mindset is because he's as grumpy as I am. I'm perhaps the grumpiest man in comics, and Senor Magico is up there with me. So.
I don't know, that's a tall order to be the
there's some
grumpiest man in
grumpy
comics.
guys in comics.
There are, but they
can't compare.
They really
They
can't.
front. They're not actually
Yeah.
like that's just a facade.
Yeah, and he wears sweats all the time.
Yeah.
Like
It's the dream.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
living the dream.
If I could wear every outfit, just sweatpants and
Amazing.
a dirty T-shirt,
100%.
Yes,
I'm in.
Yes,
Co-signed on
exactly.
that. How do you switch from writing something like Power Man and Iron Fist that's so fun to something that's so dark like Nighthawk? How do you write both those books at the same time and maintain your sanity?
Well, I don't have sanity. That's the key thing. I am really. It's difficult. I can't work on both of those books the same days, and so I will do 2 or 3 days working on like Nighthawk, and then 2 or 3 days working on Power Man and Iron Fist, and 2 or 3 days working on Occupy Avengers, and sort of shifting gears. And with Nighthawk, it was a lot of like it was reading the news, and it was getting as angry and depressed as I could possibly get. And with Power Man and Iron Fist, a lot of it was I'd go out for coffee with friends like the day before I jump into a new script, just so I could sort of get into that friendship mode, because that's ultimately what the book is about. Yeah.
Very cool. Where can people find you online as they track down your books?
They can find me on Twitter at David Walker 1201.
Yes,
I think
that's
that's
true.
yes.
I've
It
always
is
seen
okay.
that
Yeah,
one.
yeah. So you know better than I do. And my website, which was supposed to be up 6 months ago, still isn't up because who needs a website in this day and age?
No.
But yeah, David Walker 1201.
Of course, people should keep checking out Power Man and Iron Fist, currently tying into Civil War II.
Yes.
Nighthawk is winding down.
Winding down, but the trade comes out.
Yeah, Occupy Avengers starting up.
November.
Very soon, in November.
Yes, and I've seen the art. It's amazing. Buy it, pre-order it.
Who's the
It's,
artist?
First 4 issues is Carlos Pacheco.
Oh, I mean, 'cause-
Yeah, it's like
He's done a thing or two.
Yeah,
you would know him.
That's
from-
incredible.
He's
That's great.
okay. He knows what he's doing. Yeah.
I will say you've had some really great artist collaborators on these books. It's really awesome. It's very exciting.
It's because I'm so charming. That's why. that's what it's all about.
Grumpy and Charming, the David
Yeah.
Walker story. Guys, we're going to have the Impractical Jokers up next, but until then, keep watching what we've got for you here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
everybody.
Hey.
All right.
All right.
High energy back here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse.
I'm Lorraine Sink, and we're here with our friends from Impractical Jokers.
Hey!
Are you guys causing trouble already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What have you been up to?
Security is. I've been mooning this whole crowd behind us the whole time.
This is PG-13.
No, his butt's
Oh, you can show it to the window.
No, not here. No.
He was born with a blurred
window right now.
This is.
He was born with a blurred butt.
They're loving it.
There's like hundreds of people taking pictures of it.
No, we've been having a good time actually. New York Comic Con is one of our favorite things in New York.
Now, are you guys going to a panel? Are you guys doing a panel?
Yes.
Yes.
3:45.
Big time.
Main room.
Wait, we're in the main room.
The main room.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff do you guys get asked when you do panels at New York Comic Con?
Do we have a panel?
Yeah. Are you supposed to be here?
Is there another
this
season?
really happening?
He asks us a lot about the show, how the show operates, and
It sounds a little bit like he's trying to get us to do his job for
Don't
him.
worry about it. Just keep going.
He's like, so go ahead, say whatever you want.
we get asked to ask people what's it like working for Marvel.
Yeah.
It's a good time. We get to have guests like the Impractical Jokers.
Hey,
Nice throwback, nice boomerang. We see what you did there.
We
This
seem
is
to
a
be
duel
going
right now.
We seem to be going in circles.
Oh, I got this, man. This is the Punisher flips on the other side, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I get the loot crate every month.
Look at this, profesh.
You get the loot crate?
Hold on. I'm gonna put
Yeah,
this
we're
on.
doing plugs for other things now.
Yeah.
Oh. Guys, there's only 9:15 left. 9:15
Find
remaining.
someone you love. Tell them you love them.
I feel like MacGyver.
That you are like the comic book genius of geniuses. Can you guys keep up?
No.
No,
Far and away.
he can. He
No,
can.
can he keep
No,
up?
he's talking about me. Can you keep up with me?
Oh,
So,
no.
clearly we can't.
We don't try. We
It's
don't
a
try.
basic question, so no.
Superman's the one that flies? I have a regular knowledge.
A regular knowledge.
Working knowledge.
Your working knowledge, yeah.
Well, he has a Green Lantern T-shirt that he wears sometimes.
Really?
So.
I'm not familiar with the character,
Never
but I love the way that hat.
Oh.
So that hat, you got Punisher, you got Daredevil. Why display Punisher over Daredevil?
Punisher is probably top 3, maybe top 1 favorite comic book.
Really?
character.
Top
I love
one?
him.
Who's
Yeah.
the other?
I bought his original appearance in Spider-Man, and
Oh,
I
wow.
have it like in the plastic frame and everything.
What's its grade?
It's a 9.8.
Impressive.
What happened at that point 2? Yeah, great character.
What condition?
Well, that's the 9.8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So he's just repeating his questions now. That's how much he's dialed it in.
The duel continues.
Yes, it does.
So, are you guys going to be getting up to any hijinks here at Comic-Con? Are you pranking each other now?
No, we're kind of off duty here, but it's funny when people see us, they think we're
they
always
like-
doing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, you're not gonna get me," and I'm
when
just
you
trying to
guys
go to the
walked in
bathroom.
room, I was terrible.
Did you say in the bathroom?
Yes.
You're not gonna get
Now
me?
gonna get me. They lock
It happens
themselves
in the
stall.
bathroom. It happens in the bathroom a
We are
lot.
giving out chapstick. You see this? Lip balm?
Do we really?
Yeah, look at that. We're giving out Impractical Joker's lip balm.
That's awesome.
Really?
It's pina colada flavor.
Yeah.
It's a party.
Natural beeswax, SPF 15.
It's the good stuff.
Have you guys approached that level of fame where things are just being made, tie-ins are made you don't know about now?
Is that a level of fame or just a level of cutting us out of stuff?
We've been in that level of being cut out of stuff for a very long time. Yeah.
We've been being cut out since the very beginning. No, it's cool stuff like that happens like this actually.
Yeah.
Walk around, they make comics of us and make these posters and all stuff, and it's kind of surreal still.
Yeah.
It'll always be surreal.
This person is dressed like Q. For real.
Oh, yeah.
In a
For
Punisher
real?
T-shirt, by the way,
Wow.
because they know that. See, that's crazy.
Yeah. Do you guys see, yourselves getting cosplayed at all?
That was one actually. That was the first time I think I've seen it.
All the girls I date, I have dressed like Joe.
That
Nice.
sounds not weird or confusing.
Well, we have people showed up last year at Comic-Con dressed as Captain Fatbelly.
Captain Fatbelly, yeah, one of the characters I played on the show. Yeah.
So you guys obviously you have the panel here at Comic-Con. The fans love you.
Yeah, they're all down there staring at you guys.
What is it about the Comic-Con fan and the Impractical Joker fan that you think is a crossover? Why do people like both?
Passion and loyalty.
Yeah. And loyalty, yeah, definitely.
Did you say passion at the same time I did?
did.
Oh, me Coke.
It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
I know.
Yeah, no, it is true though. People really get behind it, and they really represent it. And
they
they're
study it
super
too. They'll say
loyal.
stuff to us that I forgot that we did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we're over 150 episodes by the end of the season 6, and people will be like referencing just the craziest
They're the
things.
best type of fan.
Yeah.
They fully embrace it, and support it in more ways than just watching.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of like
Cool,
it's just
right?
it's
All
overwhelming.
of you guys have Stranger Thing T-shirts on.
Yeah,
Yes.
we talked about that before we went on.
Big fan. Big Stranger Things.
Well, they make T-shirts of our stuff too, and that's the next thing I was going to say. But now
I disagree with that, by the way. I think she got what she deserved.
Whoa.
I do. I'm saying
Oh
it.
my
She got
gosh,
what she
do you know you're
deserved.
saying
What
this?
reason
Oh,
for being loyal to a friend?
No,
Hot
she blocked her friend from hooking up.
She didn't sign up for any of that.
You know,
Also, she was doing what a friend asked her to do for her.
You know what? She's sitting alone.
Who sits on a diving board?
On a diving board.
Nobody
She
sits on a
deserved what she
diving board.
got.
Grab a lounge chair.
Exactly.
Barb.
Something.
Diving board or lounge chair, she was still going to go underneath.
Guys,
2 episodes earlier than
guys,
she
if
did.
you'll
Letting it
see the
run.
trajectory, she'd be facing the wall. She wouldn't have her back to the wall. She'd see it come. She's like, I got to go. Barb wouldn't have got it.
She was the only
I
one.
didn't think a monster was in the woods.
Yeah.
She should have known.
And how about everybody just
She's so
caring a
smart.
little bit more about it? Or like, I love that it happened this way because it gave me something to latch on to. Like, the series is perfect, even what happened to Barb. I'm really celebrating what happened to Barb, not so much objecting to it.
Wait, so this brings me to, you guys have been together for a long time.
Yes.
Are you going to murder each other, or is it still family love?
I think we got past that point. We've already had a couple times
Come back
where,
around.
yeah, we've heavily come
Is
back
it like
around.
you get to the end of a season and you're like, whew.
Yes.
We need that break.
Give me enough.
There is, and there's a 2-week break, and then we start missing each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, because we don't have any friends besides each
The
other.
word we're looking for is codependent.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right.
You guys, if you're watching, well, you are if you're listening to me, you can, of course, tweet us questions using the hashtag #MarvelNYCC. Sophia has returned. She says, I'm back. Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Which Marvel character would you like to prank?
Ooh, good one.
Who has a really good temperament?
He's got a good sense of humor.
It's probably Spider-Man. Probably.
Yeah. I mean,
he's
he
a,
feels
he's
like
a bit
he's
of
like
a prankster himself.
Yeah,
You
you
got to look
yucks
for
it up.
the revenge on that, though.
It's true.
Get you back, and he's got, strength. And
Well, I think Captain America, because then he's like going to be nice to you. Because
Yeah.
he's just, yeah, you know
Like,
what I mean? He's all
"Oh,
stuff.
you-
He's like, you
you
guys.
I don't think-
yeah, that's right.
I don't think he can take a joke.
I'm
I don't
gonna
think
go
you
with
can take
Uatu the Watcher.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but he would
Yes.
like know what you were up to.
Yeah,
That is
there's
so
no. How
correct.
could you take him by surprise?
Don't embarrass us, please. Could you please?
You
Why
tried
would
to
you
go
say
deep,
something
and
like
now
that?
that's what happened.
No, he's not deep. That's not deep, right?
No, that's not that deep.
That's pretty
Who's
simple.
No, but
Watcher
just
the
watch your
Watcher?
answers. You should have known he would have known we were up to.
His name's the Watcher. How you
You're the
gonna
one
prank
that's
the
supposed to
Watcher?
represent us here.
I like to prank the guy that's the know-it-all. That's what you should have said.
Can't
get away with that.
Totally awesome Hulk.
There you go.
There you go. Good old Amadeus show.
He can take a joke.
Yeah, he can.
I'd say Darth Vader.
So that is
He's a
technically
Marvel
character.
character. You're right.
Good pick.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what are you guys up to the rest of the
November
time?
3rd.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys are finally in sync right now. There you go. Yeah.
No, it's one thing I did want to talk about because it's exciting to us. So November 3rd, we're having a season finale. It's going to be live.
All right, cool.
Cool.
2-hour live finale from Prudential Center here in Newark, New Jersey, right over here. And it's open to fans. You can get tickets right now. And we are going to be doing stunts with Nitro Circus for charity. And we're very nervous about it.
Yeah.
And there's going to be tons of people there. And it's going to be live for the 2 hours.
What do you mean by stunts?
Stunts.
Like
Yeah.
Nitro Circus type.
Like, are you gonna fly through the air?
Maybe.
There might be some of that.
We're going to fall through the air.
I hope there's something soft on the ground.
Yeah, us too.
Now, where did the idea to do something like this for the season finale come
We
from?
have a good contract with True that they're trying to get us out
Out
of.
of
So
it.
they figured if they kill us, it's the easiest way to go about it.
Yeah,
did
last year we did a really fun live event where we did a tightrope walk down on Fulton Street, and it was a lot of fun for us, and the fans really enjoyed it. So
we're doubling
yeah,
down.
Doubling down.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a 2
There was
hours.
1 hour. It's going to be 2 hours. And everyone could come.
Yeah.
It's open right now. You get tickets right now.
Yeah.
Where can people find tickets?
On Ticketmaster.com.
Oh,
Yep.
Ticketmaster.
I believe it. You can get them at your local ticket store.
Yeah. And also we tour as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do that. That's what's going down. That's what's up.
How
Yeah.
can people find you guys touring?
You go to impracticaljokers.com for
There
all
it
of our
is.
tour dates. We have
Yeah.
a
We
full
start tomorrow,
fall tour.
a
We
bus
just
tour
put a
tomorrow.
couple more shows in overseas in the UK on sale too.
Very cool.
I want to change my answer to Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
because then
fair.
they give me a ride on the motorcycle after that.
Why would, if you did something bad to him, why would he give you a ride on the motorcycle?
Well, it depends on your definition.
That could be the
of
prank.
bad.
That could be the prank. You steal his bike.
Now, And that's why
That's
we're a
why
team.
I'm here.
And
See what I'm saying?
That's why you guys
And
are
that's
best
why all
friends.
your
to
girlfriends
finish.
dress
That's
as him.
exactly what
That's it. I know what he likes.
Darth Vader is Marvel? I don't know that.
Guys, there's 1 minute and 7 seconds left. Oh my God!
What do we do?
Cross the wires. Don't cross the blue and the red wire.
What do we do?
Real quick, how do we find you guys online, social media?
Well, we are a comedy troupe called The Tenderloins. You can go to thetenderloins.com.
Yeah.
We're all on Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, True TV Jokers or ImpracticalJokers.com, and then individually.
We have a panel here today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
We're doing that later.
Well, that's going to
3:45.
be a hoot.
Hey, you know, we have
3:45, we're
a
in the
couple
main
of,
room. Yeah,
we
that's
have a
gonna be
couple
fun.
of big announcements at the panel today.
Yes. We
Couple of
can't tell
big
you. We'll tell you in
ones.
39 seconds.
We can't wait to hear about it.
And where can people find you individually?
My home address? Or,
Yeah. Personal phone number.
Individually, you can find me hopping around town. Just
I'm on Twitter at Joe_Gatto. I think that's what.
Oh, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Are you,
I'm
on
at
all the
James-
socials, at Sal Volcano is what I'm at. He's not at that.
No, I'm at James S. Murray or at The Real Murr on the gram.
9, 8,
7,
6.
Tell
him. 3, 2.
At BQ Queen! At BQ Queen!
Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse.
I am Lorraine Sink, and we're here with Mo from Mondo. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So you have something so cool here. It's beautiful. Tell us what this beautiful thing is.
Yeah, well, we just premiered the soundtrack to Luke Cage on vinyl.
Very cool.
So cool.
Goes on sale starting tomorrow, available for pre-order, and ships sometime later this month. It's a double LP, pressed on 180-gram vinyl, colored vinyl, and featuring amazing original artwork by Matthew Woodson.
Nice.
What color is the vinyl?
Oh, it's going to be Power Man Yellow.
Oh, nice.
Correct.
Lovely. And this artwork is gorgeous. Who's this by?
It's an artist out of Austin, Texas named Matthew Woodson, who has been working with us for a little while. He's done a couple other pieces of album artwork for us before. We did a record for the soundtrack to Planet of the Apes earlier this year that he did. That was really, really cool. But we actually got him on the hook. He did not only this, but he's also going to be doing the artwork for our Jessica Jones soundtracks and our Daredevil soundtrack as well.
So when does, like you said, you guys have done soundtracks before and you're doing this one. When does a project to you scream, we want to put a soundtrack on this, we want to put something, a cool presentation like this together?
Oh man, well this one in particular, when they announced that Adrian Young and Ali Shaheed Muhammad were doing it, I mean, huge Tribe Called Quest fan, huge Something About April fan, so I knew it was going to be an incredible soundtrack. But I've been a huge fan of the Marvel Netflix series forever, so we have been trying to work with Marvel Netflix to do their soundtracks for a while because they haven't done any physical releases. Now they're only just available digitally.
Yeah.
So we started with Daredevil, and then by the time we had started on that, they were like, hey, are you interested in this little show we're doing called Luke Cage? And we had been like, yeah, please. So I got that call around San Diego Comic-Con, and we're so thrilled to actually have this out and available, ready, like right in the height of Luke Cage madness. Because I don't know if you guys binged it like I did this weekend, but I did. Yeah.
I have to say, I just want to show this off because I think the artwork is so cool, and because it's peeking at me where I'm standing. Look at this super gorgeous art with Cottonmouth hidden there in the middle, and his beautiful Art Deco window from his Harlem nightclub. It's so awesome. So what tracks on this in particular are your favorites?
So the first track on side A, I've actually been given instruction not to talk about the track listing because it's so full of spoilers. But the very first track on side A, which sounds like such a cheat, it's like, you know, what's your favorite side A track ones, but it is so perfect. Like they sequence this not in order of the way that the actual show runs, but just so it sounds like a great album.
Right.
And so the opening track of this score is so powerful. It kind of sounds a little bit like a spaghetti western Ennio Morricone song that segs into this really, really great hip hop beat, and it's so cool.
So if people don't know what's on the album right now, of course music is really important in Luke Cage. I think it's probably more important in Marvel's Luke Cage than any of the shows that have ever been. Largely in part
It's a
because
hot
of
take, Lorraine.
Well, because
it's a
of
hot take.
The showrunner.
You sure you don't want to run this one back?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm committing to it.
Commit.
Cheo Hodari Coker, who is the showrunner, used to be a music journalist. Music's very important to him. I think it's such an important part of the show. It has its own musical sequences. In this album, and there's also music that's written for the show that's like underscoring and more cinematic, like a soundtrack. Will they get both tracks from those songs and the soundtrack, or is this largely the soundtrack?
The soundtrack is mostly just the score, actually, by Ali Shaheed Muhammad and Adrian Young. There is the Method Man track from later in the season on the album as well, but it's not featuring any of the stuff like Raphael Sadiq, like the opening in the first episode. He's performing at the nightclub. Like I wish we could include stuff like that, but not unfortunately, actually, the score is amazing. It's actually probably one of the best like Marvel scores that there has been. Period. So I think it's a treat either way, no matter what. And again, it's some of the most unique sounding music I've ever heard set to any television series. I mean, it's super cinematic, but it's also like very, very specifically a very time and a place. Like it has a very 90s hip hop feel to it without like, I don't know, alienating sort of the traditional sort of stuff you're used to from a superhero movie.
Sure, absolutely.
Now you guys can send us questions for Mo or for any of our guests using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. We've got one now from Sophia that just says, "Oh my God, that's so cool!" And there's going to be a Jessica Jones one. Already sold both of them.
Well, will Jessica Jones be purple if Luke Cage is yellow?
Yes. Actually, we went with this aesthetic.
Dynamite stuff, Lorraine.
Thank you.
The packaging on this, we're going for a bit of a triptych. So if you can imagine, it's going to be Jessica on the cover with a purple background and Daredevil on the cover with a red background. So they all will feel nice and aligned, and the spines will all match up. They'll be very, very handsome together.
With the art, do you give any kind of direction of what you want, or you just take submissions from the artists?
Well, we typically assign artists based on sort of their love of the properties, and Matthew's been a huge fan of these. He actually did this really, really amazing Daredevil poster for us for this gallery show we did back in 2015, and from there we've just been like, all right, clearly you love Daredevil because you're doing it like unlike anyone else. So we asked him if he would love the series. He said, yeah, absolutely. So we did that, and then again, once we figured out that we were doing Luke Cage, we're like, I hope you're a fan of all of them, because hopefully we'll keep doing the rest of the Netflix series as well.
Very cool. So, when you pick these sort of movies and properties, how does that usually come about?
I mean, usually we pick things that we love. I mean, it'd be hard pressed to say that we were going after things that were, just sort of lesser known things. But like one of my favorite things that we did this year was a Cartoon Network original series called Over the Garden Wall, which I fell in love with a couple years ago, and it was like just a property that like no matter what, I was like, I have to do this, I have to do this, have to do this, and luckily we did, and it's been one of my favorite things I've ever worked on. And so sometimes you get advanced knowledge that something is going to be great, like Luke Cage, with the knowing who the composers are. But with soundtracks, it's a mixed bag of our favorite things. Like, we're doing the soundtrack to Fight Club later this year as well, which is one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. We did Back to the Future last year. So it's a mix of things that, are pretty well established. But, when it comes to newer properties, we usually like to hear them before we do anything with it. But, I mean, as soon as we saw the names associated with Luke Cage, we knew we had to do it.
So, when did you get to hear the soundtrack? Did you have to wait like the rest of us rubes for it to go onto Netflix, or did you get to watch it or listen to it in advance?
Now that it's out, I'm sure that I can say that I heard it a couple of weeks ago. But at the very least, it was still, it was not as early on as some people, for sure. I mean, we definitely had to, we were like, we were all in no matter what. I think that's sort of the as far as the Netflix original series are concerned, like, they keep them really close to the chest. And so we knew the track listing, so there's a couple of things on here that spoil a couple of key moments in it that we...
So don't read the soundtrack list unless you watch the show.
Yes, please. Avoid all spoilers. There's a couple of pretty great moments that you don't want to rob for yourselves. But so I've known about them for a couple of weeks now. So watching the series was a bit of a different experience where I got to be like, oh, so that's why that track was called that.
Mo, you've done a great job on this interview thus far.
Yeah.
But I think we need to kick it up to the next level.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
And that means we're going to let you be the first guest of this Comic-Con to spin the Infinity Wheel.
You look so nervous, and you should be.
And you should be.
This is
Terrifying.
dangerous.
So, sir, if you want to step over in here, give this
Spin the
guy
wheel.
a spin.
And we will challenge you appropriately.
What have we got, Lorraine?
You're an Avenger. Oh, boy.
You're an
Just
Avenger.
you wait.
All
These
right.
are challenges for all of our guests. If you don't get this right, you can never leave. You will live in this skybox until the end of time. But it's nice. You have a nice view.
No, it's
and we
great.
have bottled water.
So, Mo, this is what we're looking for. I'm going to give you an Avenger
Okay.
and a scenario.
Okay.
You're going to have to act out that scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we will judge you based on our own criteria, which we will not make known to you.
Seems perfectly reasonable.
Okay, so give me a number between 1 and 10.
7.
You're so diplomatic.
Okay. This is a big one. Are you sure you're ready?
I think I am.
You're Doctor Strange, and you see a ghost.
What do you say?
Oh, Lord. What do I say?
Yeah.
In response to the ghost?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've probably seen ghosts a million times, so I just feel like, hey, how's it going?
Oh, that was good.
That's a unique
That
but
was
good
very
answer. I think-
sensible.
yeah.
Right? I mean, it should be welcoming. I mean, there's all these different dimensions out there in the whole entire, known universe anyway, but...
You're lucky because you won your freedom. You don't have to live in the skybox.
Very good job.
But where can people pick up this record? When will it be out?
It's available tomorrow starting at noon Central Standard Time on mondotees.com. And also all your local retailers. If you have a local record store in your city or state, go support them. It'll be in stores later this month.
And is there anywhere on social media they can follow you or Mondo?
Yes, you can follow us on Twitter at Mondo News and on Instagram at Mondo Tees.
Awesome. You guys go pick up this killer record. It's amazing.
Guys, we are going to be back in just a sec with Stan Against Evil, so stay tuned for that. Send us your questions using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. It's Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. See you in a sec. Well, hello and welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse.
I'm Lorraine Sinker. We're here with the team from Stan versus Evil. Welcome, guys.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
We're terrific.
We are terrific.
Excellent.
Never been better.
I'm Dana Gould.
I'm Janet Varney.
I'm Johnny C. McGinley.
Oh, you guys, the show looks awesome. It looks amazing. How did it come into being?
It's basically, for those of you unfamiliar, Stan Against Evil is a sitcom that is wrapped in a horror movie. I was a writer on The Simpsons for a long time, but I'm a big horror movie fan, so I wanted to write a horror show and then put a comedy show inside of it. And people just kept forgetting to screw me over and kill it.
Oh.
Now it's on television.
So it's like a turducken horror comedy.
That's exactly right. That is
Just in time
That
for
is exactly right.
Thanksgiving.
It's so nice to hear turducken used not only properly but in a non-sexual way.
That's what I bring to the world.
I like to think of nothing. Go ahead, Janet. Pull me out of this.
I remember when I was going to say I'm a big Dana Gould fan before you said all of those things.
Exactly.
So you guys have an interesting relationship in the show. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Sure. When we meet me, I've just lost my wife of 30 years and my job of 27 years, and I'm replaced by Janet's character. So I'm the sheriff of a small New England town up New Hampshire that's haunted by 172 witches and monsters, and they're out to kill every sheriff that's ever been there. And so my wife, unbeknownst to me, has been out protecting me for the last 27 years. She dies, and I got a target on my back, except for I'm not the sheriff anymore. Janet comes in and replaces me.
So I got to come in and deal with a guy who is more weirded out by being replaced by a woman than he is by being chased by demons.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stan is based on
I see where the comedy comes.
Exactly, yeah. It's Stan is based on my dad, who I've described as Archie Bunker without all of the elegance and sophistication.
Excellent.
For the rest of our answers, I like to try to use the word turducken in every one of them. So if you could tailor your questions to that, that would be great.
Yeah.
Is there any food that this show would remind you of?
Quite interesting.
That's funny. It's funny. Funny you would say that.
So, what got you into the horror genre in particular?
Me, I grew up loving horror
Nerdiness.
movies. Yeah, nerdiness to me was, I don't think you can relate to this. No, I grew up loving, to me it was my sports. It was horror movies were my football. And I grew up on the same thing that everybody else here grew up on. And I think in terms of Stand Against Evil, I think it has two cousins in television. I think it's a cousin of The Walking Dead, and it's a cousin of Ash versus Evil Dead. I think each show is similar to the other one in different respects. I think if you like one of them, you like the other one.
Now, for you guys, obviously doing a comedy and a horror simultaneously, it's got to be a little, spinning your head around in a circle like The Exorcist. But how do you switch from one mode to the next?
We don't.
Context?
We don't.
So it's all one. You just maintain.
Yeah. And it turns out also that comedy plus horror equals action. So let's not forget that key important part where you are running around hitting things and being hit.
Absolutely. And the way that chickens plus turkeys equal turducken.
Come
on!
You did well played, sir. Well played. So I bring the turkey to the turducken. Johnny C brings the duck.
The duckin.
And I guess you bring the chicken.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that the N is
I bring the chicken is also the name of my new book of poetry.
Wait, did we just blow your mind that the N at the end is chicken?
I thought it was turduck, and then the N was just for fun. I didn't realize it was for chicken.
No, it's pretty much.
Oh, like it's a apostrophe N. Like we're just turducking around.
Exactly.
Okay, I got it.
For many people, a turducken is.
That's right.
Come here. I'll give you a hug.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
No charge.
Hang on a minute.
I should grab that.
Yeah, I'm doing an interview. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Love you too, Mom. Yeah.
We were pretty obsessed with the tone to your question, and it not dissimilar in tone to what Landis did with
American Werewolf.
American Werewolf in London.
Yeah.
So in other words, when Stan was doing those masks, they were about as frightening a thing in practical effects that had come along in forever. But then when they were out in the moors, it was funny because they were fish out of water. And so we wanted to mimic the tone of that piece.
Yeah, the horror is played straight as a heart attack, and the people behave the way people normally would behave, which is when you see a monster, you don't scream, you go, what in the name of Christ is that? Which is what you would do in real life, and they both heighten each other, and that's how it works. They didn't have to play it funny because they would just behave normally in that heightened reality, and it works.
No, you mentioned action. Does that mean you get to get in on a lot of stunts and killing a lot of people in horror makeup, I assume?
I mean, kind of.
Janet is the female Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
I got
She's
to
a
read
badass.
Oh boy, it was very fun. It was very, very fun. Yeah, there was some fun stuff, and every time our stunt coordinator Bob, who was just an amazing teacher and very empowering and very like, listen, we're going to take this at whatever pace you want. And because I don't have a background doing stunts, am stupid and enthusiastic enough that I would just be like, let's just do it. Let's just do it. I don't even know how to do it. Let's just do it. But it was very cool because they created an amazing environment, and it was just, it was really exciting.
Favorite stunt?
Favorite stunt, I mean, the things that were done to me were less fun. I really liked putting the pedal to the metal in an old truck and just tearing ass out of where I was.
Oh, and you got
yeah,
to
I felt
drive
like a
your own
stunt.
stunt
I
car.
felt like a stunt driver. Yeah.
You chopping someone's head off was pretty good when you took
It
that.
was really fun.
That was pretty good.
I bet I know
Never
what her
forget your
least
first
favorite stunt
decapitation.
was.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hang on, it's my Shield phone. Yes?
Oh, it's Shield. Oh, you need us to bring that to you, Captain?
What was your least favorite stunt, Janet?
Getting vomited on by a monster for a minute, which is a long time if you think about it.
Yeah, a minute sounds like it goes by like that, but when vomit's coming at you, probably not.
Yeah, not so much.
Not to pull back the curtain too far, but I'm curious what the vomit was made out of.
We had these
That's
big.
a great question.
we
I
had
should
these-
have asked that.
Yeah. We had these big buckets that just said goo.
Really?
Yeah, it's dark. It was like a dark purple color, and we had this really great practical special effects guy. 99% of the effects are practical, and the special effects. I've been in the business forever, and he goes, "Yeah, we just gonna put it in an air cannon and just gonna shoot it at her. It'll be fine. It'll be fine."
Oh, that sounds rough.
And then, but these guys, you talk to them, and they've been in every. Yeah, I put about a gallon of goo on Bill Murray in Ghostbusters. He didn't like that much.
Well, at least you were in good goo hands.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we were
It's
in
a
good
goo legacy.
Yeah. That was my old pickup line. You'll be in very good goo hands.
There were
Where you going?
There were little chunks that I think somebody added that were minced turducken.
Yeah.
Just when we did it, America wins again. Oh,
Thank you, America.
Still the best at combining meats.
That's right.
So you guys are here at Comic-Con promoting the show. What is it about your show that you think appeals to the Comic-Con goer, appeals to this kind of core audience?
Oh, I mean,
Well, it's
everything
scary
about
as
it.
shit and it's funny.
It's
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It's an easy comic.
I feel like there's a lot of layers, like people who love The Simpsons, as well as all the other stuff we're talking about. Those moments that stick in your head forever that are so small and to the side of what the regular action is. That's the stuff that like true fans really bite down on. That's the stuff
Yeah.
I get really excited about. It's the stuff that gets quoted on just in environments like this. And I think there's also something that's, because it takes itself super seriously on some level, but there's also a wink to it. There's that meta feeling that a lot of Comic-Con fans get. They feel they're a part of it. They feel like they're on board, and the references make sense to them, but they're also diving into the depth of the story.
Yeah, and I will just say, my favorite television series was always The Twilight Zone. And the way I approached this show was the way that Rod Serling, not that I'm comparing myself to Rod Serling.
No, put it out there. It's out there now.
Because I am taller. Believe it or not, I'm actually taller than someone. But
Not me.
My show. The show doesn't assume you're an idiot. The show assumes that you're smart, and
Yes.
it counts on you
Well
being
said.
smart. And it respects your intelligence. And if you like Walking Dead, Ash versus Evil Dead, Star Trek, Twilight Zone,
Buffy the Vampire
Buffy the
Slayer.
Mystery Science Theater, this show's for you.
So speaking of Buffy, do you guys have kind of like a monster of the week, or is it more of like a long, overarching kind of thing?
Both.
They have both. We have
It's
both.
There's an over
Big bad.
Yeah, we have a big bad, and there's an arc, and then we have Monsters of the Week.
Oh, I can't wait to watch it. So when can people check out the show? Where can they watch it?
It has a sneak preview on Halloween night on IFC, but you're going to be out, so you can watch it on its regular slot
it, too.
Wednesday, November 2nd at 10 p.m. We start
And where
shooting.
can people find you guys online in terms of social media and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm just at Janet Varney.
At John C. McKinley.
And at Dana Gould.
Wow, you guys got in there and got those
Yeah.
quick.
You don't want to. You're sad that it's not like
And
turducken
I'm,
1, 2, 3.
And
right.
I'm ham master on FetLife.
I think that we've actually made this into like a new thing. It's like Pee-wee's Playhouse, and if you say the special
Oh,
word,
yeah.
everybody
Right.
has
Love
to
that.
scream.
Absolutely.
Turducken.
Yay!
Feels right. Oh, you guys.
Feels
You guys,
really
thank
right.
you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks
Everyone,
for
check
having
out the
us.
show, and we're going to be back with writer Jim Zub on the other side of this break. So keep watching Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
Stick around.
America.
welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I am Ben Morse.
I'm Morse, of course. I love it. I'm Lorraine Sink, and we're here with writer Jim Zub. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me back.
Oh my gosh, third timer.
Pleasure to have you,
That's
Jim.
right. It's a hat trick up in Canada. That's what we call it.
A hat trick?
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
do
yeah.
something 3 times?
No, it's like in hockey if you scored 3 goals in one game.
It's also in soccer if you score 3 goals.
They call it hat
So
trick
I don't
as
think
well?
it's just a Canadian thing.
You know, in Magic, they call that a hat trick.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you use a hat and then you do a trick.
Good one, Lorraine.
Crushed it.
Oh, Lorraine. So, Jim,
hey,
let's talk about what's going on in Thunderbolts.
Yes.
Civil War
II.
II.
You're tying into Civil War II right
Yep.
now. Obviously, Bucky is a big part of it.
Bucky
What's
trouble.
going on?
So last week, actually, Thunderbolts 5 came out. It's weird because I'm always working ahead on stuff. So for a moment, I almost said 7 because that's what I'm like proofing right now.
I have read the Beer Run issue.
You have read the Beer Run
It's
issue.
tremendous.
Awesome. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so
Not
much.
out yet.
So,
Not out yet.
I haven't read it because it's not out yet, people.
Yeah. So what we did was, so issue 5 ends and a big traumatic kind of thing has happened. And Bucky has gone off on sort of a solo mission. I don't want to spoil too much Civil War stuff.
Yeah.
But
people here better be reading Civil
they better
War.
be up to date on it. So anyways, Winter Soldier and Miles Morales Spider-Man get into a scrap.
Yeah.
Over.
Which is just a cool clash of
Yeah.
characters, too.
It was
It's just
intense.
like
And so-
two great newer characters.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and get to really see, you know, they kind of push each other in a lot of intense ways. And then the rest of the team is back at base. And so I used to love in the 80s they would have those kind of like side issues, you know, where the X-Men go to the mall.
Yeah.
Or it's like,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Wolverine
X-Men are
and
always at the
Nightcrawler and
They love
Colossus
the
go to
mall.
a bar or
Yeah,
something.
and they
So
fight
it's-
the Juggernaut.
Right? It's an amazing
Awesome.
issue. We know our stuff. So I love those kinds of issues. These like casual, what happens when a super team does unsuper things? You know what I mean? And so I pitched this idea to Tom and Alana, my editors on the series, and I said, you know, the secret base is up in the Arctic, and they've run out of supplies. So Mach 10 and Atlas are going to do a beer run. And he's like, can you really fill an issue with a beer run? I'm like, yes, I can. It's going to be awesome. And so it's this great little kind of buddy comedy where these two are going to go off and try and get supplies.
Yeah.
And they also kind of have a bit of a, you know, bonding in terms of their careers, where they've been, what they want, what their goals are.
Right.
And so it's total bromance. It's going to be awesome. We're
It's
super
great.
excited.
I mean, the characters really hit each other in just the right places because they have worked together for a long time,
Right.
but they haven't necessarily been together all that much recently. So
Right.
it is a great chance to kind of look at the characters and the motivations, especially of why they're doing what they're doing.
Absolutely. And because of the stuff that's happened post our Civil War crossover, the issue 7 to 10 is just like an intense kind of roller coaster. So it's this weird kind of little soft moment before we really pick up the pace again.
I love Fixer in this whole
thank
run.
you.
He just tickles me, and the art in particular always gives me a giggle. Like I notice, like he's drinking a cup of coffee with his pinky up, and there's a lot
Yep.
of detail there. Is that something that you and the artist kind of collaborate on? Do you kind of give a lot of leeway?
So Fixer has this thing called Tech Pack, and that's this little technology stuff with little, almost like Dr. Octopus arms or whatever. They'll do all of his menial tasks for him. So there's one where he's brushing his teeth, but he's just got his arms down, and the little robot arms are doing it all. I love that stuff. It's like, you know, Fixer is, I mean, that's his job. He's a fixer. He solves problems, and it doesn't matter how small they are. It doesn't matter how innocuous they are. He's going to use technology to solve them. So we sort of push this to an extreme where it's like, oh, he's not going to stir his own coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not going to type if he doesn't have to. Everything gets done by the tech. And so I sort of played up to John. I'm like, any moment you can have, the Fixer will not, if he doesn't have to walk, great, you know, it'll push him along or something. Like, just make it as ridiculous as possible.
I love it. It's like one of my favorite like little running gags. It's just to look out for little ways that the Fixer is doing those things.
Absolutely. And I think it's stuff like that, or Kobik. So she's a little kid. She's also a cosmic cube, but she's a little kid. And so
a little cosmic cube kid.
A little cosmic, just a little cosmic, you know, around. She does all the things. And dangerous, unbelievably dangerous. But what's great is she's also still a child. So we love playing up on this idea of that she's still a kid. So she, you know, there's the start of issue 5, Bucky's like cleaning up, you know, the mess around the house like he's a dutiful parent, and he's picking up toys, and he's, you know, the little kid drawings and stuff like that. So just ways to to humanize the characters and really make them feel like they're fun and familiar while we're doing, big adventure stuff at the same time.
I was going to comment on Kobik because Kobik is the character who really stands out for me in Thunderbolts just because powerful kids are terrifying in fiction.
And real life, according to Ben.
Real cosmic children are the most terrifying.
And you do a nice job of making her very, there's always a sense of dread that she could go at any time, but she's also likable.
Yeah, I didn't want it to be too Children of the Corn kind of stuff, but equally, and I didn't want her to be so twee or like super sweet where you're just like, oh, she's this annoying sidekick character. She has to feel like a real kid, but not like obnoxious, like just sort of eager, or in many ways she's trying to find her place just as much as anyone else is. But the ways that she does that are much more, childish. Yeah.
Speaking of things that are childish, in last issue, I think issue 5, like when Bucky's cleaning up, there's like a little like Ohana means family kind of illusion, and you're Mr. Disney, and I was like, oh, Jim Zub, I see what you're doing there, Mr. Disney.
Almost every issue of Thunderbolts has a Disney reference in it, and at first Alana, the editor, didn't notice, and then she starts going, oh, this is a thing. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Issue 6 has got one too. Yeah, we're pretty. It's become a fun game, I think, for us.
Speaking of fun games, sorry, it's a good segue.
It's a pretty good segue.
We have a game we want to play with you.
Okay.
It's called the Infinity Wheel.
Nice.
The Infinity Wheel has an array of challenges that it'll take you on. All we need you to do, step up, spin the wheel, and prepare for your doom.
Prepare for my doom? How could I resist? All right, we're doing it.
Everything hinges on this. And the wheel says...
Ultimate
Team Up.
Ultimate Team Up. All right. Let me get...
Oh, have you got a guidebook?
Book of the wheel
Oh, man, I'm feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, we have handouts, so this is serious.
My job's on the line here. Okay, we're going to make the most of this.
Yeah, I could be writing Thunderbolts by the end of this.
Awesome.
Is Ultimate Team Up in here?
It should be, and
What
if not,
number is it?
there it is, right there.
All right.
Okay.
So, Ultimate Team Up, Jim.
Got it.
Given 2 options, we want to know who you would rather team up with.
So me personally.
Yeah, you get to team up with someone.
So my strengths brought with theirs, clearly.
So give me a number.
All right.
Between 1 and 10.
Oh my gosh. Let's say 3.
1, 2, 3. Captain Marvel.
Okay.
Carol.
Right.
Or Miss Marvel.
Kamala.
Oh, come on. They're
You
both
can only
awesome
team up
characters.
with one.
Yeah, you only get
team
one.
up with one. Who better augments your unique skill set?
Yeah.
That's really tough, actually.
Do you like sparkly fists or enormous fists?
Right? See, that's the difference. See, I would say in terms of like power level, I would say Carol, but I think I would probably get along with Kamala better.
Yeah.
So in terms of synchronicity.
So do you want to have a good time or do you want to have a successful time?
Well,
That's the
you could be
question.
successful. I think we could be more successful in terms of a long-term fighting career. Kamala and I kicking some butt.
All right. So you and Miss Marvel.
That's right.
Success
Lorraine?
is determined by the person, Ben.
Yeah.
Not the outside world.
Yeah, no, okay.
We've learned important moral things today.
Thank you, Jim Zub. Thank you for teaching us. And where can people follow you online so they can get more important lessons imparted upon them?
Oh, wow. All right. So on my website, it's really simple. So just jimzub.com. So JIMZUB.com. I've got obviously info about all my comic stuff. I also have tutorials about how to write comics, how I pitch stories, and how sort of industry stuff kind of works. And then I'm on Twitter at JimZub as well. So
What's the hashtag for that? Because I know you also have a hashtag for it.
A hashtag for what?
For your making
the
comics.
stuff. Yeah, so it's literally just a hashtag make comics.
That's it.
And
I
so
love
if,
it.
if you're making your own comics, if you got your own stories, tell people about it at Make Comics.
There you go. Hashtag
So
make
thanks
comics.
for coming on with us, Jim. Next up, we're going to have Funko. So you guys keep enjoying Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
That's what's going on? We dying. No, we were this close to being the only black show to make it to the 5th season.
Hey, don't forget Soul Food and that show with Urkel.
Martin did it.
You know, I saw those checks.
I meant the only fake reality show with the black lead, myself, that's in it to make it to 5 seasons.
We never thought any show with you in here make it past the pilot.
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
Big house. Me and all my black people. We're the Real Husbands of Hollywood. We've been in worse jams than this. What about the time when we was all locked up in the basement with Arsenio Hall?
That was just you.
Okay, then what about the time we got accidentally drugged?
Nah, that was also just you.
What about the time we was run over, tricked, beat up, knocked down? We weren't there, Kevin. I am tired of playing the fool in here. Nick, take off your turban. I'm gonna tie that with Dwayne's suspenders, and I'm gonna get this door open. Nellie, while I'm doing it, sing country grammar so I can get mad.
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink.
And I am Blake Garrison. We are joined by our good friend Mark from Funko. You always have wonderful things at the convention, but you just brought us a stupid box.
Yeah,
Just a
well,
box?
boxes is kind of our new thing.
This is a
It's not in
limited
great shape
edition
either.
New York Comic Con exclusive paper box.
Yes.
Yeah. $200, and this can be yours.
Affordable. Get in line early.
No, there's some stuff in here.
There is some stuff.
That was my dumb bid I told you about earlier.
It wasn't dumb.
Should we take this off, Brian? Is this in the way? All right, so Mark, tell us what we have. These are all the exclusives that you have at the convention right now.
These are
Let's
the Marvel exclusives that we
start
have, not all
with-
the exclusives.
Well, it's only Marvel.
Okay, got it. got it.
Let's start with this.
Okay, so we've got, this is our Mohawked Storm Dorb. So this is different than the regular Storm figure. Regular Storm is like more in her classic costume, I guess. And the long white hair, here she's bemohawked. So a little bit different sculpt, but I think totally adorable.
Oh, adorable.
That's where it comes from. Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Then we have another Dorb here.
Juggernaut, or as I like to call him, Colossus.
You called him?
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, yesterday you're like, look at this cool Colossus.
And he was like, bro, that's Juggernaut. And he's right. This is Juggernaut. I was wrong. Juggernaut, little teensy helmet. He's so cute. Yeah.
Oh, adorable and evil at the
And
same time.
This is my
can
personal
be both.
favorite. We have
And I am.
Yeah, this is. I'm really excited. We have.
Scarlet Witch, right?
Right. Here's Wanda and all her glory. We haven't done a lot of classic X-Men, so this is kind of us getting back into that. We're also going to be doing Archangel, Quicksilver, Psylocke, Sabretooth, and Cable, but this is our exclusive for this show, and it's Kitty Pryde with her cute little dragon friend there. And
I love Lockheed. He's so cute.
It's really cool. So you get little two figures for the price of one there.
And this is what this
So
is
sweet.
the most exclusive, maybe, or no? This is the one everybody's hounding over.
It's
right?
definitely like one of anything Deadpool is super popular. I don't know if it's the most like limited, but it is definitely one of the most popular items at the booth, and it's one that we teased a long time ago. So people have been asking us for ages, where is Chef Deadpool? And the answer is New York. So now you can have Chef Deadpool along with Pirate Deadpool and all the other silly Deadpools.
And then finally, this is actually the 500 pieces only.
Yeah, this is super limited.
Crazy,
Yeah,
dude. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
If you get one of these here at the con, you're going to be sitting pretty. 500 piece Dorbs XL of Thanos. So, if you can get your hands on one of these, I think you'd be a pretty happy collector. But I love like the fact that we're doing like the bigger Dorbs now, and it's perfect for that guy.
Oh my gosh, can you guys see that he's wearing a tiny infinity gauntlet?
Oh, really?
Oh my god, it's so cute.
We're here Thursday. This is live. What has sold the most so far?
Out of all of these,
Yeah.
Thanos went the fastest. I mean, again, that's a
Really?
function of him being super limited, but it was out, I think, before noon today, Thanos went. And then, actually, I think Kitty Pryde is probably second. Again, like, there's pent-up demand for the classic X-Men, so people were really, really excited to see that.
So these, you only have a certain amount per day.
Right.
So if you're coming to the con, you have to get there early and get in line.
Correct. We do restock every morning, so it's not like they're sold out for the con, but, I
Right.
mean, those sell out pretty early in the day.
So if you're coming, you have to come to Funko first before you do anything else.
Fair enough.
And there was something you forgot to bring that I told you to bring. The collector core box.
You told me to bring that?
Yes.
Okay, well.
We're going to fight after we're on camera.
You
all
guys
right?
don't fight. We're all friends here.
Well, I did forget to bring it. It's actually a box you've all seen, though. It was the Spider-Man box, which I think you guys have all seen at this point. So if you don't have a Spider-Man box, you can still get one, but the box that we're selling right now is actually the Doctor Strange box. So it wouldn't have been as exciting anyway, but you should be signing up for Collector Core to get the Doctor Strange box because there's some super cool stuff in the movie inside of it. And when you go and order the Doctor Strange box, you can still add Spider-Man to your order.
Well, let's talk about some of the previous ones you've had. You've had the Women of Power, which was really
Yep.
cool.
Yep.
The Squirrel Girl figure was, bobblehead was amazing. And what else?
We've done Spider-Man. We've had a Deadpool box.
Right.
I mean, we've done Guardians of the Galaxy. We've done Ant-Man. I think our first one was for Avengers,
Right.
Avengers 2, right? And then we've done Civil War. So we've kind of run the gamut of some comic book focused stuff like with Women of Power, and now going to the movies with Doctor Strange. What's coming up next? I cannot tell you exactly, but I will say that it is actually represented here. So that's a little hint for all the viewers
That's
out there.
not a hint. What does that even mean?
It means it's all Marvel stuff.
No, it's
It's
actually
gonna be Marvel
It's
stuff.
actually it's better than that. The theme of the next box is represented amongst all these things on the table.
Well, there are 4 X people. There's one.
I don't know. I guess you
Thanos.
have to put your detective skills to work on
You're
that one.
terrible. So the cool thing I like about the boxes though is like when the T-shirts when you have them, like I feel like I'm in this weird community where I'm walking down the street and either I see someone wearing the same shirt at the same time, or I'm like, oh, cool shirt. It's like it's a little family thing. Almost,
Yeah, and it's different
you
for
know?
us too because like at Funko, you see Funko on people's desks and whatnot, and it's like, oh, cool, they collect Funko. But now, yeah, kind of out in the wild, you can run into somebody at the airport and be like, oh, wow, cool, they have some of our stuff. So it's even fun for me.
And you're also, I mean, for fans who don't know you, you're a huge comic reader as well. You just don't make the stuff. What are you reading now, Marvel-wise?
I am currently, well, I guess I'm almost done with Vision. I'm sad that that's ending. Yeah, that has been amazing, and Tom King is a brilliant writer. I love that title a lot. I'm reading Vote Loki, which seems oddly pertinent to this day and age. I'm not sure if it seems kind of prescient, some of the things that are in that series, but really enjoying it as well. And then, I'm actually working my way through the original Abnett and Lanning run of Guardians of the Galaxy because I'd never read any Guardians before the movie, and I just decided I really need to kind of go brush up on that, kind of know where some of that came from. I bought a copy of the original Rocket Raccoon and had Mike Mignola sign it about Portland Comic Con, so that was like my yay fan moment right there.
We do have a bunch of questions and comments. Tons of people are freaking out about how awesome the figures look. And we have a question. Orkin or Bay asks, stuff Funko puts out is absolutely amazing. How have you ever talked about doing figures for classic Avengers like Wasp?
Classic Avengers
Yeah,
like Wasp.
classic Avenger looks.
Right. I mean, I'm sure that we've talked about it. I don't know that we've had any plans for it. I think the thing is, like, we get pretty wrapped up in doing, supporting the new movies because it's popular and what's out there. But we know what we're trying to do with this line. If you see on the back there, you could see that we're trying to touch the X-Men in their more classic forms.
Right.
So the reality is, if that does well, then I think we'll do more classic figures. So the answer to that question is, if fans get out and support more of the classic figures we create, then I think we'll do more classic figures. It's really a function of what do fans want.
I would say we would get a good shot of this, but Brian, our video guy, is on his phone. So thanks, Brian.
But you just call everybody out.
It's true. I called you out. I called him out. So what? Like, you get asked a lot about, especially Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Twitter. Like, fans are always asking for stuff. Can you say what the thing that the fans are asking for more and more now that hasn't come out, like TV-wise, movie-wise?
Like, what do I see people asking
Yeah.
for? I mean, yeah, people are still asking for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. figures that we haven't made yet because we've done Quake and Director and Melinda May, but so they're asking for some like more of the villains from that series, and so any of the rest of the figures from that would get a lot of fans asking for. People really want Quicksilver from Avengers. I don't know why we haven't done Quicksilver yet, but they really want that guy. So I mean, it's just funny the things that fans get excited about. It's like whatever touches them,
Right.
and whatever particular character they feel like that they're connected to. If we haven't made them yet, they're going to let us know. And I will say that Twitter is the place to let us know because we listen.
There you go. Michael W.S. would like to know what Funko Pops are your all-time favorite at Marvel and otherwise.
Marvel and otherwise.
So what are your
Okay.
favorite Marvel and otherwise?
So I have the first Loki we ever made, which was I think like a 2012 SDCC exclusive, which I don't know, supposedly is semi-valuable on eBay. I don't really pay attention to that, but I actually got that when I didn't work at Funko. I got that as a fan, so I'm pretty excited. I was pretty proud of myself for coming by that one. But it's the first one we got with like the Tom Hiddleston styled Loki, and it's very cute. Non-Marvel, I'd have to say the headless Ned Stark that we did because it's got to be the most grim pop. Yeah, if you haven't watched Game of Thrones, really sorry about
Spoilers.
that.
Also,
But,
you're like 6 years behind.
Right.
So it's your own fault.
What? His little head came off on a magnet, and he still has the little like smile, and it's the most grim, cute thing we've ever done.
And can we tease? I mean, you announced Luke Cage.
Yeah, we showed it on our Twitter feed last week. Yeah. So there'll be classic Luke Cage, Power Man version Luke Cage, and then Mike Coulter Luke Cage. So, and he'll be coming with a wave of Jessica Jones and Kilgrave and some other guys from the Netflix series will be tucked in there, and I'm sure then eventually we'll get around to doing Iron Fist as soon as that debuts. But yeah, that's starting to take off for us.
It's awesome.
Stripes would like to know, has there ever been a Nightcrawler figure?
No, we have never done Nightcrawler. That would be a cool one to do, though.
I would like to request some tiny Bamfs with him. His little guys. Little Bamf guys. Not his like little demon
Clouds?
friends.
Oh, okay. I think you meant like the little
The
clouds like
little
when he
Bamfs.
disappears.
Also, those are also Bamfs, so that's a semantic issue.
Also, you can announce. Can you talk about the little figures yet?
Oh yeah, so we have this new line of figures. It's called Pint-Size Heroes. And it's definitely something a little bit different from us because they're only about this big, hence the name. The first Marvel license that we've got is Spider-Man. It's coming out. Should be hitting stores in the next couple of weeks, but they're blind bagged. So it's one of those things that's really fun to collect because they're only $2.99, so they're super cheap. You go there, you tear into your little package, and then you can get, and because it's Spider-Man, we've got all different versions of Spider-Man. You can go and you can get, regular Spider-Man, you can get Miles, and you can get Venom, and all, they're Spider-Gwen. I mean, we've got a lot of different versions of Spider-Man and Spider-Man family characters in there, but they're really, really cute. They're cheap, and they're fun to collect. I think people are going to love it, and I think they're perfect, too, for if you have, just you need a little tiny gift for somebody because you forgot to buy them something, like really expensive, you can just be really cool and get them this fun thing. And it's like 2 presents in one because it's a mystery. Even you don't know what you got them.
Well, quickly before we go, where can people find these online?
The
Or
NYCC.
not these ones, because these are for New York Comic Con, right?
Correct.
But where can they find you guys?
We sell a variety of places online. It's easy to check: Amazon, Hot Topic, Target, anywhere that you can buy action figures or toys. Generally, you can find us. Entertainment Earth. But if you're ever at a loss to find our stuff, you can always check us out at Funko.com and follow us at Original Funko.
Well, awesome. Thank you so
Mark.
much.
Thank
we
you.
are going to have The Real Husbands of Hollywood coming up next. And stay with us right here
I'm in that
on
too.
Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. Stick around.
What? You been in worse jams than this? What about the time when we was all locked up in the basement with Arsenio Hall?
That was just you.
Okay, then what about the time we got accidentally drugged?
Nah, that was also just you.
What about the time we was run over, tricked, beat up, knocked down?
We weren't there, Kevin.
I am tired of playing the fool in here. Nick, take off your turban. I'm gonna tie that with Dwayne's suspenders, and I'm gonna get this door open. Nellie, while I'm doing it, sing country grammar so I can get mad.
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse.
And I'm Blake Garrison. We are joined by the legendary Bruce Campbell and the other legendary Mr. Lee Majors. It's an honor to have you both on the show. Thank you so much. What's it like? I mean, you both go to cons a lot. Is it ever fun anymore?
Do we get conned a lot?
We get conned a lot. I think that's what Lee meant. We get conned a lot.
That's how you end
And
up
this
at
is the
cons.
biggest con of all, the
Yeah.
New York Comic Con. Look at the smelly savages down there. These are my clients, those people.
What are you guys teasing for Ash vs. Evil Dead?
We're showing episodes, dog. We ain't teasing nothing. We're not fooling. This is
look at the whole product.
Serious as a heart attack. Yeah, we showed them a whole episode.
Oh, that's great.
Season 2, episode 2, because episode 1 has already aired, so we gave them a taste a few days early.
What was the
As
reaction
you
like?
would. The reaction was fat, P-H-A-T.
Nice.
Fat, Lee. You know what
Right.
that means? That means
No.
fat, huge.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, what's it like being a part of the show?
As opposed to any other show. What?
This is just another damn show for Lee. But this is a special one because Lee gets to get covered with blood for the first time.
That's true. That's true.
The first time ever.
Since the movie Straight Jacket in 1963 starring Joan Crawford.
Couldn't use blood then, though.
No.
Not like this show.
Yeah. This
I
show
have
is
never seen so much blood in my life.
No.
I mean, you talk about like the taste hasn't changed since you.
Not really. It still tastes offensive. And it gets sticky, same. It doesn't. You know, Lee, you can't take your shirt off after a while when that crap gets on, right?
No, and you
pull the hairs off your
pick
chest.
up your water bottle to set it down, and
You can't. It ain't going nowhere. Yep. That's your water bottle for the afternoon until you shower. You're hot.
Tell 'em how you
warm.
shower.
I put my head under the spigot, turn it up full blast, and I just look at the drain. As long as red is going in the drain, I'm not ready for a regular shower. It's pretty simple. It's a visual.
So talk to us about the relationship between you guys two characters on the show.
Our characters, he plays my father, named Brock Williams. He's a jerk.
True.
And we learned that most of Ash's poor habits came from his father.
chip off the old block.
Yep. So it's a bad relationship that goes south
Why
pretty
they
quick.
named me Brock?
Although he has a nickname for himself. I'll say it. He calls himself Cock.
No, I don't. You do.
Well, your character did. It's not Lee. Lee doesn't do this. His character Brock says all the bad things. Lee's quite an upstanding citizen.
So where did the decision come to add this part of the mythology to
You have to
Ash's
grow the
character?
show. You
Yeah.
know, and if you're going to be on the air for, like a movie is a one-off deal. You tell a story, you can develop a certain amount, but isn't the beauty of a TV show, Lee, to develop characters over a long period of time? Like you got
That's right.
really comfortable playing those characters on your
Yeah,
47
but after
different
a
shows
while,
that you
you
did.
got to venture out and learn more about them.
Yeah.
You know, get into their soul like I did.
Well,
with
listen
you.
to this. Lee's getting deep on me. Don't get so deep on me, Lee. Don't go deep.
All right, son.
Because you only got 11 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Had you guys met before taping this?
No, never met. No, I knew, of course, I knew of Lee. I discovered Lee. I had
When you
no
were
idea
casting
how
for the
success.
$6 million man.
No, I was casting for Big Valley back then. I was 4, but you know, I saw Lee's tape. I'm like,
That guy's got talent.
next thing you know, here he is,
What would
flushing his career down the toilet with us. It's a good way to go, though.
That's true. What would you say is your favorite Lee Majors vehicle or thing?
Ash versus Evil Dead.
Okay.
I'm not going to say no. I'm not
Okay.
going to say besides
Right,
Ash versus
right.
Evil Dead. There's only
Ash
one.
versus Evil Dead.
Yeah, Ash versus Evil Dead.
I deserve
I'm
that.
programmed. You did deserve that.
Do we have any Twitter?
We're getting some tweets in now. You guys can tweet
Oh,
at
isn't
us
that
using
tweet?
the hashtag
How tweet?
MarvelNYCC. Are you guys big on Twitter?
You are.
I'm on Twitter.
I'm not on anything.
What would
Not-
it take?
never
what would
get
it take-
high.
What would it take to convince you to join Twitter?
I'm sorry?
What would it take to convince you to join Twitter?
I wouldn't join. I'm not on any social media. I have my own social life privately, please.
Okay, guys, you got that? He's not telling you what he made for breakfast today. Okay.
But
Yeah.
I want to know.
No, you
What
don't
did-
get to know.
What did you have for breakfast
Don't
today?
get to know. Read the book.
Nicely done.
Hasn't been written yet, but wait and read it.
Lee's got a book in him. Are you kidding me?
Is there honestly, this Ash vs. Evil Dead keeps going and going, and what do you think has kind of shepherded that along?
The fine performances from the actors in the show. You know what it is? People have been clamoring for it.
Mhm.
They've been bugging us. They won't shut up about another movie. But a movie didn't make a lot of sense. A movie is like you roll the dice once. If that thing bombs, the franchise is dead. With a TV show, you get a chance to come into people's living rooms every week and ingratiate yourselves with them. And they get to know these characters better than a feature. So that's why I like TV. I like the pace of TV. And I like the amount of characterization you can do over time.
Yeah.
So, season 2, we go back to Ash's hometown. We never saw that before. We meet his dad, his butt-faced dad. We meet his old friend, Chet, played by Ted Raimi this year. Chet is an idiot as well. He serves drinks to people laced with ketamine. Look it up. It's bad. It's not good. Not good. And then my old girlfriend. Linda B, because Linda A went to the cabin and she didn't come back. So we introduced Linda B.
Yeah, I was going to ask, in season 1, you have a certain way with the ladies.
Well, yeah.
Does that continue in season 2?
Why would it stop? You can't stop what you started. Now, it's
Chip
hard
off the
for
old
Ash to
block.
turn it off. Exactly. See?
That comes from the father character,
Yeah,
too,
well,
right?
unfortunately, in the show, it turns out we're stooping the same chick.
What?
Yeah, that was my reaction.
Yeah.
What? This guy stealing my tail? What's up with that? Bad news.
So you've lived with
You
the
move, you
character of
lose.
You've lived with the character of Ash for a while now.
Yeah, since 1979.
1979.
Technically.
Did you, when early on when you were working on it, think of things like, oh, I bet his relationship with his dad is like this. I bet his old
Oh, we
girlfriend's
planned
like
the whole
this."
thing out.
Yeah.
No, believe me, we're tap dancing as fast as we can.
Okay.
There was a lot of pressure to do another movie, but Rob Tappert, our other partner on this, we went to Sam Raimi and we're like, Sam, what about, can you get your head around it as a show, a TV show? Because I had just come off a Burn Notice. So I was in a TV mode. Rob Tappert finished Spartacus with stars, so he already knew them, and we pitched it to them. And bada boom. Next thing we know, we're dumping blood on Lee Majors here.
There you go. Living the dream.
Yeah.
Who's next to dump blood on? Who's on the short list?
Anybody who's on the call list, the cast list is next. And Sam Raimi took great pride when he shot the pilot for the show to personally deliver the first splat, whether it's a coffee cup in the face, because Sam would know where the camera angles were.
Right.
And he'd get his hand so you wouldn't see the coffee cup in his hand, but it's right in your face, because he wanted that reaction from actors. He wanted that startled, blah, holy crap sort of thing.
And so I asked you this earlier before we were filming, but we live in New York, and I see pictures of you everywhere on buses,
buildings, that's
billboards. When you got to see that. What's that like for you? Just all over
The
place?
strange thing of all, it becomes normal, and you start to expect it. You go, where's my face on the bus? Where's the bus? Where is it? I haven't seen a single building with my face on it this year. So it gets a little addicting, frankly. Lee had to break that addiction. All those years on buses and buildings. Promotion was different back in those days.
No, we didn't do that back then.
Now, did you do the
They didn't
amount
have
of
buses
promotion that we have been doing for this show in all of your years in television? Is this the most promotion you've
definitely,
ever done?
Definitely.
Because there weren't 4,000 channels. There wasn't a plethora of websites, the .com news outlets. They didn't
There were only
exist.
3 networks.
Yeah, there were 3. That's
They-
it.
for
You got
Big
your
Valley-
3 interviews, you're done. Good night.
Yeah, in the 60s, Big Valley, they put me on a plane, sent me to about 4 major cities, and that was it. Ended up in Miami the night of the show, the premiere, in a room by myself and watched the premiere of my show. The first.
That's how glamorous it was back then.
Oh, there's nobody here. That's me.
Hey,
Nobody here.
I'll tell the waiter. I'll get room service.
I was calling room service.
Hey,
I
look,
was
that's
saying,
look,
send up
that's
people.
me on this thing. Here you go. Sign here, please.
And it was.
Thank you, Mr.
It
Majors.
was in color too.
Lee's first color.
Yeah, that was
Well,
the
you're-
year they came in with color.
I mean, you're both such legendary actors. What was the first time that you knew that you made it?
That night.
That night. Oh.
That night, I thought I made it.
Damn.
It's me, but where the hell is everybody?
What about yourself?
I have never realized that yet. I don't know why I'm in this business. I should have become an insurance salesman. No, it's. I don't think you ever really go. This is it. Faces on a building. Fade out. No, it's an ongoing process, as you know. Never ending.
If we
process.
felt that, we wouldn't be here because
Exactly.
you never get to the end of it when you want to stop because you can't, because that's what you do. It's what you've learned all your life. It's your
right.
life.
Right. If
And
we
what
had
else
stopped,
have we
yeah,
done?
we would not be here talking to you chumps right now.
Lucky for us.
Well,
Kept
Still
going.
sniveling, trying to get fans to tune in to Stars,
See?
to watch the
After
show.
all this time.
Tell them about the app. You know, I mean,
Well, we should explain for the millennials out there
Please.
who don't get cable anymore,
No.
don't watch live TV, don't have a TV.
Right.
Okay, got it. Dear millennials, download the Stars app, right? It's free.
There you go.
Takes 14 seconds to do. What do they do when you first log on? They give you a free trial for a month. How many episodes of Ash vs. Evil Dead can you watch in a frickin' month? You can watch 48 seasons of it. You can watch it all for free. So sorry, millennials, we didn't make it any easier for you to watch it for free with no effort whatsoever. That should suit you fine.
Well,
That's the
speaking-
new plan.
well done.
Thank you. Thanks, Lee. You told me to, we're here to plug the show. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Why are
I
we
mean,
standing
speaking of
here?
stars, could there be any other? Could you have done this on like a broadcast network?
We could not. If this show was on broadcast, this would be the worst piece of crap on television. An axe would start to swing down. Oh my God! Oh my God! Cut to a commercial. And we would also, by the way, we have a half-hour format. With Stars, it's a solid half hour. You're not cutting away to a Chevy commercial. And the writers don't have to write artificial act breaks because you realize why they have to do it. Little Billy's gone. He's dead. Dun, 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 dun. Because you're cutting to they normally do that. You cut to a Chevy ad, you come back. So the writers have to artificially write these strange breaks in the action. And they've been doing it for 40, 50 years now. Well, we can say to the writer, just write a half hour. No breaks, no commercials, nothing. So the half hour feels a lot more than a half an hour. And the writers can just write a half an hour of material, which I think empowers them. And you're absolutely right. We could not have done this show, even on, let's go to cable.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'd go, no, that's it. You'd start to see it, you'd see it, cut. And you cut to the next scene, not necessarily do a commercial, but they would not let you do the boo-boo words. We have to go back and fix the boo-boo words for other countries, not for the U.S. Gosh darn it. Get down over there, Dad. Don't hurt your doggone self over there. What the F are you talking about?
Horse pucky.
Horse pucky. Yeah. So we have a lot of leeway, and I think fans need to realize that. This is the only scenario. It's like threading a needle. Could you have a network that allows you to have unrestricted content? I mean unrestricted. So the thing we have to do is not overdo it, because we could. You know what I mean? You can say boo-boo words every 2 minutes. So
They don't mean anything.
my character, yeah, exactly. So my character, I'm trying to do new swear words like horse pucky. We're just trying to make it different. And then the character Kelly, she just swears.
No.
She just swears like a sailor. It is what it is. Same with the gore, carnage and mayhem. There would be normally all kinds of restrictions. We'd have to edit stuff down, and we'd have to present stuff to them that was more gory than we really wanted and let them cut it down. You'd have to play all these dumb games. We don't play any games. It's so nice. And it's the purest entertainment, not for everybody, but for the fans who want this stuff unbridled. Because 2 out of 3 Evil Dead movies had no rating. They don't want to be rated. Army of Darkness got an R rating, so you had fucking talking skeletons. That's what you get.
Yeah.
So you don't get the good stuff. So yeah, they're a great partner.
That's awesome.
And they're trying to do what a lot of other entities are doing. They don't want to just show other people's movies. They want to make them. So Starz wants to establish themselves as a full-on production entity and as a network that you can watch. And they've been very aggressively developing a slate of shows, and they want people to like them fervently. They don't want people to sort of like their shows. They want passionate viewers. So what they've been looking for, and they did it with is it Outlander is their show?
Mm-hmm.
There are people who are dying. They love that show. They're Game of Thronesing to that show.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they want. For some reason, they want to find these little shows that really connect with people. And I think they saw that last year here. Starz got their first taste of a Comic-Con crowd going crazy, and it was very enjoyable.
So we got about 30 seconds left.
I saw that.
Quickly, Hal, tease season 2 once more, really quick, for the fans who don't.
What
watch
about
the show.
season 2?
Just tease whatever you can.
Season 2 has the most outrageous cinematic sequences you'll see in your life, and most actors are prone to exaggeration. This is the one case I'm not exaggerating. So hope you enjoy unbridled television.
And the great Lee Majors is on the show
Indeed,
as well.
as Dad. Thanks, Dad.
All right, guys, well, we're not done with Ash vs. Evil Dead. We're going to have more coming back on the other side of this break. So stay tuned to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
Thank you, guys.
Hey everybody, we are back with the rest of the cast of Ash vs. Evil Dead. Introduce yourselves, please.
I'm Ted Ramey. I play Chet.
I'm Ray Santiago. I'm Pablo.
No.
Ba-da-ba.
I'm Michelle Hurd, and I play Linda B.
I'm Dana DiLorenzo, and I play Ash Williams.
And so,
I'm Dana DiLorenzo, and I play Kelly Maxwell.
So two of you are part of the Marvel family, so I only direct questions to the both of you.
Oh.
Actually, Ted, you were in Spider-Man.
3 Spider-Man.
3 Spider-Man.
We're 3
Forget
Spider-Man.
those other two. That's right.
And you were in Daredevil.
Certainly.
What happened to your character? Can we?
She got shot up violently, like 6 body squibs. Which, by the way, they actually do hurt. You know, when you see an actor and they sort of go, and they take it down. They're not acting. It actually hurts. There's like bruises upon the body.
Now, was your character in Daredevil, was that in the original comic books, do you know?
You
I don't know if she was.
I
Was she?
researched her, and she's not.
No, mine isn't either. Mine
Yeah,
was scripted add-in as well.
Yeah,
but,
I think they wanted just to have someone who would have, like a terrible demise. which
They
I
couldn't believe that those characters were not in it.
That's right.
So they had to write us
So,
in.
like, Samantha Reyes should be there.
Yeah.
But that was great. That was
Well,
one.
you
I mean,
never
working
know.
with John. Oh, good Lord.
But it was
so
great.
good.
I think we talked about, we're really glad to be part of that amazing Marvel comic books universe. It's a great honor, and they're awesome books. I read them as a kid all the time. I kind of vacillated. I wasn't really also a DC fan. I was more of an EC fan and a Marvel fan because I love Vault of Horror and all that stuff. But you can't grow up and not read Marvel. That's all there is to it.
That's right.
You know.
And then sometimes you marry someone, and then you open up a closet door, and you see a whole stack of comic book boxes. You're like, honey, what is this? Oh, I'm sorry. They're graphic novels. Right,
Yeah,
gotcha.
that's right.
So tell us, like, Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 2, what are you excited for fans to see? I know you're showing an episode today.
Yes.
We did. I believe it was episode 2, so they got to get a little bit more into the season ahead of time. And not only do you have these incredible guest stars along with Lee Majors, as you just saw, but season 2 is like season 5 worthy stuff, like double the gore, double the laughs, quadruple the blood and viscera and splatter matter that they throw on us. Except Miss Michelle, she somehow avoided all of the cannon, like it was a cannon.
Like right here.
It would just the goo would come and go. No, she's too pretty. And like just avoid. There was like an outline, like a Law and Order SVU outline of your.
I was like a body. Like
That was really interesting how it seemed to miss you.
It was odd. I was like game. I was like, come on, bring it on. Bruce Campbell was like, oh, I can't wait to see the blood and those curls. I was like, let's do it. Let's do it. And literally, I'm standing there. They have the cannon right there. We're like, go! And it circled me. It circled me. Maybe there was like 3 drops. I don't know.
And this one gets
certainly not the case for me.
Yeah, he gets poor Ray gets tortured.
As you saw, episode 1 of season 2, I'm ripping my face off.
What is totally true is that Ray Santiago here wins the award for most crap glued to his face by any actor in history. He gets more prosthetics on and off blood on his face, off his face than I've ever seen, and I've been in this horror business for 30 years, so that is something to say.
Huge. That's huge.
And most hog ties.
Yeah.
You were hog-tied up there
It
for
is
a long
hog-tied a
time.
lot.
But his body is amazing, and so I would like to thank the creators for hog-tying Ray, because his body is worth tuning in for.
Listen,
right, Ted?
Listen.
I'm staying out of this one. I'm not this one.
Oh, come on. I say this. I think Pablo does not need his rusty chain this season because he's found his gun.
Yes, he did.
No, listen, Pablo goes through a crazy journey where he's tortured by the Necronomicon and the evil force, and he's naked running around the forest, and a lot of things happen, and maybe he'll survive and be a better sidekick and hero, or maybe he'll just die. That's the truth right there, guys. That's how it is on the Evil Dead world, right, Dana? You know that.
Yes, no one is safe.
I will say this, though. I am always impressed at how you Linda Hamilton the shit out of all your scenes. You really do. You're like Linda Hamilton meets like Elijah Dushku with
Meets Al Pacino?
Yes.
With like the swearing. It's meaning like the swear. I feel like Pacino.
Let's see their best.
Say hello to
You
my
talking to
little
me?
deadite.
You're no, but that's no Pacino.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Hooah!
Oh, sorry,
Guys,
my bad.
nailed that.
My
Nailed
bad.
that.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
No, because Kelly's whole besides being out for blood and revenge, having all this rage, the creators decided that Kelly would swear pretty much every line. So I feel like when I had to explain to my mother about when she's like, I don't like that you swear. And she swore when she said it, she's Italian. I go, Mom, it's like Pacino, come on. That's why so I'm doing it. Mom, I'm like Pacino. Guys,
Dana is the Samuel L. Jackson of television.
That's a better
She
analogy.
really is. She's
Yes.
like,
Thank you.
come on, mother beep.
So
That's
she
that's how it's gonna have to be shown on the Disney Channel one day. Well, it'll be about 3 minutes long, that version, but it might.
So she has no problems with the curse, or that she only has problems with the cursing. Everything else, she's fine.
That's
with.
totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
The nudity, the blood.
She's like, oh
the-
yeah, you're totally fine. Smoking weed out of a shotgun, using a deli slicer to smash the dice fight, but the swearing too far.
There's gotta be a line.
But she's obsessed with everyone on the show, and she, especially Ray. Like Ray's her favorite every time. She just can't even, when she gives a play-by-play, she can't even talk about the show without laughing because she's thinking of you saying the line.
Oh, that's sweet.
It's true. I told you that.
That's awesome.
I got to ask too. I know Bruce mentioned one time about like the taste of the blood. Can you guys kind of describe how like awful it tastes when you?
Not strawberries. It does not taste like strawberries. People ask that all the time. You said you had a good, what was it, soap or something? You said it's like a sweet soap.
Oh, it is like sweet soap.
Mucusy.
It tastes like.
How do you know that?
I know. What is that?
How do we know that?
Was that a
We
restaurant?
swallowed
Sugary
25.
and
Oh,
like it tastes like a dishwashing like.
I got
when
my
I was a
mouth
kid, I had a
full of soap.
exactly. Yeah.
I think the biggest concern, we've all eaten so much of it and swallowed such great amounts, gallons of it that it's not so much us, we're worried that our grandchildren are going to look like Flipper. We don't know what's in that. I mean, it's like, oh, we make it with some interesting, it's all natural, don't you worry.
It's organic.
Yeah, natural from Dow Chemical, I'm sure, but
But it looks awesome,
It
so
does,
we
looks
will
amazing.
swallow it for as many gallons and years as you want.
Yeah.
So what's it like working with Lee Majors?
Wait, you did a little bit. You know who does you did a little Lee Majors. You know,
Lee
you went a little bit like that. Ted
Ted
does
does
an
really
amazing
good.
Lee Majors.
All right, I'll tell you something, man. Now look, when I did $6 Million Man, now that was something, man. Now look here, Michelle. Now you're a pretty girl, but not like Farrah used to be. You really is something now. Now Raymond, you're a fine actor, but not as fine as Ted Raimi. I'm gonna tell you something, because he is the finest actor. And Dana, you ain't bad, but not as good as Ted Raimi neither. That's Lee. No, I'm joking. He never said those things at all, but he did. He is amazing, and he did do all his own stunts for 1,000 years, which is why he fits into this show perfectly, and especially these two young actors here, the new faces of the Evil Dead universe, really can toe the line as far as knocking themselves out. I've never seen it so much. It's unbelievable how much these guys cream themselves for this show. It's amazing.
You get creamed like you get tackled.
Get destroyed.
I gotta say, you two have done impressions. You got any impressions?
Yeah, no.
Oh man.
Yeah, no. This is the ham.
That's right.
And this is the egg. And this is the sandwich, right? Right? You
That's
get
right.
it? Okay, sorry.
I like that. I like that.
We were missing our cheese. Apparently, you got Bruce
I think
earlier.
that's all of it.
When the hipper's not around, we talk shit about him. No, we love Bruce. Yeah, no, I will say that Lee learns everybody's lines. He not only knows his, but he knows everybody's lines.
That's true.
And he has the best stories. I thought that Bruce had really good stories, but he has stories about just, Muhammad Ali and so many great people. And so we just sit at dinner with him, and he talks, and we're like, dude, you got to write a book about this. So he was an addition to this season where, again, there I was working with cult classic icons, and just to be so lucky. So I'm super grateful to have him on board this season. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. We have about 50 seconds left. Anything else you guys want to tease about season 2?
Oh, it's going to be a bloody good run, don't you think? Just go on. It's your turn. There's 40 seconds. 45.
The most dangerous villain in all of Evil Dead history.
You will see horror as you've never seen horror before. Right. There are Easter eggs aplenty. You have to keep watching. They're there. Get the damn Stars app so we can all have a job next season. That's really the most important thing we can tell you.
And you're going to learn a lot more about Ash Williams and his history, his childhood, his father, all of that stuff. It's so good. There's so much yummy stuff.
His
These
long
two
lost
go
love.
crazy. His long lost
And we also
Pablo will be forever changed in the way that Ash was changed in the movies, very similar to what happened to him. His journey leads him down a dark, tormented path.
we all want to. We all want that.
It's on Stars. We have to say that as well.
Stars.
Stars.
Or cable.
Download.
Wait.
Shh. Download the app right now.
No blood left in his
Hey
body.
everybody, welcome to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse.
I'm Ryan Panagos.
I am Fabian Nicieza,
Wow.
co-creator of Deadpool.
Wow, Fabian, you've sure changed in these last 3 months since we
Yes.
saw him.
Hey man, let's talk about your New Warriors run.
Oh, it was
legendary.
No, it was the best.
It was
the
the best, right?
best. Go out and buy
What
New
an
Warriors
ego
trades.
on this guy.
Yeah, come on.
Damn. Hi, I'm Dan Slott. I write Spider-Man and Silver Surfer for Marvel Comics, and I love my job.
Dan, we are on the precipice of yet another amazing Spider-Man blockbuster event, the Clone Conspiracy, Dead No More. Where did the origins of this story come from? Because I know you tend to play the long game, sir.
We've seen the Jackal show up in the book.
The
ever
new
since-
sophisticated-looking
sophisticated
Jackal.
But we've seen him doing evil things since
Yeah,
around
yeah.
Spider Island.
Yep.
And I like to play the long game. So there's stuff that's been a brewing, and now he has a new shishi look.
Yeah.
With a kind of like Egyptian Anubis jackal head.
It's very pretentious.
It is. It
Whose
is.
idea was it for that change to the look and that design?
Nothing says respect like fuzzy Yoda in a blue Speedo. So it's
That was an answer to your question.
So we totally wanted to, it's hard.
Dan, hold on.
What
hold
just
on.
happened?
Dan,
I feel like I had a stroke.
Dan, who came up with the idea to do the new look for the Jackal?
I'm going to say me. Okay, fine. Me.
Okay.
I wanted to do it. I didn't want a fuzzy little green guy running around.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah.
It was great for what it was, but now I think he looks cool.
Yeah,
And also, he didn't look like a jackal.
No.
He looked like a fuzzy green thing.
He looked like
No,
a weird, evil Muppet.
Yeah,
like a Dr. Seuss character gone awry.
Yes!
Oh, yeah,
Yes!
that's good.
Nailed
That's
it.
good. You
Yes.
nailed that one. Yeah. So shame on you, creators of the Jackal.
No, Jerry, I love you.
Dan
I love you,
says
Jerry.
Boo.
Yeah, Dan is not. Who drew that? Ross Andrew?
No, he's my hero.
Oh, yeah. So who came up with
Jim
the
Chung,
new...
redraw it all.
So who came
redraw
up-
it all, Jim Chung.
So Dan, who came up with the new look for the Jackal?
Jim Chung. Oh, wait till you see the art for the interior. It is so gorgeous.
What's it like working with Jim Chung? You've never worked together before, right?
I've never had interiors with Jim. I've only had he did all the covers for Avengers: The Initiative.
Right.
And I've always been like, oh, I want him on interiors.
Yeah.
And now I have him on interiors.
I like how you're in your house. You just
You are the collector. You're like, collecting these wonderful artists.
Yes. When you see it. And in the first issue, we also have a backup in Clone Conspiracy drawn by Ron Friends.
Oh, cool.
And it's set back in time, and it's like, it's like I got to go into a time machine and I got to like totally affect Spider-Man's history, and it looks like it's canon.
Yeah.
Because Ron Friends drew it. So
Should it be
counts.
canon because you're putting it in comics?
Yeah.
It never feels like it should.
Do you always feel like you're doing fan fiction?
Yeah, and I went, hey, a check from Marvel. This is great. What happened?
It's like icing on the cake.
Yeah.
All right. So what are some of the big beats of Clone Conspiracy? We don't want any
Well,
spoilers.
okay, at the very end.
No.
Tell us the last scene.
How does it end? Then we'll figure out how to get there together.
It'll be exciting. It'll be like Memento. It'll
Yeah?
be great. No, it's the thing that's really awesome about this in a truly terrible, horrific way is when you look at Spider-Man's career, his whole life, everyone who's come on to Spider-Man and written long arcs of Spider-Man at some point has that gut punch story where they kill a beloved character.
Sure.
And after 50 years, you could fill the entire Javits Center with everyone that Spider-Man has lost. Like all the loved ones, all the pain. And what's fun about this story is we're bringing them back.
Yeah.
We're not killing people. We're resurrecting them. And
So whereas other writers have taken away from the Spider-Man mythos,
No.
Dan Slott is adding to it.
They-
You heard it here first,
No,
folks.
no,
Dan Slott
no,
marries all under
I love you,
Spider-Man
Jerry.
writers.
I love you, Jerry. No, they've added tragedy and depth. And
I like the idea of Jerry Conway just sitting at home watching the screen as you reach out
Yeah,
and
and he just
scream
pushes his
desperately
laptop off a table. To hell with Dan Slott.
To hell with you, Slott.
He's so sweet. Like when 700 was coming out and everything was going crazy and the whole world was losing their, you know what?
Yep.
I'd never talked to him before, and he reached out to me.
Oh,
And and he just said, it's all going to be okay.
This too shall pass.
Yeah, he's like, I killed Gwen, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's all good. You'll live. It'll be good.
And then you were like, I hate you for killing Gwen, Jerry.
Why?
Why did you do that?
My feels.
Let's talk about your other big title right now.
Ooh,
Silver Surfer.
So good.
Silver Surfer, working with the All Reds.
The Allred family.
The All Reds
Have they made you an honorary Allred?
I dream of being an honorary Allred. They are the sweetest, nicest people in all of comics.
We're honorary Allreds. I thought that it was.
Yeah, it didn't have a big
man.
deal.
Thought
Mike,
everyone was.
Mike. No. See, now I can't do the show because I can imagine Mike seeing this and Mike going, oh. No, we're having so much fun.
Yep.
And the air conditioning turned on.
You did it. You did it. It was like talking about Silver Surfer brought us air conditioning.
Power cosmic.
Dan, what I want to know is with a character like Dawn Greenwood, adding a significant new supporting character who's really going to stick with Silver Surfer, that's something huge. What's that like?
I can top that Ben Morse.
Oh, no.
Marvel's Ben Morse. We are coming up with a story soon in issue 8 where you are going to find out, besides Silver Surfer, Toomey, the Magic Surfboard, and Dawn Greenwood, there has been a 4th member of the team.
What?
Dun, dun, dun.
A 4th member of the team.
All this time?
All this time, and you've never known it.
Oh, God.
A little tiny guy from the planet Brundlebus, where in the first issue, Silver Surfer reignited their little tiny star. He has become like Silver Surfer's biggest fan, and he's traveled through the universe, and he found them on a little jetpack. And you just haven't noticed he's been there because he's so tiny. He's so teeny tiny, and he becomes this 4th member. He's been a 4th member of the team, and we're going to tell stories that you've never seen before.
Oh, behind the scenes.
Yes, and his real name is way too long for anyone to keep pronouncing. So what they call him in the book is he is Tiny Harold.
Harold, like H-A or
Yes.
H? Okay.
Yes, he's Silver Surfer and Tiny Harold.
That's great.
Yes.
Tiny Harold.
Coming soon.
What was your reaction when the news hit for the Eisners this year?
Oh dear!
I can only imagine you screaming and running around.
Oh my God! Yeah, that was really freaky. But for Surfer 11, the issue that we did, it was kind of like that issue took so long to work on, and that issue was such a long labor of love. It was like, oh, thank you, someone read it. Even if it was like 4 or 5 Eisner judges, someone read it.
Yeah.
Great. We put so much love. It's nice to know people enjoyed it.
Totally.
Oh, are there questions?
I don't know.
find out.
I'm checking. This hasn't been checked in a while.
No.
I see. Ooh, you got Bruce Campbell's in here.
Oh,
yeah.
sure was.
Speaking of
Bruce Campbell is in here.
Raph AV, Dan is definitely my favorite writer of the moment.
Of the moment. for the 10 seconds this is on Marvel Live, I'm your favorite.
Yeah.
Next writer who comes on, he'll be your favorite.
But we just had the cast from Ash vs. the Evil Dead by, and you freaked out. You were in here waiting.
Hoffman! Ted Raimi was in here. Hoffman! Green Meanie. Doctor Strange.
Dan, Michael W.S. wants to know who's your favorite Spider-Man character other than Spider-Man?
J. Jonah Jameson.
Oh.
J. Jonah Jameson is my favorite. There's certain characters.
Is he above Spider-Man?
No.
But he's along with like Ben Grimm, he's one of my favorite characters to script. Because like whenever I'm typing stuff out, I do the voices, and whenever it's just fun to go Parker, and you just like he's the funnest character to work on.
Yeah. At what point in your run on Spider-Man will J. Jonah Jameson become Spider-Man? That has to be.
No, we did that.
You already did
We
it.
did that in Spider
Oh,
Island.
Spider
Island, and he was whipping away.
You got to read the books, man.
Yeah, and if you play Spider-Man Unlimited, you can unlock Jonah as a playable character.
Look at that.
On
Nice
their mobile
cross-brand-
game.
Nice cross-brand promotion there, Dan Slott.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Really good timing because up next, our next guest is going to be Bill Roseman, creative
right.
director of Marvel Games.
Of Marvel Games. You're welcome, Bill. It's a great game.
Alan Wilkinson asked, wait, is Silver Surfer's board named Toomey? That's hilarious if so. And yes, we established this 2 years ago?
Dawn Greenwood named it because she misunderstood Silver Surfer saying, "To me, my board."
Yeah.
And there you go. So his name is officially Toomey.
Yeah. All right, Dan. So we got Amazing Spider-Man, Clone Conspiracy. Is Dead No More still part of the title? Or
Yeah,
what? Something confusing.
Dead No More.
Dead No
Clone
More.
Conspiracy,
The Clone Conspiracy coming. More Silver
Supercalifragilistic.
more Silver Surfer coming. Where can people follow you online?
On Twitter at danslot.com.
Yes.
Where you don't post anything controversial and you're
Nothing
always on there and it's great.
Just
oh God,
completely right down the middle. Dan Slott, it's been a pleasure. Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
You're a credit to your race.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Oh God.
Bill Roseman coming up next. I mean, the human race.
Yeah, the human race.
Oh God.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. I'm tweeting.
Wow. Welcome back. Ryan's tweeting, but you can watch us here on Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Kabam and Marvel Contest of Champions. My name is Ben Morse.
I'm Ryan Penagos.
Hey, I'm Bill Roseman, creative director, Marvel Games.
That's right, and what a great opportunity to have you on. You just did your panel.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was hosted by Ryan.
Ryan hosted it. We just had it
How'd
two
it
floors
go?
down. It was great. We saw Lorraine and Sana eating things on screen.
Yeah.
They showed a big
Yeah.
clip of the Flip show.
My favorite part was when they were like, "This is gross."
Yeah, what are these? Vegetables. It was
It is
great.
disgusting.
So we saw all the things that Marvel Digital is doing, Marvel Unlimited, all the videos. What the Alex was there from What the we had a showed a What the episode. It was hilarious, and then we announced our next event that's hitting Marvel Games. So you know how we like to do big events that we kind of stole it from publishing. It's almost like a crossover.
Yeah,
so,
total ripoff.
Total ripoff. Steal from the best.
Yeah.
So the last one we did was in July. It was celebrating this guy. It was
Shield, Mr. Shield,
Mr. Shield,
Captain Shield.
It was the Cap 75 anniversary. So we worked with all of our partners across all of our mobile games.
We get some
and
really
PC.
cool original characters out
That's
of
what
that.
we did. We worked
Yeah.
with them and we said, hey, let's not just since all the games already had Cap.
Yeah.
We said, how can we raise the bar?
Said,
so we
hey,
worked with them.
dummies, come up with some more.
We love them.
Yeah.
We never
Come
say,
up with better
we never
ones.
say dummies.
Lovable dummies.
Do better.
We introduced all new versions of Cap across all the games. Like for example, you mentioned Kabam.
Kabam.
We created a character called the Civil Warrior.
Civil Warrior.
And in that reality, Steve won the Civil War and Tony died.
Oh, man. What a
but
downer.
to pay tribute to his friend Tony, Steve created this suit of armor with a Cap themed, of course, and his chest piece. He used an arc reactor, his star on his chest. No, on his shield. On his shield would fire. So anyway, we called him the Civil Warrior. And in Marvel Puzzle Quest, who is celebrating their 3rd year anniversary, they are also here at New York Comic Con. We did a version where Peggy Carter stepped up, where
That was
Steve,
cool. Very
Steve
cool.
died and he was not able to become Captain America. Peggy stepped up. She became Captain America, and it really, I think, touched a nerve. We got the word out there, and people really responded to seeing Peggy. They felt that she earned it, and so she stepped up and she became Captain America. And I think all the Captain Americas we introduced really speaks to the diversity of Marvel and also to the diversity, actually, of our games. We try to make all of our games very different.
Very nice.
And so to continue that and to show people that there is a game, no matter what kind of game you want, whether it's a match 3 or a fighting or an action RPG or a simulation builder, we have a game for you. So today we announced, starting October 26th, Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme himself, is coming to Marvel Games. We worked very closely with Marvel Studios, and we shared a bunch of awesome ref and information with all of our
That's
partners.
reference for you.
On the inside, we called it ref.
Yeah.
We like to shorten things. And so Doctor Strange inspired content will be coming to 6 of our Marvel games starting October 26th. It'll be in Marvel Contest of Champions, Marvel Future Fight, Marvel Heroes 2016, Marvel Tsum Tsum, Marvel Puzzle Quest, and Marvel Avengers Academy.
Yay! Good job, Bill. You nailed
And
it.
so what's cool about all of them, and I'll start with Marvel Avengers Academy. What's different about that is in that game there's an ultimate superhero school that the Avengers attend, and Nick Fury is the stern dean. And they're going to introduce the student age version of Doctor Strange, and that just kind of shows how all of our games are different and offer different flavors. And yeah, so Doctor Strange coming to all the Marvel games, starting October 26th.
It's pretty great.
It's pretty awesome.
Pretty exciting.
Yes.
One of the things I really dug when we announced today was like in Future Fight, putting the comic versions and movie-inspired versions,
right.
and then taking it to another level where we bring in characters like Caecilius, who isn't very recognizable from the comics, so we have his movie-inspired version.
Correct.
Then we bring in Satana.
Satana's in there, Clea, and Hellstorm, all comic versions. So you're right. What we like to do is, see, this event is inspired by, studios content, film. We like to take this opportunity to show people, like, hey, where did these characters come from? They came from a comic book.
Yeah.
So we'll show you both versions.
Right.
And so we have, movie and comic book inspired versions of Strange, Mordo, Wong, the Ancient One, and then we have, Caecilius movie version only, and then we have the comic versions only of the 3 characters we talked about. So we hope when people play the game, they're like, I know Doctor Strange, but who's Zatanna? And we're like, find out.
She's got a costume that's a lot of boobs, and she's like fiery and evil and stuff like that.
Well, when you're the daughter of the devil, you get to revel. You get to revel in how much of a badass you are.
Yes.
And so she's really cool. She's very powerful. You know, she knows who she is. She owns it. And she's like a hellstorm. Again, he's a bad boy. He knows who he is.
Shirtless, just walking around like, look at
He's
this.
got a pentagram on his chest. He's rocking leather pants. You know, he's having the time.
Yeah. Bill, you talked about you're kind of a conduit in some ways from the publishing side to
Right.
the TV side,
Sure.
to the movie side.
Yep.
When you're working with all at once, how do you coordinate all that and not drive yourself crazy? Or-
I'm like Nick Fury himself, just sitting there looking at all the screens of all the
Too many
information
eyes.
flooding
You
in.
have too many eyes.
No, it's great.
We can take care of that.
It's great. So I journeyed out to Marvel Games about 2 years ago. I came from Marvel Publishing. Actually, this month marks my 10th year back at Marvel.
All right.
My first run was for 8.5 years.
You topped it.
I journeyed away. I wandered the earth. I was invited back by Joe Quesada 10 years ago.
Today.
Yes. So what's interesting about traveling out to games is, as you said, part of the job is being a conduit. So I'm connected to all the editors and to the sales and marketing people, and of course .com and our lovely social media team. So everyone's
lovely.
constantly sending me information every day. Here's new sketches. Here's information. In fact, just this morning, editor Will Moss sent me some awesome behind-the-scenes art from Black Panther that's involving a very important character. And the reason he did that is now that I've seen it and it's cool and we know what's going to come out in comics, we can plan and work with our partners in games. And then you can see the character, maybe it's a new character, maybe it's a new costume, whatever it is. We try and have characters appear in the games the same day as they appear either in comics, TV, or studios. So that's part of my job. I'm kind of this center point, and we share information back and forth, and we try and bring whatever it is, whether it's a TV show, animated film, comics, we try and make it happen in the game at the same time, and I think the fans dig it.
Yeah. In a couple of minutes, we're going to have John Glazer up next, comedian, actor. But we do have your questions and comments coming in.
Let's get 'em.
Use
Let's
the
get to
hashtag
'em.
MarvelNYCC.
Let's do it.
Let's put him on the spot.
Raccoon
No
Addict.
softballs. Give me your hard questions. I'm ready.
Raccoon Addict says just that Marvel games are the best kinds of games.
Oh, there's a hard ball for you right off the bat.
Yeah.
He's a big supporter of Marvel Heroes 2016. So Raccoon Addict, thanks for being a loyal, true believer, and we salute thee.
And Raccoon Addict says Zatanna debuted in the same Marvel premiere as Rocket Raccoon. Which I didn't even know that.
Raccoon,
There you
fun
go.
fact.
Yeah, fun fact. Michael W.S. says, hey, Bill, out of the Marvel games, which one is your favorite?
Yeah, which one's your favorite?
Yeah, tell us which one's your
Which do you like
favorite.
better than the others?
You wanted a
Which
hard
do you
question.
like
I
as opposed
love them all the
Wow.
same.
This guy, I want the hard questions.
No,
yeah,
I will
all
say
right.
this, and I'll be completely honest. What I do love about each and every one of our game is they embrace who they are, and they do what their game is, and they don't try to be anyone else. And by doing that, they offer different experiences for different types of game players. And it's just so fun to see characters. Like today, we saw Doctor Strange. You saw him in the really detailed art of Marvel Future Fight, and then you saw him kind of in a simplified version in Marvel Tsum Tsum, but instantly recognizable across both games. And so it's really fun, and I just love how our partners
That's fair. That's
dive
fair.
into it.
Fair. Lame.
Yeah.
Lame as an
True.
answer.
True.
But fair.
True.
Totally fair.
True.
Here's a twist on that question. Sophia asks, which Marvel game do you spend the most time playing?
Yes.
Man,
We're gonna
good
pin him
question.
down on this one.
You know, I have been spending a lot of time recently on Marvel Tsum Tsum because that was our latest game.
It's new, yeah.
That was developed. So
Same.
I find myself if I'm standing in line, I'm at the Disney commissary,
Oh, no big
standing
deal.
in line, getting a Cobb salad like Hollywood people do, and it's really easy to boom, pop up in the phone, Marvel Tsum Tsum, and boot doot doot, and then 5 minutes later I have my lunch. So I've been playing a lot of Marvel Tsum Tsum lately.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Honest answer from Honest Bill.
Yeah, there's some fans here who have some love for the Avengers Alliance games.
Yes.
We had a lot of those were great, Good run on those.
Great run. Sorry to see him go. I love at the very end they released this awesome shot of a lot of the art, a lot of it by Sam Wood, who is a tremendous artist. This big crowd shot of all the characters that they put out.
was cool.
It was really cool to see how many awesome characters they created in that game.
Very cool. All right, Bill. So people can find you online at
Yeah,
Bill Roseman.
At Bill Roseman. Follow me. I'm always sharing art and information and bringing the latest and greatest of Marvel games to you.
And we're going to bring to you John Glazer.
With you guys at the Highline, or is it just you?
There's someone.
It's a band called Gambit.
Gambit is supporting us. So.
I like Gambit. He's an X-Man, also.
This is true. I think it's I think it's a different Gambit.
Oh, it's slightly different. It's
Or
not the
no,
Raging
hey,
Cajun?
Maybe. Actually, it could be.
You never know. Well, there you go. So while you're here, what's on the slate? You're doing New York Comic Con?
Yeah, we just got here half an hour ago, but we're gonna hang out afterwards. We're pretty pumped about it.
What's your Comic-Con poison?
I mean, we all like Star Wars, that's for sure. But
We like Star Wars too.
Yeah, we
Final
do.
Fantasy.
Scantily
There you
clad.
go. There you go.
There you go.
Anything.
He's
Check
overly
out
honest.
the cosplay. Got it. I get it. So you guys are taping a new album right now up in Maine, Massachusetts, Maine.
Yeah.
Maine. I knew it was somewhere upstate, up there, that way with an
Somewhere
M.
up there, where you only go when the leaves change, right? The
Right.
orders.
So what's the concept behind the new album?
Well, just like the last one, you know, our records are soundtracks to basically sci-fi movies, essentially. And whereas the last record was transmissions, it had a certain narrative to it. There's a new narrative, a new movie for this new record, and we haven't really gone public with the details, but there's going to be a lot more information soon as we begin to unveil the new stuff.
I dig that. What are some of your guys' influences musically?
Across the broad spectrum.
Hall
of
Notes.
Hall Notes.
Yeah, it's just.
We
We're singing
started
it,
as a
so
Hall
yeah.
Notes cover band. Hall and Oates. Brock and I played the marimbas.
Amazing.
And
Triangle.
And so, you know, it just developed from there. No, I
Hall
guess
Notes, sci-fi. I get it. It's hand in hand.
Right. Maybe Hans Zimmer, and so you get that cinematic aspect, and Sigur Rós, but heavy things like Deftones, and we just toured with the band Breaking Benjamin, who we were all fans of growing up, and it's all an amalgamation of that in this very dynamic, heavy, and soft thing. And in fact, this record is actually even more diverse than the last. It goes from basically metal to pop. So
That sounds awesome. Now, you guys are also getting into the comic sphere a little bit, I hear.
Absolutely.
What's this graphic novel I'm hearing about?
Yeah, we can't say too much, but we just went public with the fact that there's a partnership. There's going to be a Marvel comic graphic novel coming out fall of next year. So we're going to start unveiling things about that soon.
And will your music be in any way linked to
Absolutely. It is telling more information about the narrative of the Starset Society and where the record is a soundtrack to this. So,
Right.
So that's the way it's linked in, and there's actually a novel already out, a book.
Oh, cool.
And this is an extension of that.
So then, since your music is so cinematic, are you guys also influenced by films?
Absolutely.
What films do you think drive you guys?
Man, you made an exhaustive list quite a long time ago.
Oh, do you guys sit together and make lists of
we-
my favorite
I'm not
movies?
sure
We belong here.
We've done that. Yeah.
Is that like what you're doing in your tour van?
That is also no joke. I think we've watched plenty of them too.
Yeah, it's like, well, is it superhero list or there's basically lists. I made a list of maybe 200 of my favorite sci-fi movies once.
That's really nerdy.
Yeah, it's incredible. Because someone was like, "What's your favorite sci-fi movie?" And I was like, "Well, I have to think this out." And then
You're like,
and then
let
you had
me
to
get to
rank
my
it.
list.
Literally,
Yeah.
this magazine would only give me 5, and I was like, "Crap! Well, how do I get it down to 5?" Well, I'll make subgenres of sci-fi, and I'll pick my favorite of each one of those, and yeah.
So you did this mathematically.
Scientifically, mathematically, before the music thing, I was an engineer, so yeah,
So
I
you
can't get rid of it.
take that perspective with everything.
Yep.
What about you guys? Do you have a certain film that you guys are really drawn to and that you think is linked to your music?
Well, maybe not directly linked, but we watch Forrest Gump a lot.
Because it's the only
It's
movie.
the only movie we have in our van or bus at most times. So.
Yeah.
That was a real
Favorite.
twist ending. I didn't expect.
Well, recently, what did we get? Like the Stephen King D-side 4-pack.
Oh,
Right.
Of like
Yep.
movies
That was a- that
I
was
didn't
a
even
pilot
know. I'm a
special. We
huge
found
Stephen
it.
King fan.
For
I have
$5.
no idea.
Yeah,
What were the titles of these?
I
things?
don't remember because I fell asleep during
Death
all
in a
4 of
Cabin,
them.
I think, was one of them.
There you go. Yeah.
Death in a
Something
Cabin.
about a storm sounds like a great Stephen King
Very
novel.
catchy. Something about a storm.
That's awesome. So when you're done here, do you guys have any panels? Are you go wander amongst the crowds?
That's
The latter mostly.
Definitely
Yeah.
hang, yeah,
Find
amongst
something to
everybody
eat.
else.
Oh
yeah.
no, not
No,
find
but
something to eat.
you know, you'll find somewhere to eat. Maybe convention food, maybe not.
We're not picky. We're not.
There you go. Do you guys have any certain Marvel characters or comics that influence you guys now that you're getting into this graphic novel game?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Because I personally been compared. There's a little Iron Man aspect.
I wouldn't have noticed in your casual tuxedo. I can maybe some vibes.
That was my answer.
Ron would
I was
be
literally
Captain
gonna be Iron
America.
Man. Well, we actually have a
Oh.
fan post that made us into those characters.
Who were you
so.
guys?
He was Iron Man. I was Captain
I
America.
was Tron, I think. Or,
No, you were
Tron.
Tron,
No,
not
who-
Tron.
you
No,
were- you were Tron. You know which
that's
one's not
Disney.
the
Oh, what were you, Brock? You remember? Yeah, that
Oh,
was it. Yeah, you had the you had the bow and arrow. I can't remember what you were, but
You
it was
guys-
good. It was well done.
I think you just launched a million fanfics.
That's fine. Bring it on.
There you go. Do you guys?
G-rated.
Yeah,
please.
Keep it clean, kids. Come on. This is a PG-13 show. We may have some questions coming in. If you guys have any questions, I'll do my best to man the Twitter while we're chatting. Just hashtag Marvel NYCC. Wim would like to know, which film soundtrack do you guys like so far the most? I'm guessing from a Marvel film. Do you have a Marvel film soundtrack that you like the most?
That's tough.
Not yet. Yeah, we're reserving for when we get a track in it.
Oh, there you go. Preemptive.
Yeah, exactly.
All
That's
right.
the goal.
And Sophia would like to know, how did you guys meet and how did you decide to start a band?
Well, we actually were friends from various bands around Columbus before the project, and we decided to start a band based around the Starset Society. There's more to us than just the band. We're actually promoting things of a scientific nature that people otherwise wouldn't be subjected to. So our band is part of the public outreach of that. So, we had a mission, and we still do.
So what sort of scientific studies or interests do you guys have?
Go ahead, Dustin.
Is that like...
You're gonna get into that one, yeah.
I feel like I'm doing
From
all the
past and
talking,
present.
I study sleep a lot in the bus.
Yeah, he's the drummer.
You're the sleepy one.
We drive a long
study him
shifts, so
sleeping.
yeah, I study sleep. A lot of games on the phones and watching YouTubes and Netflix and videos.
That sounds important.
Social media studies.
My thesis though was on using scanning lasers for navigation indoor outside of the presence of GPS. My PhD I was working on before I finished, when left for a record deal, was more autonomous navigation stuff.
Obviously.
Yeah, right.
Why wouldn't it be? Well, where can fans find you guys and where can they check you out if they're in New York City?
We're playing the Highline Ballroom tomorrow. I believe doors are at 7.
And everything else is secret because we don't want to get John Lennon.
But no, all our social media is Starset Online, so Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Stick around here on Marvel Live. Up next, we're going to have The Tick and Sneaky Pete and a lot more. So keep sending us your questions and comments in hashtag Marvel NYCC. And watch us all at marvel.com/NYCC 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink for Marvel, your universe. Stick around.
Hey everybody, we're back at New York Comic Con 2016. I am joined by
Ben Edlund and Barry Josephson.
And we're here to talk about The Tick, which I was telling you beforehand, been a fan forever. What's it like? I mean, the show just keeps going, or not the show, The Tick just keeps going.
Yeah.
Like, that's gotta be a great feeling.
It's pretty cool. At this point, it's like, I think at this number of like reemergences, rebirths, and iterations, it has legitimate cultural, the pasta has stuck to the wall. Like it's actually, it has cultural currency that can't be denied. So that's neat.
Well, what do you think is the reasoning behind that, though?
The funny one that keeps sort of re-emerging. So its position as the jester in this court of superhero entities is like part of what that is. And then I think just the way that the Tick and Arthur as characters function, they actually from the comic book through the cartoon, etc., like and on to now, that relationship is actually charming enough to keep it going.
I think the animation in the comic book has such fans that wherever we've gone over the years, people will say, when is the Tick going to come back? When's the Tick going to come back? And so, you know, this is a great opportunity. Ben's brought the Tick and Arthur back.
Is there anything that, like you said, there's been the cartoon, the comic, the TV show. Is there anything that's been like easier to work on or more fun as opposed to?
This one, it's not easier. It's this is very difficult, but I'd say this is, in a way, this is some of the most fun because Amazon has put us and me into a position of like, we've had the ability to make choices and sort of go the high route, like in a lot of cases where I think for other networks and in other situations it wouldn't have been possible. And I also, this is very much a personal expression. Like that's what they wanted. So I got a chance to do what I wanted to do. So if you don't like it, it's my fault. Yeah.
And it'll come back anyway, so you might as well watch it.
Just if you don't like the weather now, wait 5 to 10 years, and there'll be some more tick weather.
It's great to work someplace where they say, we want your vision.
No, that's true, and that's very much how they operate, and that's very much like the kind of deal we made with each other was like we wanted to do this a certain this was a labor of love thing that was not going to be. We never wanted this to be 22 episodes a year. We never wanted it to be something less than it could be with the things that can be arranged now to make something really great.
And I mean, we're at Comic-Con. I'm sure you've been to a number of your.
I have.
We were just talking about that this morning. He's been to almost 40 of them.
Is that all?
Well, various conventions,
Right.
not Comic-Con.
What about yourself? How many?
I've been to at least 5. Through different experiences. Many times I've just gone down to Comic-Con in San Diego just as a fan.
Really?
Wanting to experience it. Yeah, wanting to walk around and just meet the comic vendors and just see what new things are being created, and just it's fascinating to me. And I love how this is a real audience. These are people who really embrace characters and live them, and that is such a great thing to be able to experience in the flesh.
And what is it like when you see someone dressed as the Tick? That's got to be just the best.
It's
feeling.
hilarious. I've gotten to know some very good Tick and Arthur guys at San Diego who dress up like the Tick and Arthur every year. That's their thing. But no, you see. There was a bipolar bear, which is a very very specific character from the cartoon, and he was perfect. So that cosplay does represent a little bit of the Tick's world is incredibly flattering and very cool, and it sort of speaks well of this.
It'll be interesting to see that Ben has reintroduced the Terror in the pilot, and seeing Jackie Earle Haley play that character
that's great.
is so great, and I can't wait to see a Terror walking around Comic-Con.
Because he's got a really beautiful costume.
Yeah.
Colleen Atwood did beautifully on that.
Yep.
And Jackie Earle Haley embodies it, but it would really... Actually, I want that coat. So if
it's a good coat.
It's a great coat.
True.
Would they give it to you?
I don't think so.
I think a loan.
A little expensive.
Yeah,
I
I just had a flashback. When I was a kid, I used to play with the Tick action figures growing up. That was a blast. But
that's a very relevant flashback to this moment.
Did you voice them a little bit?
I never did that, but in my head I did. Yeah. So speaking of Jackie, tell the cast is great. Tell us who's playing who. And
well, Griffin Newman plays Arthur, and he's our way into the pilot, and it's just a great experience. Griffin is just a terrific actor, and we didn't really know how to cast that part, and it was one of those things where you knew it when you saw it. When Griffin read, we both looked at each other and thought, wow, that's the guy. And Peter Serafinowicz is the greatest gift we could ever have, because he's so brilliant, he's so gifted, he's so funny and ironic, and his work that we became familiar with is just, it just brings so much to the character that Ben created.
He's already done and works in an area of humor in Britain and everywhere, but his sensibility is something that already infuses itself in the way he's performing the character. But I think Griffin and Peter, after a little bit of doing this, we can just send them across the country on just an improv tour of the Tick and Arthur doing stuff.
So my last question, and this is my big question, I'm sure you probably get this every time you do another Tick. Compare or contrast this with the previous?
Yeah. Well, I think that this is... all of them have been of their time and of their place, right? So when it was a Saturday morning cartoon, we used the same tools that all Saturday morning cartoons were made with, and we appeared then, and we lived in the world of the X-Men on TV and all those things and made fun of those things, and that was the time, and the live action after that was very much of a time when, you know, there was a live action representation of almost every kind of the, like Dudley Do-Right and the Flintstones, and it was that period's way of sort of looking at those figures, and that's what we kind of did, which was jokes forward, very intense on the humor. Now, superhero fiction has become almost the mainstream fiction, so it's responsible for all parts drama. I mean, like, it has a lot of things to do, and its saturation is a really strange event taking place. But this new thing, it's the most unbridled, the least sort of classifiable version, because it's everything. It's a joke about it, and it's the thing itself, and it's a serious story to watch and take interest in, and then it's a completely meta situation that's about the thing it's about.
So I think also fans of the previous versions will find so much that they're going to really love in this version, but also Ben has figured out a way to progress it into new worlds and new characters that I think will be terrific. It also broadened it out a lot too.
That's so awesome. I can't wait, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time. And like the ticket's just necessary. It's
right
just,
on.
Every decade has got to come back.
That sounds right.
Amazon, August,
Yeah.
October, I think.
We'll be back.
Near future, actually. All right. Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you so much. Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com here. We are at New York Comic Con 2016, and we are joined by
Graham Yost.
Giovanni
Graham Yost.
Ribisi. Go ahead.
We'll hold this together.
You can hold
So
it.
you're here for to promote Sneaky Pete. Can you kind of talk about what the show's about for fans who are aware?
You want to talk about it? What's the story?
I'm sure you guys are going to definitely get this with two microphones. The story, do you want me to?
Yeah, tell the story.
Well, I guess in a nutshell, the show is about a con man who deceives a family into thinking that he's their long-lost cousin, Pete Murphy, and he ends up moving in with them and working for them, all in an attempt to take refuge from the antagonist, who's portrayed by Bryan Cranston.
And what kind of interested you in the role in the first place?
It was initially not this guy, because he wasn't involved. What?
What?
Sorry.
What?
What? No. It was a conversation with Bryan and his partner, James Degas, and just an interest in working with him, and also during this, I guess, this golden age of television that we have. Is that? I mean, I don't know if that sounded hokey, but I do believe that. Where you have networks like Amazon or Netflix or HBO who are pushing the envelope and making content that's more provocative and more intelligent, and these sort of like long-form novels. So, yeah.
And kind of touching on that question, like, what is it like working with something like Amazon? Is there anything different, or is it kind of run kind of the same way as another city?
We get free 2-day shipping on everything, which is awesome.
You do?
You don't yet?
No.
Okay. They've been great.
Yeah.
Morgan Wantel, Brian Harvey have been the people we've been working with on the drama side. And it's just a little different because I've worked on FX shows. There were commercials. And so now there's no commercials and it's streaming. So there's a little different attitude towards story. We were pitching the season to Morgan and his team, and we had stuff up on the board, and we had it broken down by acts, and he said, yeah, we don't have acts on Amazon. I said, I know, but structurally that helps us. But, there's an emphasis on having a really good cliffhanger at the end of every episode, so people keep watching and will watch the whole show and then be late for work and lose their job and, begin that cascade of hell.
Of economic hell across the country and
Yeah.
maybe across the world.
Yeah.
And if you're at Comic-Con, across the universe.
So it's Thursday at Comic-Con. Have you guys done anything yet? Is this like your first stop? Or
This is both of our first stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What,
we just got it, yeah.
for fans who couldn't make it to the con, what can you kind of tease what you will be showing at the panel or whatever? As well?
So we're doing an Amazon panel, so I think there's 3 shows represented. There might be one surprise show. So I don't know what, I'm not going to talk about that. But we're showing a clip from what will launch as the second episode, where you see a scene between Giovanni's character and Bryan Cranston's character. Because in the pilot, they don't meet. They talk on the phone, and they know each other. But now we find out the history of what went wrong 3 years ago.
And for, like, what would you say for fans who are on the fence about watching the show? How would you get them to watch Sneaky Pete?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I one of the things is that the pilot that we shot originally is completely different. We went back and Graham retooled a bunch of things in there, and it's for my money, it's definitely a lot more cinematic and a lot more. It's less procedural, I guess. And I think we're all really proud of it. You know, I'm saying this. I haven't really seen anything yet, but I've read the material. Yeah, you know, and so, yeah, I think it's, you know, Bryan Cranston's comeback to television, and this guy right here. I mean, you know, every 2 weeks it was just it's something to write a series like that and get the drafts of each episode as it progresses, and get more and more and more excited about the show as we were making it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and that's the fun for us as writers, is creating this big 10-hour story. The reason I got involved and brought Fred Golan, Michael Dinner, and Ben Cavell, we all worked together on Justified, brought them with me, was primarily the two things. It was the cast, because I finally got to work with Giovanni, who I've been a big fan of for a long time. I'd worked with Margot Martindale before, and then we've got Peter Garrity, Marin Ireland, Shane McRae, Libe Beret. Just this incredible cast. Michael Dreyer, who plays his brother, and Cranston, who I'd worked with some time ago on From the Earth to the Moon. So the talent drew me, and the story. It's fun to do a story about con artists, because you're never quite sure what's going on, who's conning who. And one of the fun things is this family that Giovanni's character hangs out with. They seem like a Norman Rockwell family, but very quickly you realize they've got their own secrets, their own problems, and that becomes a big part of the story.
I kind of touch on the con artist thing. Like, there's been a rich history of con artists, like films and shows. I don't want to compare it to anything, but is there anything you can kind of say it's similar to? Like, is it like, you know, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, or is it like, you know, like what's your?
You know, there is a lot like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels where people just urinate sitting around the dinner table.
Sold.
We do that.
Sold me.
We do that a lot when the camera isn't rolling.
We just, you know, everyone wore adult diapers and just like go.
Passes out the diapers.
I'm sold.
Listen, in the second episode we quote The Sting. So
nice.
we all watched that. We all watched The Grifters. We watched Criminal. We watched, I think it was the movie Four Queens. So we watched a lot of the other things to partly to say, okay, we don't want to do that because you can't beat The Sting.
Right.
So, but if you quote it, it's sort of fun. And we also worked with Apollo Robbins, who's this world-class magician, pickpocket, con artist, who's made a living out of actually working with the government to say, okay, this is a con.
That's awesome.
So he and his wife Ava Doe were very helpful.
And I wonder, I don't know, early on, when the whole thing was being conceptualized, there's a documentary called The Imposter, where this actually happened. There was a guy who was living in France or somewhere in Europe, Spain, and came over to Texas and lived with his family, I think, for 3 years, and they thought that he was their son.
Their lost son. He was like 14 or something.
Yeah. And then there's something else going on. Maybe, there was someone else in the family who had maybe murdered the son. Anyway.
Right.
But we were really interested in that as a concept. What's it like to come over and take over someone's life?
I'm sold. Thanks so much, guys, for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Stay tuned for more.
Hi. Welcome back. You're watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016. Coverage brought to you by Kabam and Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel Legion. I'm joined by
Lorraine Sink, and we're joined from Loot Crate, Nicole Campos. Welcome.
Thank you guys for having me. This is fantastic.
We have toys. I'm too excited. Toys.
All the toys. Toys.
Can I just want to open it. Can I open it?
Open this?
Can we start with
so
this?
let's talk about what this is first.
Okay.
So what we have here at New York Comic Con this year is we have several bundles that we're selling, which are basically the best of Loot Crate from all of our subscriptions that we've been doing throughout the year. We decided to do one that is all Marvel, just because it's a big show for you guys, and there's a lot of Marvel fans in New York, and we love you. So
Is it true that when you open the bag, it's supposed to sing that "You're the best around"?
I wish it did.
Oh, I wish it did.
I feel like it's more like the Pulp Fiction thing when they open the briefcase and you're like,
the gold light hits you.
So what's in?
first off, crazy super baller hat.
Yeah.
You look like you're 15 now.
I am 15, Ryan.
No, she has to do it sideways like this. There you go.
Oh, thank God there's another.
Now, this actually is not in the Marvel bundle. This is our reversible Daredevil Punisher beanie that was in the March crate. This is in our Best of Loot crate. This was one of our highest rated items of the past year.
I have
really
it.
soft.
It is a super, super duper soft beanie.
Yep, no, good. You're good.
Good.
Yeah, David Walker, writer of Power Man and Iron Fist and many comics for us, was like, I'm taking this. There was one on the table, which I think has disappeared.
There are more.
Okay.
I think I actually brought extras of those.
Oh, Oh, cool.
This is the Marvel Ice Cube tray. Now, we gave this out in last year's Power Crate. This, we've seen so many people use this for more than just ice. People made gummies, people made chocolates.
Blood.
Blood, of course.
You can use this for transfusions.
Yeah, you can make soaps. People made like little decorative soaps for
Blood
their
soaps?
bathroom. Blood soap.
Ryan has one agenda, and it's blood soaps. Those are so cute.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet.
I really dig the thing one that's super adorbsies.
I think, yeah, the thing one's pretty great. So there's more.
Ooh.
Now that is made by our friends at EFX.
Who have a booth here as
They
well.
have a booth actually right next to us. They also made the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. replica badge that we had in our previous crate. This is also, this is from the Villains crate. It's
Do you need help with box?
I can do.
It is a screen accurate replica of the Hydra pin.
I feel evil, but
that
I
they
like
wear,
it.
Yes, in all of the shows and movies.
That's so awesome.
And then I think there's a couple of additional
You know, it would even look
items.
better with a little blood on it.
Maybe some blood soap.
Ooh.
Oh, we have our loot crate.
That's our little advertisement, yes.
Socks.
Socks.
Oh my god, my feet can be potentially good or potentially bad.
Yes, there is Shield socks and Hydra socks, depending on how you feel when you get up in the morning.
So if you're someone with 2 feet, you can use both socks.
Yeah.
Great.
Ooh.
Now this
I love
is
this bag.
our Q-Fig made for us by the fabulous folks at Quantum Mechanics. This was in our, oh God, what was the Deadpool crate? Which one was that? Dead.
Dead.
Duh. The nice thing about this one is there is a 20% chance that you will actually get the white X-Force Deadpool. So you don't know. You got
So if you just get the bag.
If you get the bag, yeah, it's kind of a chase figure of a sort.
Nice. You are funky fresh, Lorraine.
Thank you. That's all I've ever wanted.
I know.
And then these have never actually been in any of our crates, so it's kind of exclusive to this Deadpool cuff links, you guys.
I could wear those as earrings.
You
it's
could.
probably not safe, but I would try.
Can I help you put those in your ears?
Nope, this will hurt. Don't do that. Unless you have some spacers in your ears, don't try that at home.
I mean,
oh, those are so cute.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet. So yeah, this is on sale currently at our booth while supplies last. If you're at New York Comic Con, please come check it out. And the other thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about today, which is also advertised on this fabulous bag, is our Marvel Gear and Goods crate. We have wanted to do a Marvel subscription for so long, and we're super excited to be working with you guys. This is actually on sale now. If you go to lootcrate.com/Marvel, you can sign up. The first crate will be shipping out in November, and the theme is Mystics. So it features Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch and Iron Fist. And I think there might be a chance that if you open that up, there might be something inside which no one has seen before.
Hamsters.
What's in the box, Ryan?
Multiple hamsters in
There
here?
are mystical sorcerer hamsters.
What about blood hamsters?
I love
Blood hamsters is so the name of my band now. You have no idea.
Hashtag blood hamsters.
So this is what the crate's going to look
This
like.
is the
box.
actual corrugate for the actual crate. So yeah, you're going to receive this, and it's going to feature the theme is going. It's a bi-monthly crate, so every other month you receive it, and the themes will change up. And basically, the concept around the crate was that we wanted to have something to kind of. It's more of a apparel and collectibles for the home and like lifestyle stuff. So basically, it's kind of like showing your Marvel fandom every day in your everyday life.
I love that.
So
Can we
let's
in
open
the
it up.
box?
I think we need to
What's
open
in the
it up.
box, Ryan? What's in the box?
We are so unbelievably excited to show you guys this for the first time.
I can't see it. What is it? I'll never know. What is it?
It is, if somebody wants to hold this for me real quick. Let's get it on here.
Oh.
This is.
I love that song.
Let's get it on here.
And I think we might have to put it on Lorraine because she's got the rock in the hat already. Here, you help her with that. This is our exclusive Doctor Strange lounging robe.
This is amazing.
It is a lightweight cotton robe that you can basically wear anytime you want to just, sit around the house and conjure spells and
I feel-
open portals to other dimensions,
I honestly feel
in your
very
gym
powerful. I feel
You look really powerful.
I know the hats don't maybe go with this, but it feels right.
It's amazing, and this collar. I mean, it's like it. I think we wanted to basically redefine the pop collar look, and I don't know. I think we're pretty close. We're pretty close to total redefinition there.
It's so soft.
It's so
It's
soft.
so
It's like
soft.
brushed cotton. It is the most
It's like I just
comfortable robe you will ever wear.
So this one's mine.
I feel weird about that, but I liked it.
That's fine. That's normal.
So yeah, this will be available in the Mystics crate, and in addition to a lot of other truly fantastic items.
Yeah,
So-
I'm really excited because we've been planning this together, and so I've seen a lot of that stuff, and it's fun to be a part of a Marvel only crate and watch that process come together and watch the fandom get behind like the excitement and
Yeah.
the drive to learn what the heck is in there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, part of what is so fun about working for Loot Crate is we've developed this sort of sense in the community where, honestly, people have that sort of urge for spoilers, like they want to know, and there are always people who are going to want to know. But so many of our subscribers really look forward to the surprise every month. That's half the reason why they sign up. And we get, people on social media who will, on our behalf, be very vigilant about like protecting spoilers. Because when crates are going out, we see so many wonderful photos from people like as crates are delivering, but we try not to retweet anything because we want people to be surprised when they're getting it. And that's part of the unboxing, is part of the whole experience.
Yeah, that's the thing I get like nervous about, because I feel like I sometimes get them early. Get the various crates. I'm like, I can't tell people what these things are because I don't want to spoil it for others.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, because you're a monster.
I get so excited. I'm a huge blind box fan. Like, I'm a weirdo. I will buy all of the things if they're in a blind box because
Yeah.
I need to collect them all. Yeah.
Definitely a weirdo.
What are you talking about?
A weirdo, or just like, someone with no more space in her apartment at this
Also
point.
true. Also, I feel so fabulous.
It does. It's amazing. There's a
It kind of makes you
presence.
want to strut, doesn't it? It's like you just want to strut down the street in that thing.
It's not great for peripheral vision, but
No.
great for everything else.
This is awesome though for casual cosplay.
Yes.
If
It
we were
is
just
actually
like,
really
oh,
great,
Hey,
yeah.
I'm going to a convention and I don't have the time to do a full thing. I'm gonna rock.
Or you could specifically do like pajamas, Doctor Strange.
what I was
you
gonna
know?
say. You should
get
get a
like a
whole-
pair of blue, like a blue jersey or blue lounge pants or whatever, and just like slap the logo on the front. Get this lovely Eye of Agamotto necklace, something like that, and casual,
whole
stay at home Doctor Strange.
I feel like his look lends himself to sort of a smoking jacket look anyway, so it's just perfect.
House Call Doctor Strange.
House Call Doctor Strange. Netflix and sorcery Doctor Strange.
Some fans in here, they're excited. They want to know, can they only get this here at the convention, the bag?
The bag is only available at this convention, yes. Although some of these items, like I said, for example, I've been in past crates.
Sure.
And we do periodically online do past crate sales. So if you keep an eye at Loot Crate, and if you follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, we usually post when we have past crates on sale as well.
Cool. We did get a request to get up close on this, on the beanie, if you get a chance to get a shot of that before it falls.
What's great about
through-
this is that it is reversible, so you can decide whether you're feeling like more of a daredevil or more of a Punisher in your
Ooh.
vigilante ways.
Sophia, who is watching us from Spain, says this is her favorite outfit for you. This is your business right here.
I mean,
Sophia, I know what I'm wearing tomorrow and the next day and the day after that.
Thank you,
Wedding dress business. Maybe
If I
this?
find a husband, absolutely.
Yeah. Or a
It would
wife.
look good
Or
with
a
a veil.
wife, whatever. No judgment. I don't know. This has gone to a different place. Anyway. So where can people sign up for Loot Crate and beyond?
If you go to lootcrate.com/Marvel, that's where you can sign up for this fabulous crate. If you just go to lootcrate.com, go up to the very top and say pick a crate, you can see all of the other crates that we have available. We have an anime crate as well, if you're an anime fan. We have a gaming crate. We just announced today a Harry Potter and Sanrio crate.
So cool.
So,
My
yeah.
wife was a really big Harry Potter fan.
Oh, I know, I've heard this.
I will, a little tip. You want $3? You want to save $3 on your first crate? What is it? LootCrate.com/MarvelPod.
Yes.
I believe, which is
Ooh.
for because you guys sponsor This Week in Marvel,
Yes.
one of our official podcasts. So a little treat for you.
A little bit, shave a little bit off the top
Yeah.
there.
Regardless, it's going to be amazing.
And where can they find you guys on social?
It is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram are all just Loot Crate. One word.
Easy.
There you
Very
go.
easy.
And you guys look out for this Mystics crate in November. And stay here with Marvel Live. We have Giuseppe Camuncoli, amazing artist, coming up next, right here at New York Comic Con 2016. So stick around.
Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse. With me, of course, is Doctor Strange, master of the mystic arts.
Hi, guys!
And Amazing Spider-Man artist Giuseppe Camuncoli.
Hi.
How are you doing? Now, you just came straight to us from meeting Stan Lee.
Yes.
What
yes.
a letdown.
Well,
I'm so sorry. How was the meeting with Stan, though? How did that go?
well, it was, undescribable. Like, I never met Stan, you know, and, it's been definitely one of the highlights of my, entire time as an artist and as a human being, I guess.
Did you talk? Did you get to talk at all about
Yeah,
Spider-Man?
yeah. We had to talk a little bit. We took a picture, and but it was amazing. I thanked him, for letting me do what I do, because basically, it was the reason why, So and it was crazy. I still cannot, focus 100% on what really happened.
That's
so
okay.
It's like decompression kind of thing.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me here.
No, man. Thank you so much for coming by. You've been killing it on Amazing Spider-Man for years now.
Thank you.
And the thing I'm always amazed by is I'll always see a random, like, really nice cover on a book, and I'm like, that looks a little like Giuseppe's work, but he can't be doing that. He's doing, like, 8 issues of Spider-Man a month, but it always is your stuff. You're always doing covers. You're very busy. How do you do so much work?
I sleep very little, and I think I'm gonna do that as long as I can. Humanly do it, because I'm 41 now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this forever. Right. So I'm gonna take advantage of that while I can. And and also the plus factor is that I really like what I'm doing.
Sure.
So as long as I I like time off, drawing, but still, when I draw, I really like that, and like working on Spider-Man, like it's been 5 years now.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's really crazy, but it's great. And actually, like coming here to New York Comic Con, but like literally in every convention all over the world, like everywhere, like people, get me to sign Spider-Man comics, and I felt like it was a huge responsibility when I took that, and I realized that it is something really, really great, yes, I don't know.
No, you answered very well. When you have as long a run as you have on Spider-Man, like you said, 5 years, how do you keep yourself engaged? How do you keep it interesting? I mean, part of it has to just be great scripts from Dan Slott. Part of it's just like reinventing. But how do you reinvent the character for yourself?
Well, I've done also like a long run on Hellblazer previously. So the key, the secret, I guess, is just like you were saying, like getting great scripts that are engaging, and like also almost like a challenge to draw, because if you keep on drawing the same things all over, like after a little while, I guess you might feel less pumped than at the very beginning. And also, Spider-Man is one of those characters, one of my favorite characters ever, since when I was a kid. And I guess it feels just natural, like drawing him. So I don't really feel like it's been 5 years. Plus, we got like the Superior Spider-Man run in between, that was,
Yeah, that's flex some totally different muscles there.
Yeah, it was totally different. And I keep on having people coming up with Superior Spider-Man,
cool.
requests for comic books or sketches and stuff like that. So, and I really like that, because it showed like a different, side to Spider-Man that was never seen before. But at the same time, I really like what I'm doing now. It's a different take. Spider-Mobile, a whole different kind of set, like, not everyone like that, but I think they are, getting now what we are trying to do, with Dan. And a lot of people now are coming up and telling me that they love the run, and like the key is trying to be different, trying to do something that can keep people, engaged, because the character has been around for so many years, and it's not, Dan Slott is doing a great job, because it's easier for me to draw, coming up with the ideas, I guess, is the hardest part.
Well,
it would be for me.
I was curious if, because you've been working with Dan and on the book for 5 years, has the relationship, has the working process changed at all for you with Dan?
Not really. It felt very natural from the very beginning. So, like, I didn't have any hard time at all working with Dan. I guess, like, after 5 years, you get to know each other really well. So I guess even Dan knows what I'm capable of doing and what I'm not doing really well, So I guess he probably, helps me out with getting me scripts that he knows that are more my cup of tea and stuff like that. I feel like working with Dan is fantastic, and like every day, like every time I get a new script, it feels like opening like a Loot Crate thing, like
Yeah.
before, you know, like
Nice
because it's
ti-
full
nice
of surprises.
call, yeah. I was on the way to tie it back. You should be a pitch man.
Next life.
We got a couple tweets come in. If you guys have some, use hashtag #MarvelNYCC. One is from Thomas J. Says, the amazing Paisan, awesome work. Very excited. Just a big fan, Mr. Thomas J.
Grazie mille.
The best part, so John Cirilli, who's our vice president, the head of our team, he immediately saw you, and you started talking in Italian. 'Cause
Italian.
he sees someone who's from Italy, he just pushes people out of the way.
It's like catnip.
Yeah, and he just wants to talk to them. It's
To
great.
a cat.
Sophia, who's watching from Spain, she says, I really like your work in Amazing Spider-Man.
Gracias, Sophia.
How did you end up beginning to work for Marvel those many years ago?
Actually, it happened in 2000, I think. No, 2002. I did the first story I did for Marvel was actually a Spider-Man story.
Oh.
It was written by Brian Azzarello. It was the Tangled Web series.
Nice.
It was actually a story in which Spider-Man appeared only in the last page, and it was a story about Crusher Hogan, which was a great story.
That
actually.
one, it's a brutal, like, heartbreaker.
Yes. It was really hard, you know,
Yeah.
like when
Is
you
that the
get.
one that was also written by Raven?
Yes, Raven.
Yeah.
Raven was the co-writer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I knew that. I knew
I
that
used to
one.
be a huge wrestling fan. So when I
Yeah.
got that first gig with Marvel with Brian and Raven, you know,
Yeah,
I was
that's
just like,
cool.
whoa. And then
no one can say they drew Raven's story other than you.
I think, yeah. I think so.
he's only done the one.
And then I got back to work with Marvel in 2006, I guess, with Miss Marvel, and then I did a few more things, and like an Iron Fist special, but then I guess the X Infernus miniseries that was written by C.B.
Yes.
Sobolski
That
was
was
the
great.
one of the works that got me noticed the most and
Yeah, that was
gave me
good
more
stuff.
exposure, and that led to Taken Dark Wolverine, and that led to, you know,
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
You did some, again, I don't want to take away from your interior work, but some of your covers on Doc and Dark Wolverine were just some of my favorites. They're beautiful.
Thank you.
Really, really good stuff.
What are some of the other, like, related Spider-Man characters that you've really enjoyed drawing? Of course, everybody, I mean, anyone who touches Spider-Man probably loves them, and you've put a lot of very unique stamps on it. But what about the others? Supporting characters, villains, who are your favorites to draw?
Like, I can literally say anyone, but like I have a soft spot for J. Jonah Jameson because he's
Oh,
one
wow.
of my favorite characters.
That's
like
what Dan Slott said when we asked him earlier today.
Oh, really?
Who was his favorite character besides
really?
Spider-Man?
Wow.
Yep, he said J. Jonah Jameson.
Well, I like the fact that he can be really nasty and,
Yeah.
and angry, and I like the fact he's quite a complex character.
Mhm.
But like since I was exposed to Spider-Man, that was one of my favorite characters ever. I loved like his attitude. Like, I mean, it's one of those characters you like to hate, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like he can sometimes show his human side and everything. It's a complex character, especially now. We're doing things. Well, actually, Dan is doing things to him, you know, and
You guys are
on the
both
book
doing
way.
things.
Well, I'm not responsible.
Well, I will say the
Oh, you don't want
issue.
to be blamed. Okay, fine. I see how.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
goes.
The issue that
I
came
just
out this
draw.
week,
Yeah.
which we don't want to spoil.
No spoilers.
But that the last page, silent,
Haunting.
And it was really, it was really good storytelling without
Thank
having
you.
to express any words,
Mhm.
and really emotional and just devastating. I don't want to spoil it because you guys should read it. It's brand new, just came out yesterday, but it was fantastic. We talked about it on the show, on
Yep.
the podcast.
Yeah, it was tough. It's one of those easy pages, but that could be really difficult to draw because, like, I like drawing action, and it's pretty easy and natural to me. But like those kinds of pages, when you have to nail like a specific, you know, emotional moments, and trying to convey that into the page, into the reader, are probably the most, you know, delicate ones. And I'm glad to hear that it went through. Like working with Dan and with Nika in the Spider office, like they take good care of me. So like I totally trust them. Like if I do something that doesn't work, I change it. But like when Dan and Nick told me that I nailed the page, I knew that I was getting it. You know.
Yeah, and the two of them, as sweet as they are, have been doing this long enough, and you too, that honesty is going to be more important to getting a good comic book out the door. So they're not going to blow smoke up your ass and say, oh, yeah, that looks great. You know, like...
Yeah, I guess after 5 years, I would probably, you know.
Yeah.
no.
They'll tell you if it sucks, but I imagine it's not going to happen.
You talk about loving the action sequences. Again, sticking with the issue that came out this week, one
Yep.
of the things that stuck with me was there is an action sequence, but it doesn't involve supervillains. It involves Spider-Man basically against the landscape and some
Yes,
construction equipment.
it's a stunt, basically.
How challenging is that to draw when it's just Spider-Man going through like the cityscape and stuff like that?
Well, again, it's tough and it's delicate too, because you gotta make it look cool, and you know it works on the from the script, and you gotta make it work on the paper, you know, and yeah, it's like it was like a crane. Oh, can I say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Well,
can we can
well,
spoil
it
that
involves
part.
a crane,
We
right?
can- we can spoil
and,
that part.
And the cool thing, well, it's easy now to look for references online, but. Dan also took a picture of a crane close by to his, I guess,
nice.
apartment. So like
What a
he sent it to me.
sweetheart.
Yeah, I used that. Well, it's easy. But it was hard to make it work, to make Spidey do his thing with and make it look dramatic, and at the same time, kind of try to have the readers feel like it was actually doing something really difficult.
Right.
I guess everything that he does is difficult to us, but that thing in particular was kind of tough to do. But in the end, I guess it came out pretty nice. And
Yeah, no, it was great.
But I was glad it was over.
We've got about a minute left with you, but we're going to come back shortly after that with the Breaking Into Comics panel that was earlier today. We do have a tweet in here from Jay Torres who says, OMG, I'm having a Marvel orgasm right now.
Right,
Jay,
that's what we encourage.
we want all... you know, I'm going to stay...
Go for it.
Leave it like that.
Yep, just leave it. Just let it hang there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting towards the end of the day,
Right.
guys.
Like you weren't all thinking it.
Yeah.
Okay. Giuseppe, how can people follow you on social media and online?
They can't, I guess.
They
'cause
can't?
yeah. I only have like a LinkedIn
All right, so-
profile, and that's
so
it.
if you
But
wanna
that's
work-
why you're so prolific.
Yeah.
Is because you're
You're-
not on social media.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
not.
I don't have
Dan-
Twitter, I don't have
You
Facebook.
let Dan Slott do all the Twitter work. If you want to work with Giuseppe, look for him on LinkedIn. He would love to work with you.
Or come to Italy.
Or come to Italy. We're going to be right back in a few seconds with the Breaking Into Comics panel. Giuseppe Camuncoli, thank you. For
Thank you,
coming on
guys.
the booth.
Stefan.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. I know the show just started, so we appreciate you guys showing up so early for it. My name is Ricky Burton. This is the Breaking Into Comics the Marvel Way panel. Before I get into who's on the stage with us, I want to see by a show of hands how many people wanted to break into comics as a creator. So a few of you.
Can't have a job.
How many of you want to break in as a writer?
Oh, right.
Okay. And how many of you guys want to break in as an artist? Pretty good things. And then how many of you want to break into comics on the back end, like in editorial or production or any of that stuff? There's a few of you. Okay. All right, great. So I'm going to get started. Like I said, my name is Ricky Burton. I'm the comic manager at Marvel. I'm just going to run down the row here and introduce everybody. Right next to me, Charles Soule, writer. Artist Barry Cooper. Next to the artist Danilo Beirut. Next is Will Simon, artist. Next is editor Darren Shannon. Next is talent scout, Marvel god C.B. Cebulski. And next is Sanford Grady. I'd like to start these two by having everyone kind of give your secret origin for comics, like how you broke into comics, maybe your first job or what you did to prep for it. If we could go down the list, I can start with Charles.
Sure. I've used this joke before and I like it, so I'm going to do it again. I went to law school, and then they asked me to write Daredevil, so that was pretty much it. Yeah, that's it. A lot of people. I want to make sure we get there.
I was an electrician, and I drew on the side. I did a lot of visuals, like web posting and things like that, and made a lot of friends in the community. And it was those friends that eventually got me my first job in comics.
I'm from Brazil. I started self-publishing there. Started to grow and eventually got to read.
I think I'm very much a product of this system in terms of going to panels like this and stuff when I was starting it out, and then eventually I get like the talent manager's emails, and I was sending CV off, like they were sending me little sample scripts to draw, and I kept on at them while I was working my way up through other comic book companies, and eventually they gave me the go-ahead. So.
That's a really short story. My story's way too long. I put in an application online, and then they interviewed me. Amazing. first job in comics, I was in publishing operations at DC Comics, where I did print runs and inventory stuff. It was all business end stuff. And then I just talked to a lot of comic book editors. I was in the same office, and I told them my interest in being an editor, and eventually they had openings there, and I applied, and that was it. They hired me, and I kind of networked my way over to Marvel.
Working in comics, and I think the one thing that we all share that might not come through this is that we've all wanted to do this as kids. There's a passion that we all have in us. It's why you're all here in this room. And we all remember reading our first comic and how we got there. And it's really about working your way up the ladder, which is something we're going to probably talk about. For me, my first comic was X-Men 120, and I fell in love with Chris Claremont and John Byrne, but I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know people made these comics. They just appeared when people gave them to me, and I read them and I enjoyed them. And I remember it was after Star Wars came out, and it was probably like 77, it was probably 1978. My dad pulled me out from playing with my Legos, or probably with my Star Wars figures at that point, was like, hey, Stevie, you gotta come to see this. There's this guy we see on the news, and we went. And I'm like, who's this old guy on the news? He's like, that's George Lucas. He created Star Wars. And that's a light went off in my head. I said, oh my God, people actually get paid to do this for a living. You can write and draw and create stories. I said, do people create comics? I said, yeah, people want to create comics. And from that day, I always wanted to work in comics. It was just a matter of working my way up the ladder. And that's what it's all about, and I've done, everything I possibly could. I dug graves, I pumped gas, I tried to get my electrical license, and I had all different kinds of jobs working, never with that end goal in mind. No matter what I'm doing, someday I'm going to work in comics in some way, shape, or form. And I knew I couldn't draw, so I just had to go about different ways to do that, Like Will says, it's the way you go to the convention. You meet people, you come to panels like this, you just, always keep that goal in mind and take as much information as you can and apply yourself to it, no matter what kind of position you want to be in, and go from there. That's just kind of how I broke it. I got lucky at the end. I was working in Japan, I got a job in anime, was at a job in Mondo, was at a job in Marvel.
You've done this a few times. So. Well, I know for me, it's a pretty interesting role as well because, like everyone has said, they've all done some odd jobs. I've been a short order cook before. In trying to, go to these conventions and show my work on my off days, and I've done graphic design. So the full gambit. But it was back 15 years ago, me and CB met, and he gave me hope. Little did I realize that he was trying to break in at the same time, but he sounded like he was well on his way, and I kind of latched onto that train and wouldn't let go, even though he was telling me, let go, dude. I would see him at shows and I'll be like, hey, CD, microphone, please. And he would oblige, but at the same time, he was trying to break in. And once I realized how the system kind of worked, I realized that, he's not like, a complete end road. Even though he was, there was many other paths that I needed to try to, maneuver, and I did a lot of maneuvering, and I guess I'm here now. So.
I still remember where it was when I saw your first printed comic came out. In the universe.
Oh my goodness.
And I was just like,
so what we need to do is forget that. Do that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, to look back and feel like that life that we all had is like doing like electricians and short order folks and
lawyers.
I sold turkey. We all have our feelings about that. And I sold turkey drugs for a while. Looking back, that feels like that was our secret identity. Like
that still is my secret. I'm sure we'll cook.
One of the things we'll talk about later, though, is when you give up that secret identity, embrace it. It's like, everyone does what they do. You all have day jobs to go to. You all have certain things that you have to do to pay the bills. And the question we get a lot is, when can I start doing this full time? Sure. Really a personal question that we can discuss a little bit later. But you're all doing the right thing. You're all on the path now. You're the first step of the rung of the ladder by coming here. So let's see how we can help you. And later you can ask any questions you want to help us, for us to help you, move up that ladder.
After after every one of these panels, usually people will walk up and talk to us when they have their comics and things. They're a little bit nervous. They don't want to do it. Can you guys talk a little bit about how to manage that relationship as a person trying to break in and talking to freelancers or talking to editors, or how to approach someone professionally if you haven't really created a whole lot of comics?
Yeah, I mean, the way that I like to talk about this is it's a metaphor using hunting versus fishing, right? And so if you're hunting, you are targeting the person that you think can best give you access to a career in Marvel. So maybe that's Ricky, maybe that's Axel Alonso, maybe that's Dan DiDio. Who knows who that person is? You're reaching way up in, sort of way above yourself, ladder rung wise. That's some writing right there. And targeting that person, almost stalking them, making sure that every chance you have to get in front of them and talk to them, you do it because you want them to know your name and know your work. The problem with that is that they will know your name and your work and your face, but they'll know you in a negative, stalky way. So that's hunting, which is not great. The way that I like to tell people to do it is fishing instead. So you make kind of more casual contacts with people. You would make sure that Ricky kind of knows who you are, that you're part of the scene. CB, whoever it is, you figure out who the actual gatekeepers are. Like Axel Alonso is not really a gatekeeper for Marvel. It's more like the associate editors, people like that who are really the people who are recruiting talent. So you get to the point where they know you as a working creator who's trying to break into the scene, who's putting out a lot of work, who's constantly trying to improve their craft, and when they have something new, they show it to you. That's fishing, right? Because you put your lures out and then you don't reel in really hard or don't go aggressively after unless you get a strike. Ricky says, "Hey man, what are you doing these days? Shoot me something over cool. I'd love to see it." Like that kind of thing is when you push really hard. But before that, it can be really alienating because these guys get accosted all the time. I would think from people who are trying to break in. So be cool, right?
Be cool. Nowadays online, people reach out like Twitter, Facebook. You've got a Tumblr, DeviantArt page, your own website, GeoCities or whatever. So a lot of times you have a lot of presence online, right? Can you guys talk a little bit about how to be responsible with that presence online? Anything that you've either seen or encountered on your own?
That was huge for me in how I made the connections with fellow creators. When I started posting online with myself, it was slightly before this huge age of social media. It wasn't Twitter, it wasn't Facebook so much as it was like the comic book forums. And it was like, that's where you really learn to take criticism because it's nothing but comment section. But you get to know people and you also get to learn how to dissect the overly harsh criticism from the intelligent critique. And that's huge. That would follow you. That's followed me out from my whole career. I know that I can look at people complaining about some way that I rendered an eye or something, and I'm not going to be devastated anymore. When I was 20, maybe I would have.
A tweet or a Facebook post or a comment on Instagram on an editor or a fellow, writer or artist account who says, "Hey man, check out my stuff," with a link is not the way to go. Because social media is awesome. It connects us all. That's how so many of us up here got to know each other and got to know a lot of the creators and got jobs in this industry. But there is a level of professionalism, just a level of common sense that you really need to respect. Really get to know the person's account first before you send them a message. Because sometimes you have to see, people use different accounts for different things. My Facebook account is personal, it's friends and family. And when people start sending me messages, I'm just like, I'm sorry, this is a personal account. My Twitter account is my professional account. And you can email me anything or tweet me anything on Twitter and I'll try to get back to you. But the thing we can't do is, you can't tweet links. We're really not supposed to click links through social media. It just makes common sense because we don't know who you are. You could be a virus, it could be something. So you should always introduce yourself first. Hey, my name is da-da. Would you mind if I sent you something? Or hey, I'm an aspiring creator. Do you happen to have an email that's better to contact you? Something like that goes a lot farther because we're more apt to look at that. So this person's handling professionally. They know how social media is. Let me go from there, and you can establish your relationships this way, rather than just blasting and jumping out in their face and saying, "Hey, check out my stuff,"
Or tagging you.
Yeah.
Making sure it's not yours.
people tag me in pictures, and like, you know, when someone tags me, especially on Facebook and stuff, and not my friends, like, it goes up, and like, my mom follows me, and she sees it, and it's just like, you know, Spike, or, you know, Catwoman, like, hey, yeah! And I get a call, my mother's like, what's that thing you put on your Facebook page? Which doesn't know how it works. Like, I didn't do that by
And more generally, you guys, like when you're looking at a new hire, you guys will look at their social media history, right?
Yes.
And so in terms of how you use it, don't be negative. Don't like talk about things you like. Don't be a jerk about things. Like, I mean, you know, it's sort of, you're gonna be, ideally the people who are gonna be looking at your Twitter feed are gonna be thinking of you as somebody maybe to work with. And if you're just like a mean jerk all the time, who's gonna want, like, you know what I mean? So just think of the persona you're creating online, because it's one of the first ways that generally folks are gonna sort of be seeing.
Yeah, and please use your real name, especially if you're going for a professional job where you're pen name. You know, if Dark Elf 1634 tweets at me, I'm not gonna take it seriously as, you know, someone who uses their real names.
Especially if he says, hey, look at my stuff.
Yeah.
I want that. I think something else to your point about, you know, I try to coin it to, if you guys can follow me real quick, sports fans out there, hopefully you guys, like the NBA draft or the NFL draft, these guys, you know, these teams, they have a lot of money, and they're looking for talent that could fit their team. And they look at everything. They don't look at just the fact that you can run really fast or jump really high or whatever. They're going to look at your past history, and the internet is absolutely, you know, the gateway to your life. So what you show, you may be, you know, a great artist or a creator, writer, what have you, but you may have a lot of things on your Facebook page that are really just off-putting. And it may not even necessarily be you saying those things, but it's the things that you're associated with. Sometimes you have to be clear of those things as well. You have to make sure that people, you know, you keep, you have good company. They look at that stuff. I've had an actual editor that has told me personally he wanted to hire this person, but he just didn't feel good about it because of this stuff that he saw on the internet that he was associated with. So it does say a lot about, you know, this social media is not just, you know, for you to promote. It's also your life, if you really think about it. It's who you are. So you can say a lot of things that, you know, to show your talent, but then this other side is showing who you are as a person as well. So we have to make sure that we're, you know, putting our best selves out there. You know, even if you gotta, make it up or something. Don't put who you really are on the internet. You know?
There's a phrase that I really, really like actually, that you're not just, like, the way an artist used to be before is you used to be at home, you used to be in your house, and you're lucky if your art, like, got past your village or your town and spread around. But now, like, you're more like a creative entrepreneur, and you're your own brand, and that's exactly what they're all saying, is that you're, like, every part of you is your brand, because it's all visible, all the stuff that is visible online is all part of that brand.
We're going to open it up to questions here in a second. There's a microphone over here if you guys want to start lining up. I had one more question for the group too. And CV kind of touched on it a second ago. So you are your best stuff online. You've got a couple comics that you're doing. You're getting your first couple of gigs at Marvel or DC or Dark Horse or Image. When did you guys decide to stop doing the short order cook or the electrician jobs or mini comics of your own and start doing comics full time? Like literally, what was the moment for you guys?
You're still a lawyer, aren't you?
You're still a lawyer?
Yes, yes. And I'm licensed to practice in New York, so if anybody needs any help, yeah, back to him.
This is cards.
Yes. Rates are not reasonable, but anyway, all right.
I've always been like extremely pragmatic in my life. My father's an economist. I don't know how I got into art. No,
not economist,
but I could have. Economist. So I wasn't going to give up the day job unless the comics could provide. So my first real job in comics was a full-time 4-issue run where I could still pay the bills But, you know, in the real world, having a job for 4 months is not really considered security.
Right.
So it was really, really nerve-wracking. But if I didn't have that, I wasn't going to do the job and try to do 1 or 2 pages a week on top of that.
I've worked with advertisement and illustration for 20 years. So I decided to try. I started doing comics when I was 34. And I've been doing on the side for about 10 years. Eventually I got so fed up with advertisement that I decided to switch to comics. But being from Brazil is, in my case, is a little different from everybody else here in the table because I don't have the comics to attend to and make a contact. So, and I don't have a lot of internet presence because I can follow it through with meeting the people and the painting. So I got myself a mate. That's Joe Prado from our school. A lot of artists under this week. And eventually I got so fed up with trying to work with advertisement and frustrated that I was doing my comic book work on the side. But I decided to just flip it off and go away.
It was anger.
Yes. But prior to it, there's the building of a critical mass of work that you can show off to editors and have a real strong quality to your work that we get improved. So it's been blended by 1 year prior to start on Marvel, I was planning on it. And Joe, being from Italian descent, he was always nagging. You're ready, come on, do it already, come on. So eventually, I thought that work was strong. I took a month off from work, and on that month, I worked for Marvel Secret, and everything sorted out.
When I finished school, like my job was my goal was absolutely to work in comics. So every job that I was doing was to try and kind of get me the income that would allow me to spend as much time as I could drawing. So I ended up working in an e-learning company. And what I was doing was I was drawing before I got into work. I kind of draw at lunchtime and I draw in the evenings. I kind of gave up watching TV and stuff for a little while. And what kind of happens is, like, the jobs kind of start to trickle in at the very, very start. It might be like self-publishing stuff where you do something for, like, for me it was like a small company in Ireland and then a small company in England. And you kind of start to get close, to realize you get close to a breaking point. It might necessarily be like financially the best move, but when you get to a stage where, you know, if I'm going to have to jump out of this job to be able to draw all this stuff that I'm starting to get off of. And that if you end up in a situation where, like I ended up in a situation where I was just about able to support myself, but more importantly for me, I was drawing all day long, every day. And when you can get to that situation, then that's where I really wanted to be, because that's when you can really improve your art. So the kind of decision to jump over was that I was just about getting enough that I knew I'd be able to kind of support myself and push myself on to eventually get into bigger companies.
I don't know if this question applies for me, but I know other people have also just saved up. They saved up their money. Because, yeah, you know, when you're trying to commit yourself full-time to a comic career, you know, it requires a lot of time, a lot of effort, and you can't really do that while having a 9-to-5 job at the same time. At least I can't even imagine doing that. So I know a lot of people saved up their money so that they could be, you know, okay for maybe like a year or so before they need to go back into the workforce or, you know, get discovered.
You know, it's a very personal decision when you quit your job because nobody knows your expenses and your living situations for you. But two things I'll just give people advice to always consider is, especially here in the States, is health insurance. Freelance artists, even if you work for Marvel or DC, are really not covered under our health insurance plans. That is still something that you have to afford to pay for. Never, but people really don't like to bring up, but it's true. And, you know, we all know how much medical risk could be here in the States. It's top conversation, and that's just something to definitely consider. The other thing to consider, which affected me, was structure. I was working a corporate job, and I figured out when I could leave and become a writer, and I was a writer for 3 or 4 years, but I was on a steady decline because I am not good without structure in my life. Freelancing does not work for me. I'm the kind of guy who will sleep as late as I want, get up, play some video games, and watch TV, and I haven't seen the entire last season of Battlestar Galactica. I'll put that on for this week. And my workload started going down. My deadlines went down. I started staying up late at night, drinking a lot more Red Bull, waking up later, got a lot of fights with my wife, paying the bills, going all this crazy stuff. And I just decided for myself that freelance life wasn't for me, and I had to go back to working at Marvel full-time. Luckily, they had that opportunity for me. So it's just something else to consider, because it is not an easy life being a freelancer, as any of these guys here can attest to. You're working weird hours, you're missing family functions, you get your own schedule, but that deadline is the ultimate thing that you have to hit, come hell or high water. So it's just really have something to consider, because the structure is nice. It's one of the things I appreciate.
Well, and I guess to piggyback on that, I think once I kind of knew where, my career was headed, was my wife. My wife was tired of me whining and complaining about wanting to make it in this industry, and my job was holding me up. And she said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 1 year. 1 year, I'll foot the bills, or at least I'll take the majority of the load. She had the health insurance covered, so that was good. And we can go for it. So the key is get you a spouse.
All right, guys, let's try to answer some more questions on the side.
Marry the Marvel way.
For starters, too, we don't know anything about the movies or the TV shows or anything, so just comics questions. I don't know if Dark Hawk is in the Avengers movie. I hope he is. Someone from the Avengers movies are here. So just stick to comic stuff. And start with your name. What's your name?
Hi. Oh. Testing? Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Now? Okay. My name is Dylan. I am 18 years old. I want to make this very quick, but I'm diagnosed with autism, and basically what I'm doing is that I want that Marvel has helped me through my life, even during the dark times of my life. First of all, I want to say thank you for that, and I just want to do that. I'm doing this is because of people like Stanley and you guys, and I want to become a writer. I'm graduating, and this is my question. I'm graduating next year, and I'm writing a new story called The Amazing Blue Puzzler, which tells about the first ever autistic superhero, which I want Marvel to publish hopefully someday, and maybe come here to be the likes of Spider-Man. But my question is, I'm graduating next year, and I'm going to the 1821 program in my school. I was wondering how can I get an internship over at Marvel like editor, just to see how to pick people's heads,
Sure. The internship programs, and thank you. The internship programs at Marvel range from editorial to HR. We've got every department almost pretty much has an internship position. And each semester we're hiring for the next semester. So on the Disney Careers website, it lists all the Marvel jobs. And so when the internships are available, you can pop on there and shoot an email over.
And the second question is, how do I approach like the editors, like just show them my work and just say, listen, just probably take a look at this, maybe help me out a little bit, maybe do something?
Yeah, it's a question for Darren too, but for the most part, if you're an artist, it's easy for you to show. Right. But if you're an artist, it's easy for you to show your portfolio. Or if you're a writer, it's harder to hand someone a script and have them have time to actually give you notes on their script. So Darren, you can speak to this, but I think the best thing is to actually write a comic that you get someone to draw and you hand that to an editor. It's easier for an editor to see what you're made of as a writer, the finished product. And a good editor, for the most part, will also be able to see what you brought to the table as a writer too. What do you think, man?
You just answered my question.
Everything
I was about to say. Find out what that editor's favorite candy is. Most for writers, it is harder because you can't hand a script, like Ricky said. But if you have like a self-published comic, or if you have a self-made comic, that's the best way to sort of show your talent.
you said you're creating your own heroes.
Yes, and I got it on my phones.
Okay.
Got my story ends.
Great, but that's you're taking the first step in the right direction. Unfortunately, Marvel doesn't accept pitches and ideas for new heroes unsolicited. Just you have to be in our system, and then you can pitch us.
I want to work with Spider-Man, those guys. I want to really go in and I want to work because I love this business, and I want to teach the next generation to love the characters that I love and maybe teach new things and probably bring something else to people.
And you have the passion, just like everyone on this panel. So hopefully in the near future, it'll be you sitting up here telling people your story, which is a fascinating one. So the thing is, just keep writing for yourself. Go to disneyjobs.com and look at company internships. You get your foot in the door, you meet the editors, then you can start talking about those stories and seeing what the other opportunities are. But never lose that passion and never stop writing. Even if it's creating new heroes and telling stories on your own, keep doing that day in and day out because that's the only way you're going to grow as a writer.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Hi, I'm Roy, and I write a little comic called Romancing the Cosmos. It's a webcomic. The thing that eludes me, you talk a lot about maintaining relationships with editors, internet presence and stuff. Where does one meet an editor to actually speak with an editor?
Under a bridge.
At New York Comic Con, they're here. You've got Darren's right over there. I mean, their conventions is really, that's where I met editors. I think it's the best place to go. You can also go to their houses, find out where they live.
Isn't that hunting?
Yeah, I guess. I should be a lawyer too.
That's true. Where did you guys all meet the editor that gave you your first job?
Convention.
Yeah, convention.
Chris Burnham introduced me to my first gig. So when I started out, I was an electrician. I was doing online drawing challenges and stuff like that. When I was doing that, the other people that were also doing that with me are like Riley Brown from Deadpool, Chris Burnham.
And it was just vomit all over the place. Are we back?
Oh, yeah, we're
so
back. Hi, guys.
Oh,
Welcome
hey.
to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016.
Yeah, I'm Ryan Penagos.
I'm Lorraine Singh.
And I'm Ben Morse.
Did
And
you
the
have to
crowd
think
of
about
people you can hear talking really loudly over there are the rest of our team.
Yeah, those are the other people, the people whose names you don't know, and this is why.
Sick. That was good.
Okay, you guys, we've had a really, really big day. What was your favorite moment of the day?
Oh, getting this sweet robe from Loot Crate.
I thought we were going to share it.
Nope.
Fine, I'm keeping this cap.
Cap.
Cap. What about you, Ben?
I'm gonna keep this sweet Iron Man necklace.
It's not about things we're keeping. What is your favorite moment?
I thought we were saying what's our favorite thing that we're keeping.
No, your favorite thing that happened today.
I enjoyed getting to interview Bruce Campbell and Lee Majors with my good friend Blake Harris. What a good time.
Oh, that sounds lovely. I think mine, I got to meet Dana Gould, who I've been a huge fan of his stand-up my whole life.
Oh, yeah, I like them a lot, too.
They were great.
Oh, no,
from
that
vs.
was
Evil.
That was my favorite, when Dr. Cox from Scrubs gave me a hug on the stream. Yeah, he was on.
Yes, he was here.
He goes, "Do you need a hug?" And he gave me a hug.
Yeah, that's
and
true. He came
thought,
across
the House of Ideas panel, and I thought, eat it, Penagos, happening.
This has destroyed my worldview. You know how much I love Scrubs.
Hold your robe.
It's not like, what can I
Pet
have
your
done?
robe. Pet your robe. It'll be okay.
This is like the time I met David Hasselhoff at San Diego and Blake didn't. All over again.
This is terrible. You guys
Remember
are
that?
involved in just talking.
So it was a really great day. All that exciting stuff happened. Some panels. We had the Breaking Into Comics panel. We had the Digital House of Ideas panel. Ryan, how was the Digital House of Ideas panel?
Yes, the Marvel
You know what
games
I
and
was doing while you were doing that?
What?
Getting hugged by Dr. Cox.
That's true. I watched it.
Hey, who's your boss?
Reviews are coming up.
Make sure. So the Marvel Games and Digital House of Ideas panel was showed off last episode of Marvel Superheroes What The, and we had Alex Korpanak, who's one of the lead creators, on the show there. It was just, I brought him up on stage, and he got to talk to the people, and lots of laughs, lots of fun times.
Let's be honest, he is the lead creator. He is the creativity of that show.
But we also, Bill Roseman, creative director for Marvel Games, was there, and we announced a whole slew of Doctor Strange events across 6 different Marvel games, which is really cool. Just showed off different art, some videos, some characters, and how they're all going to be integrated into the titles.
And if you want to watch that more in-depthly, you can watch it tomorrow morning. We're going to be playing that at 10 a.m. right here at Marvel Live at marvel.com/NYCC 2016.
Like a Friday morning cartoon. Like when you were kids.
Remember those?
Remember those? Get up early on
Tuesday
Friday.
morning cartoons, the best time.
Tuesday morning?
Yeah.
Anyways, there's a lot of stuff coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
After that panel, we're going to have Good Morning, New York Comic-Con. That's what it's called.
Oh, we're playing the panel before Good Morning Comic-Con?
Yeah, we're playing it before.
That's
we're kicking
different.
it off early.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
You can
something
get
different.
in, settle down, enjoy some panel time
Get your
before
snacks ready.
we just dive right in.
And just ruin it all. Just scatter it all to the wind.
Ben's a ruiner.
Ah.
But we're going to have a ton of guests.
Oh my gosh.
Should I say?
Yeah, let's talk
say
a little
some
bit about
highlights?
highlights.
Some highlights. We're going to have, of course, some more folks from Kabam stopping by. We're going to have the cast of Black Sails.
Oh, cool.
Right? We're going to have a new show, Dream Corp LLC, which is really cool. Stephen Merchant's going to be here.
Dream Core?
Who is Stephen Merchant?
He from Extras?
Cool.
Yeah, you know Stephen Merchant.
Oh my God, he's hilarious.
You know Stephen
You
Merchant.
know him. We're going to have the cast of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stopping by. We're going to have some folks from there. From Venture Brothers, folks from Humans, the television program. From some people from a little show known as Doctor Who. Only had a couple seasons of that show. But
Doctor Who?
Woo, woo, woo.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
And we're going to have, a bunch of comic book talent and one of the most prolific writers, Jim Starlin.
Ooh, Jim Starlin, very exciting 25th anniversary.
We have Jim Starlin and Christopher Priest on tomorrow. Nice. We have Jim Starlin, who is a legendary creator in all the cosmic titles, wrote Infinity Gauntlet, wrote Silver Surfer, wrote Captain Marvel. Then we'll have Christopher Priest, who was on Black Panther and did some of the greatest Black Panther stories of all time.
Yeah, and we have panels for both of them,
Yep.
for Black Panther's 50th anniversary and for the 25th anniversary of the Infinity Gauntlet.
And Black Panther won't just have Christopher Priest. We'll all have Ta-Nehisi Coates, the current writer
Yes.
of Black Panther, and certified genius.
Yep.
He
Yeah.
won a Genius Award.
Yeah.
Much smarter than us.
100%.
Can you win a Genius Award?
Yeah, he did.
He's
What
MacArthur-
am I telling you?
the MacArthur-
MacArthur Genius Award.
Right.
Yeah. You're well on your way to yours, honey.
Did you just call me honey?
Yeah.
Ooh, rightfully.
All right.
We do have some tweets coming in from the fans. Alan Wilkinson says, sorry I missed Good Morning. I was with the family, but he hopes the lounge robe comes in a Loki style one day.
Oh, that would be sweet.
That'd be pretty dope.
And I can wear that one. You can wear that one. You can have your hat.
Hot tip, if you have a totally great mustache, it rubs up against the sides of this in really weird ways.
It's also kind of like if you're trying to walk through New York Comic Con, it kind of blocks your peripheral vision. So if you're trying not to spend money, that's like a good way to not spend money.
Or just trying to avoid eye
Hi,
contact
people?
with people.
Yeah, you just don't
Yeah,
like
if you're
people.
shy.
Sorry, I didn't see you. It's great.
Shy, don't like people.
Yeah. Wim Said Mojo says, thank you guys for accompanying us today, especially Ben. Love you, Ben. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
That makes sense. What? I'm just the most likable.
We'll agree to disagree. Sophia
The
says,
people have spoken.
Sophia gives a shout out to all the people behind the cameras that
No.
Sophia says we appreciate your work.
No. Boo.
Yeah, and then one person clap. Oh, all right, now we got a couple claps. Okay.
There we go.
okay.
There.
Nope.
Michael
Nope,
W.S.
That is wrong.
Michael W.S.
Michael
asks,
W.S. has been great today.
Yeah,
I nominate Michael W.S. as my fan of the day.
I agree.
Great. He asks us, what are your favorite Funko Pops, Marvel or otherwise? For me, I'll answer first, let you guys think. 4 Golden Girls,
Yeah, I
tops
figured-
of the pops, right there.
figured
Boom.
that.
Favorites. With a, like that. Also, Sauron. It's pretty great, too.
I'm
Sauron, like Marvel Sauron or
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings Sauron?
The Squirrel Girl
much
one
cooler.
is crazy cute.
Oh my gosh, yes, and it has the
The
little...
little tippy toe. Little tippy toe squirrel.
I got that. I got that.
I really
So
like
cute.
the Sons of Anarchy ones because they're pretty, just don't
And it's like
fit
looking at
all.
yourself as
Yeah.
a pop, right?
Yeah, as a what?
As a pop.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, that's me.
That's like me, a motorcycle riding tough guy. Just like me. It's as close as I'll ever get.
Sophia asks, is there a schedule for the Marvel streaming tomorrow?
I believe it's on Marvel.com.
Not the schedule
No,
of the
not
actual stream, just the panel schedule
Okay.
this year. So we'll be letting you guys know maybe if there's a way to do a little bit more of an elaborate schedule, but it's in flux so much.
Yeah.
We don't want to tell you something and then the person moves or something changes because it's just that's the way the live business goes, you know?
The live biz. But we'll be keeping you updated throughout the day, and we'll also give you a little highlights reel at the top of the show.
We're going to do a highlight reel?
Not the game highlight.
Oh.
Highlights. We're going to
Okay.
tell you who's coming up on the show.
My fan of the day is Raccoonatic, who is just excited and who says they watched all day, says good night.
Oh, thank you for watching.
My honorary fan of the day is Jason Latore's wife.
Oh yeah, Tara.
She's great.
She is fantastic.
She's fantastic.
Anytime I do a Periscope, she's up in there. She's like, yeah, it's great. She's
Yep.
awesome. When our shot is overexposed, she lets us know.
Yep.
Because she definitely tweeted about that at
Yep.
one point, and that's on you.
Could have texted us. Just
I'm
put
pointing
it out
at
there.
Jason.
Could have
Over there.
texted us.
Yep.
Has access to multiple people here.
Alan Wilkinson says, "Oh yeah, hashtag blood hamsters."
Oh, that was great.
Everybody loves a blood hamster.
I missed out on being a part of the whole blood thing.
If you guys are just tuning now, too bad.
Yeah.
You don't
No
understand.
context needed. What was that from? That was from the Loot Crate segment?
From Loot Crate.
Yeah, I think
you
we
make
probably
your
have
blood
clipped that.
soaps.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Where I need my blood soap
I
making.
know Christine Din on our team is in California. She's been helping out. She's been tweeting. She's been watching. She's been
Chrissypedia?
working her butt off. So thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Has Marcus
Thomas
Strong been doing anything?
I don't know. He's got other business. Yeah. Thomas Furious X says he wants a Ben Moore's pop.
Yeah. Well, what you can do is just go and get the Jax Teller from Sons of Anarchy pop and just color the hair so it's my hair color because we're otherwise mostly identical.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Javik12 asks, will we see something about unannounced Marvel video games? No.
No. You got all the
The
games
panel
announcements
happened
you gotta
today.
get
Marvel
for now.
games, yeah.
But if you want to watch the Marvel Games panel, tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. and you can watch it then.
We also we'll have cool comics announcements coming tomorrow.
Ooh.
All right. I don't know what's going on right now, but there's this swell of support and love for Ben
great.
from the
Why?
tweets.
What's-
It's really disturbing.
People were obviously missing out during San Diego, and now they're back.
Like Wim said Mojo and Michael W.S. People were like, oh, Ben's great, Ben's great. What's wrong?
What's
Did you
going
bribe
on?
them?
No, I didn't bribe anybody. Again, you're my boss. You know how much I make. I couldn't bribe anybody.
That one crushed Lorraine. That was great.
I have house payments to make.
Sophia says it was such a great way to start New York Comic Con. Thank you. Obviously, Ben, Lorraine, me, Blake. Yeah, Blake, shout out because he's been
Blake
out
was doing
there.
some
Rich,
interviews.
everybody who's been running and gunning.
Yeah.
Yes, both
Running
of those
gun.
things.
Yeah, doing all the things. What some more guests we got for tomorrow?
Yeah, we have lots and
We have
lots
Ryan
of
Hirsch
guests.
from Sons of Anarchy. Me and him are going to talk about what it's like, the life.
You know, don't go too far with that one.
No.
Sophia says, tomorrow will we see a new original art piece throughout the day like the one we saw today,
you
which
will.
was Iron Fist from Joe Pimentel.
Yes.
We will.
Oh, it's going to be Jessica Jones tomorrow. I'm
Jessica
told by
Jones?
Ace producer Harry Go.
So yeah,
Producing.
we
With
going
a
to be doing
smile.
that. Defenders TV podcast says, good night, thanks so much for the coverage.
Wow.
Makes them over in Ireland feel like they're here. And they want that Luke Cage vinyl record
did
from
they already-
Mondo. Did they take
Yeah.
that back?
Yeah, they took
Yeah,
it back.
they took it.
Do they already have a Defenders TV podcast going?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's not an official one. It's a fan cast.
Yeah,
But
no,
it's,
I know.
You know, it's great.
I figured I'd be aware of it if it was official.
One would hope. We would all hope.
Yeah, there are more guests. we have a lot of also writers and things coming through. We have Joe Kelly from Spider-Man, Deadpool.
Writers and things.
Writers and things. We have
Yeah.
Ramon Perez.
Yep,
wonderful
Ramon Perez,
creator.
new artist of Nova.
And the creators of Moon Girl and Devil
Wait.
Dinosaur.
What?
Yeah, it's been announced. It's out there.
What?
Yeah.
That is delightful.
Did I not tell
news.
you that?
No.
Yeah, Ramon Perez is drawing Nova, and
Yeah.
Jeff Loveness is writing it.
I
Jeff
am
Loveness from Groot.
1,000% into this.
I have
This
art
is
from it. I
fantastic
can
news.
send it to you.
Yes.
And then we have
Right.
Charles Soule.
I love Charles.
The Soul Man.
who has a new creator-owned book that's about a wizard in New York City.
Yeah,
He was tell-
Wizard.
Is it what?
That's what his name is,
Wiz-
Wizard. I
Wizard.
heard about it. We
but
talked about it.
he's like doing a party where there's gonna be wizards at. What's really happening?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a true fact.
Didn't know there were many of them around anymore.
Oh, you know.
Okay. 316. I want the glass just to shatter at 316.
Who else we got?
Oh, well, funny you should ask. We're going to have some cosplayers swing by. Ricky Lacote. I don't know who's going to be cosplaying, though. Judy, you know who's going to cosplay?
What, Ricky?
Mhm.
She should be either Madame Hydra or Squirrel Girl.
Madam Squirrel Girl. Ricky
No,
is the
Madame.
Sorry,
Madame
y'all.
Hydra.
Oh, we'll have Paul Arm, some great comedians, and we're going to have Jean Grey and Jonathan Colton.
Together?
Yeah, they're all coming around the same time.
Groovy.
Jean Grey is also going to be doing the hip hop variant signing tomorrow.
Yep.
So if you like those Black Panther hip hop variants, there's going to be a bunch of those musicians that were featured on those variants signing at the Marvel booth tomorrow.
So if you're here tomorrow, if you just couldn't make it today because it was a school day and you decided, screw school for Friday, I'm going to Comic-Con, you come and get your hip-hop variant signed and your favorite hip-hop
the
artist.
hip-hop variant program. That's my rap.
Good rap.
There's
Them all together, all at once. It's going to be Brandon Montclair, Amy Reeder, and Natasha Bustos.
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 We're going to have Czarface,
Czarface,
Oh, yeah.
a rapper.
a rapper, and Prodigy.
Prodigy, another rapper.
Yeah.
And a good friend of Blake and mine.
the hip-hop artist.
Yeah.
I did that in a hip-hop tone so you would
There's
understand.
going to be a lot of hip-hop tomorrow on Marvel Live.
And speaking of hip hop, we are going to be showing that hip hop signing at some point in
Yep.
the live stream, probably later on in the day. So if you want to check that out, you can check it out here on Marvel Live. Also, if you head over to marvel.com/NYCC2016
/hip-hop.
/nope, there's nope /hip hop, just what I said. You can check out live blogs of panels. You can check out photos and other things that we'll be uploading throughout
Original
the weekend.
raps.
Don't do it, Ben.
Battle raps.
Okay, let's do it. Battle rap right now, Ryan and Ben.
You have hair, and it looks so good.
Aw.
Look at your pants. They're black.
Your rebuttal?
My name is Ben. I'm here to say rhymes with pen. Hello today.
Well,
So we're pretty great at rapping.
We're pretty good at rapping.
Yeah.
Well, too bad.
That was just a taste of the hip hop action you're gonna get tomorrow.
Ryan and
Right
Ben
here
won't
on
be
Marvel
here
Live.
tomorrow. They'll be on their hip hop tour worldwide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a show at the Apollo tonight. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
No.
Live at the Apollo.
No.
There's still 30 seconds left. You can't cut anything off. You still gotta hang out with us for 25 more seconds.
Well, I do it.
Who's gonna robe tomorrow?
Ooh, maybe it should be like a robe of
Since you
honor.
can rub dash all over. Sick. You should probably wear it forever.
Maybe. We'll see.
All right, guys. Enjoy whatever we're showing after this. Not showing anything after this. Enjoy the panels tomorrow morning. Send us